Hello guys, and welcome to another video from Xenotros. So today we're going to do a crash course on React, and essentially we're going to cover the basics that you need to actually get up and running with React. Of course, we're going to build projects as well. But before we get started, there's one thing I've discovered from some people that learn React. One of the problems they have is that they don't have a clear-cut roadmap. So they cannot say that, oh, if I've learned XYZ, then I should be able to start applying for jobs, React jobs. So what I've prepared is I've prepared a developer roadmap for React, and I'm making it accessible to you for free. So if you look down in the description, you're going to see a link that will enable you get the React developer roadmap that's going to help you. It's going to be like a guide to help you as you learn React, So that's it. So make sure you take advantage of that. I'll leave a link in the description of this video for that. Then also, if you would like to get access to my full premium React course, I would also leave a link in the description to that. And I'm actually doing a discount for the first couple of days. So if you want to take advantage of that, make sure you take advantage of that as soon as possible. All right, let's get into the course. Hello guys, and welcome to the complete ReactJS course. My name is Zeno and I'm going to be your instructor throughout this course. I'm actually very excited to have you on board. You can reach me on my website zenotrustacademy.com, where you can also find all my courses, and my Twitter handle at Zenotrust. So thank you so much for deciding to take this course, and let's just talk a little bit before we get into the core fundamentals of the course. So there are different categories of people that are taking this course. I am aware of that. So there are people that probably have no knowledge of React, and they have questions on their mind like, what is React? Why should I learn React? At the same time, I know that there will be people that have some basic understanding of React, have tried their hands on one or two courses or tutorials in React, but you don't fully understand what's going on. So the questions you have in your mind is, how can I really understand React? How can I become better with React? I'd like you to know that I've got you covered if you're in any of these categories. And in this course, I'm going to take you from the very basics, and I would show you how you can take the basics of what you've learned to build really nice user interface and really complex web applications. And then it's going to feel like a breeze because we're going to go step by step. Now, for you to take this course, you actually have to know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, when I say you need to know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, I don't mean you need to be like a master or a guru in these three concepts, right? You just need to have the basics of these three concepts. It's a plus if you've built one or two web applications with JavaScript. Okay, but even if you are rusty with your JavaScript and you've forgotten some of the core fundamentals of JavaScript, we're going to have a section where we're going to touch the fundamentals you should have right in JavaScript that are very important in learning React. So we're going to have like a JavaScript refresher section. Okay, so do not panic. All right, so about that, now how can you get the best from this course? Well, I always say this in all of my courses. Number one, you need to have a plan that you can stay consistent with. Okay, many people get a lot of courses on Udemy, they don't get to complete it for various reasons. But if you really want to get the best from this course, right, you need to have a schedule. If you want to do 1 hour, 30 minutes every day, just try and stay consistent and go through the course. Number two, you need to practice what you learn. So we're going to have a lot of practice section, projects that we build and stuff like that. You need to practice along with the course. Don't just watch the video, practice. And then after you've, built whatever it is we build, try and modify the project on your own and see how things, work out. So once again, I want to thank you so much for taking this course. I would see you in the lectures. So what is React? Well, there is no better way to know what React is than to ask the people that developed React, and that's Facebook. And they say that React is a JavaScript library for building user interfaces. So React was developed by Facebook and is being maintained by Facebook, right? Now, React is a JavaScript library for building user interfaces. Let's not get too much into whether this definition is, fit for React or not fit for React. This is what the developers of React have said. All right. So now the very question is, why should I learn React? Well, some people are like, I already know how to build a website, combining files like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for building a front end, part of a website. Why do I need to learn React if with these three, combinations, I can get a good looking website? Well, let's actually take a back step and see how, websites work. So if you have a website, what you need to do is you need to upload it to a server, right? And if a user, brings out their device, either their phone, and they try to enter your URL, a request is made to your server, which then sends the file to the user browser, and then the user is able to view your web page. That's a simplified, explanation of what happens when a user tries to open a website. But what if you had, say, 20 pages? Well, if you had like a contact page, an about page, and the rest of them, if the user clicks on a contact page, a new request is made to your server, which in turn returns that contact page to the user's browser. Now, really, no matter how fast your server is, there is usually some sort of delay, right, between when a user clicks on a link like a contact us page and when that page is displayed. And there are different things that affect how fast this process occurs. For example, if you have 20,000 people on your website at the same time, if you don't have a very optimized server, that could cause a delay in page load. So I'm sure you're getting the point. Now, this is where React actually comes in. React helps us build what is known as a single page application using component-based development. Now, if you're like very new to React, like this is your very first time of touching React, then you're like, oh, what is a single page application? What is component-based development? Well, don't worry about that. We're going to get right into it, and you're going to understand it better. But the essentials of this is that React actually have just one index.html file, and it's from that index.html file that all the different parts of your website are attached, such that when you open an index.html file and you click on another page, let's say you have like 3 pages on your or 5 pages on your website, if you click on another page, React does not need to actually make a fresh request to a server, because that page you clicked on is also routed to the index.html file. So it appears like, oh, the page did not need to reload to change pages and stuff like that. Now, like I said, this is a simplified explanation of what actually happens under the hood. As we get into the project, as we get into the course, we're going to see we're going to delve deeper into it. Okay, so but just know that that enables React to render our pages a lot faster, and it makes it easy for us to scale our projects from small to large scale. Obviously, there are many other reasons why you should learn React. React has a huge community of developers, supporting and, contributing to the project, right? But React is actually the language of the web. It's a JavaScript library, like we said, and it's going to help you to build applications that are easy to scale, right? Enterprise level applications are built on React. There are so many Fortune 500 companies that are using React. So let's get right into it and start learning about React. So in this one, we are going to talk about the tools we need to be able to follow this course, right? React. So the first thing you need to have on your system is Node.js. So you can simply just Google download Node.js, and it will bring you to this page where you can download Node.js for your operating system. Okay, and if you're downloading from this page, then you'll be fine. Then you also need a code editor. I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code, right? And I highly recommend that you also use Visual Studio Code so that you can follow me closely. So this is where you can also download Visual Studio Code. Then I also want you to have Git on your computer, right? So if you can download Git, just search for Git download and it will bring you to this page where you can get to download Git for your operating system. All right, so of course you're also going to need a browser, and my browser of choice is Chrome browser. You can use any browser you like, but I prefer you actually use Chrome browser so that you can follow me closely. So this is where you can download Chrome. Then when you download Chrome browser, I would like you to download an extension, a Chrome browser extension called React Developer Tools. So if you just search for React Developer Tools, you will see the first result to bring you to this page, right? I already have it installed on Chrome browser. So you see it's giving me the option to remove from Chrome. So what I want you to do is to install it in Chrome and you should be fine. So those are the tools we need to work on this course and follow the course like that. All right, so thank you so much. I'll see you in the next one. All right, now I would like us to install some extensions to probably set up our Visual Studio Code. So what I want you to do is I want you to open Visual Studio Code like I have here and click on this extensions tab. Okay, it will bring up this panel here where you can search for extensions. So the very first extension I want you to install is ES7. So if you just search for ES7, you will see this ES7 React, Redux, GraphQL, blah blah blah. So I want you to go ahead and install this extension, right? It's going to help us in the development process. Then I also want you to install Prettier. So just search for Prettier, and it's a code formatter. Most of you probably already have this, right? And then the last one I want you to install is what they call bracket pair colorizer. So if you search for brackets, it should be the first result, bracket pair colorizer. All right, so this will just, give your opening and closing tags and stuff like that, some funny colors. All right, so those are the three. There are more extensions you can have to optimize Visual Studio Code, but these are the three I want you to install for the purpose of this course. All right, so thank you so much. I'll see you in the next video. So welcome back, guys. In this one, we are going to see how we can create a React app. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to a Google tab here and I'll search for create React app. Now there are different ways we can actually go about creating a React app, but the simplest is to use a tool called create React app. If you do a quick search, the very first result you get should bring you to this page where containing the documentation for the create React app tool. So if you scroll down, you would see somewhere here where they have some instructions that you can use to create React app. So but you're going to need a terminal. Okay, so in my case I'm just going to use the default CMD that comes with Windows, but if you're on a Mac you can just use your Mac terminal. So I'll just open that up, and this is just the simple command prompt, the CMD tool that comes with Windows. And basically the first thing I want to do is I want to navigate into the folder where I want to create the React app. So in my case I'll say CD and let me say desktop, and you can see right there I'm in the desktop, and inside of the desktop I have a React folder. So I'll say CD to go into that React folder, and I'll say React. I think it has a hyphen. Then let me hit tab. Oh, okay, so let me just see. Oh no, this is not the folder I want, so I'll need to specify the folder, specific folder. So I'll say, let me just copy the name of that folder. So I'll copy that and I'll just come here and paste it in, and then I'll hit enter. Right, so I'm in the folder. Now this is the folder where I want to create the React app. Now you can then execute this command. So the command you need to execute is npx and create -react -app. Then you need to specify the name of the app. In this case I'm going to call this my first app. So I'll say my -first hyphen app, like so. Now there's a few things you need to have in mind before you actually can run this create react app tool, because what this will do is that it will download all the files we need, right, to create a react app. It will download it from online. Okay, but before you can do this, you need to have Node installed on your computer, and that's one of the first videos we watch when we watch the environment setup. So your Node version must be at least 14 and above, right? If you have a Node version that is less than 5, then you may need to actually upgrade it, before you can use this tool. So basically, if you've written this command npx create react app and then specify the name of the app, all you need to do is press enter. So I'll hit enter, and it will download all the items you need, all the files and folders you need to create a React app. To download it from the internet and onto your folder you specified here. So that's basically what I'm going to do, and this is going to take some time, so I'm going to pause the video and wait for this to complete. So our create react app has finally finished, and this is what we have. So you get a message, happy hacking. So according to this instruction, what you need to do is you need to go into the new directory you just created your React app, and in our case it's my first app. So you see here cd my app. So in our case, I'm going to come here and I'll say cd. Okay, let me just scroll up. Yeah, so I'll say cd and my first app. So I'll just complete that, and right now I'm in the my first app folder, and then I can go ahead and open this in Visual Studio Code. So I'll say code and dots, and I'll hit enter, and it should open up Visual Studio Code. Okay, it's open up in my other screen, so I'll just drag that in here. So here we go. We've been able to create the React app, and this is all the folders and files we're able to download from the internet to get all of this up and running. So in the next one, we're going to explore the folders inside of React app. All right, so now let's go through the files and folders inside of our React app. Okay, so what I'm going to do is let's start from the very top, and you see here we have node_modules. If you open this folder, you see quite a number of subfolders. Now let me quickly state very clearly at this point that you really don't want to mess around with folders here. Okay, you're not going to work with them. Okay, there are folders and dependencies that have been downloaded when we created React app. Okay, so just know that they're there, but you're really not going to work with them. All right, so now let's go to the next one, which is the public folder. There is a very important file inside the public folder, and that is our let me see, that's our index.html file. Okay, for some reason I didn't see index.html, but that's fine. So this is like the most important file inside of this public folder, but then we also have to look through other things. So we have our favicon, we have this logo, they are actually images, and we have a manifest.json file also. Okay, so if you open that, you see this is what we have inside of it. Then we also have a robots.txt file, which is like important for in search engine to index your site and all of that. Okay, but I'm going to say categorically that the important file inside of this public, or the most important file for us, is our index.html. Okay, so I'm going to open index.html and maybe just add a dot and delete it so that it stays open. All right, so those are the files inside our public folder. I'll close that up and I'll come to the source folder. I'll open the source folder. Now let me say categorically that the source folder is where we are going to be doing most of our work. Most of our work will be done in the source folder. You see here we have app CSS, app.js, and then there are some test files. So this is app test.js, index CSS, index.js. We have a logo file and some web vitals JS file. So basically this web vitals file, basically it's just a library. It's a modular library that helps us to measure web vital metrics on users when we eventually publish our site. We're not going to delve into some of these things now. Okay, so most times when we start working on a fresh React project, we're actually going to delete some of the things we don't need like right away. Okay, so we also have our setup test, and we'll talk about tests, writing tests much later in the course. Okay, all right, so that's it for our source folder. Now the very important files, like the files you actually need to pay attention to in the source, is our app.js. So I'm going to just do something on the app.js so that it stays open, and our index.js. So I'll open the index.js and I'll just write and delete something so that it also stays open. Yeah, of course we also have app CSS and index CSS. We're going to see how all of those come together, but for now these are the three files I want open. I'm going to go ahead and close the source folder, and then let's see. So we also have this git ignore file. That's because when you create a React app, it is automatically initialized with git. Okay, so I don't know if you know about git, but if you're learning React, then at least you should have, like, you know, a basic knowledge of git, right? I have a git course. I'm also going to leave a link to like a git crash course I did on YouTube, so I'll leave a link to this video so you can check that out. So this is the git ignore file, and we also have the package.json file as well as the package lock.json. So let me just open the package.json file. So in this package.json file, that's where you're going to actually see different things. Okay, so but let me actually come to show you the one that okay, great. So these scripts, they are a part of the package.json file I want you to pay attention to, because when we when we start running this app, we're going to run it with npm start. Okay, so that's one of the scripts you see here. So the start, then there's the build, there's test and eject. All right, so we're going to see what all these do much later on in the course, right? Then also when you install like new dependencies for your project, right, they will be added here. So you can see lists of libraries and dependencies that have been added. So there is the testing library and stuff like that. There's React, React DOM, React Script, and even Web Vitals. So you saw the Web Vitals files much previously. All right, so that's it for the package JSON file, right? Then of course there's the README file, and that's because, like I said, this project is automatically initialized with git. That's why we have the README file. So what I'm going to do now is right from the, let me show you something. Where is the package JSON file? This package JSON file, right? We're going to run a script, and that is the start. Okay, so what I want you to do now is I want you to go to your terminal, like Visual Studio Code terminal. So click on terminal and open new terminal, and then let me minimize this guy so that we can have the browser side by side. And then let's run npm start. Okay, so that's this very first script here. So npm start, and then I'll hit enter. So just give it a few minutes and let's see what happens. So I'm actually getting this notification here that something is already running on port 3000. Okay, because I think I have another React app running. So it's asking me if I would like to run this app on another port. Well, I didn't plan for this to happen, but I'll just press Y, which stands for yes. And what will happen is that it will open this React app on another port in this browser here. So you see it says starting development server. All right, so we have our React app opened up in the browser, and it's currently running. All right, so in the next one, we're going to see how we can make modifications to this app and create a Hello World app. All right, so now let's see how we can make some modifications to the current app we have open, and create a Hello World app. So I'm going to close this package JSON file, and let me just minimize this guy here. So everything starts from index.html. Okay, but if you open the index.html, right, and you scroll down, you see that it looks very confusing, right? Now if this is your first time of actually opening a React app, right, So what we're going to do is let's actually try and simplify things. So what you see here are just basically comments, and permit me to drag this down. So what I'm going to do is I'll just get rid of all of these comments, right? And let me get rid of this comment as well, and I'll get rid of this last one here. Great. And then I'll save the file. Now that we've gotten rid of the comments, we can actually see that the index.html page is actually very similar to the index.html we're familiar with from like regular projects. So we have the doc file, we have the HTML tag, this is the head tag, and this is where the head tag ends. You see we have a title here and some links. Then we have a body tag as well, right? Now inside of this body tag, ignore this no script, right? It's just a notification that pops up if JavaScript is not enabled in the user's browser. So essentially inside of this body tag we have just one element, and that is this div here. So let me bring this down. So this div with an ID of root, that's the single element we have, right? Great. So now let's go to our index.js. You know, these are the files we opened up right in the previous video. So I'll go to my index.js and let's continue to see how everything ties up together. So I'm in index.js right now, and first off we have some imports, and I'm sure you're already familiar with imports because we did a revision and we talked about imports and exports with, you know, modular JavaScript and all of that. Great. So we have some imports. So the first is importing React and React DOM, which are actually dependencies. So if you go to, I think I should just leave the package.json file open. So I'll go to package.json and leave it open. So if you see this under our dependencies, so you see we have React and React DOM. So those are the first two imports we have here. Then we have also index.css imported. So of course, you know, we saw index.css inside our source folder. Then we imported app from app.js. We imported app from /app. We're going to talk about that later. I don't want to get ahead of myself. But then we also have this report web vitals. Now remember we said we don't want this report web vitals, so I can just give myself the liberty of commenting it out. Okay. Now next we have this react dom.render, and inside of it we have basically this app. It looks like HTML, but it's not really HTML. We're going to talk about what this is much later. It's something they call JSX. Okay. Anyway, if you look at the next line here after this comma, you'll see here that we are saying documents.getElements by ID, and we're getting the ID of root. Does this sound familiar? Go back to your index.html. You see here that we have a div with an ID of root. So what this index.js file is actually trying to do here is that it is injecting whatever we created inside of this app. It is fixing it inside that div with an ID of root. That's basically what's happening here. So of course I'll give myself the liberty of commenting out of deleting this comment here, and you see this report web vitals is also being called, and remember we don't want any of this right now, so I'm going to comment it out as well. Great. So we've been able to track from the index.html to this div with an ID of root, and we've been able to see how that div with an ID of root is connected to our index.js right here. So there's just one more thing that is missing, and that is this app here. Don't worry too much about the react.strict mode. It's just something, you know, React does to make sure that your code is properly written. As a matter of fact, you can actually get rid of this react.strict mode. Let me show you. I'll get rid of it, and I'll just put this comma, you know, after the app here. That's like so. So you see everything is still working fine, right? So basically what we need to target now is this app. Where is this app coming from exactly? Well, that is this app.js that we opened. So it's actually located in the source folder. So this is the source folder, src, and we have app.js. So let me close this up. So now let's go to app.js. Now app.js is where we can then find everything that is displayed on the screen here. Okay, so this is like the root, the foundation of our application. everything you find on the screen can be traced to this file they call app.js. So now let's actually make some changes and see if it will reflect on this screen. So first off, I'll save my index HTML because I edited it. I'll save my index.js also because I also edited it, and then I'll come to app. So if you look very close, you see edit src app and save on reload. That's exactly what we have here in this paragraph. So let's actually make some changes. I'll just delete everything here and say this is a React course. Let me add exclamation mark. Let's save that and see what happens. So I've saved it, and okay, ideally it should automatically re-render and change what's on the screen, but I think maybe this time I need to reload the page, so I'll do that. Great. And you see here we have this is a React course. So you see here how everything is connected right from index.html to index.js and then to app.js. Now what I'm going to do is, I'm not even going to waste my time here. I'm just going to delete everything that is inside the this function here of app. So after this first div with the class of app, I'll just get rid of this header and everything that is inside it. I'll delete it, and then I'll just add a h1 and say hello world, like so, and then I'll save, and let's see what happens. Voila, so we have hello world here. Great. So at this point we have created our hello world application with React. All right, I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you actually understood how everything is tied up. I'll see you in the next video. Congratulations on creating the hello world application. Now I want us to do a cleanup of the files and folders here in our React app. So if you open this guy here, you see that we have a lot of things here, right? We don't need everything. So let's actually clean this up. So for example, right now we don't need app tests. So I'm going to select that. I'm going to right click and I'll delete it. So that's gone. Then we also don't need report web vitals. So I'll right click, I'll delete. Then I also do not need the setup tests. So let's delete that as well. And then I'm also going to delete. Then of course we don't need this logo SVG. That's the logo that was spinning when we opened the React app at first. We don't need that anymore. So I'll right click and then I'm going to delete as well. So essentially inside of our source folder, which is where we're going to be spending most of our time, like 99% of our time, right? We only have app.js, app.css, index.js, and index.css. But of course, there is a problem here in our app, right? You see, it says failed to compile. Now, what this means is that anytime there is like an error on your project here, right, React will detect that error and then it will try and output the error here. And of course, it will not, compile and load your page properly. So first of all, if you read here, you see it says that .source/logo svg, no such file or directory. So basically what happens is that, we deleted the logo file just now. That logo file is being referenced somewhere in our app and React cannot find it. That's why it's through this error. Okay, so let's actually check where it's been referenced. So I'll go to index.js. That's because I actually know where it's been referenced, and apparently I was wrong. So there's no logo svg here. And you know what, let's actually just delete these guys that we don't need, the web vitals and co. So I'll delete that and then I'll save. Let's go to app and let's see. Okay, so it's in our app.js. So you see here, import logo from ./logo svg. We don't need, we deleted this file, so it's not going to find it. That's why it's throwing this error. So what we need to do is we need to delete this line here and just know that we are just importing only app.css, which is here. So if I go ahead and save, then you see now we are okay. I need to refresh the page. Sometimes you may need to refresh the page for everything to just start over. So you see here we now have back our hello world application back, and we have a much neater source file. Okay, just app.js, app.css, index.js and index.css. So that's how we can simply just clean up our files and folders, just to make sure that it's, custom for what we want to do. All right, I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back, guys. In this one, we are going to talk about components. But before we get into that, I just want to reiterate what we said about how the index.html, index.js, and app.js are related. So everything starts from index.html, like we said. And index.html has just one div with an ID of root. Then we have index.js. Index.js has a couple of imports, right? The first two is React and React DOM, which is very necessary for us to run our app. And then it imports a CSS file and this app from the file. Now, this React DOM.render is actually just saying that we want to transfer what is on this app to our document, which has an ID of root. And remember, our index.html has just one div with an ID of root. So essentially, via this index.js, we are transferring this app. So this is app.js, and you see here there's a function app. We are transferring this app, or whatever this is. I don't want to get into it, right? But we are transferring the content of this app file to index.html, this ID here. Great. So now I just did a quick diagram to just explain what was going on. So we have three files. Index.js is like the bridge. So index.js is transferring what we have inside of our app.js to our index.html file. So that's the relationship between these three files, right? And index.js is right in the middle of it. Great. So now let's dive and talk about what a component is. What is a component? We said React adopts a component-based system. Well, to explain what a component is, I'm actually going to go ahead and delete everything I have in this file, and then I'm going to recreate it by myself. So I'll come to my hello world here, and then I'll save. And of course, this should be blank, or maybe I probably need to refresh it because I went away for a while. Okay, so we have a blank screen. Now, a component is simply a function. Okay, so now let me show you how that works. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say function. Now I want to create a component, so function, and we named this file app.js. So let me open this stuff up. Okay, so this file is named app.js, and it was part of the files that was created when we ran create React app. Now, first thing I want you to notice is that it has a capital letter A, okay, PP. Unlike index CSS and maybe index.js, this app.js starts with a capital letter. That is because React has a rule that whenever you want to create a component, always use a capital letter. That's the way React is going to identify that this is a component. Okay, so this app.js is actually the file in which the component is located. Okay, so I'll come here and I'll continue creating the component. So the name of this component I want to be app. Most times when you create a component, we're going to name it the same thing we named the file. So I'll say function and app. It's just a regular function, by the way. So I'll just open that up, and inside of this function you must return something. So I'm going to say return, and I would open parenthesis. Inside of that parenthesis, I will then go ahead and maybe create a div. So let me just create a div, and then inside of that div, let me just create a h1, just like we had before. So I'll just say hello world, hello world. Great. Then the last thing we need to do is we need to export this component, because this component is going to be used, it's already been accessed inside this index.js. So if you go back to your index.js, you find out that this React DOM.render is referencing the app. Okay, and you see here we also have import app from ./app, which is the app file here. Great. So you need to export it. So I'll say export, and I want to do a default export. So I'll say default and app, and then I'll just close that up. This you see right here is what is known as a component. So I'll go ahead and save this file. So I've saved it, and probably I should refresh this page. All right, great. So I refreshed the page, and you see here we have hello world. So that's basically what a component is, and you've seen how we created ours right from scratch. Okay, so in the next one we're going to delve more into this stuff and see what we are dealing with. All right, welcome back, guys. Now we've seen how we can create a component, or at least we recreated the components we had before. But I want to show you a very interesting shortcut that we can use. So remember in the beginning we said there's this what's it called, extension that we said is ES7 React blah blah blah. Yeah, and if you install that extension, then there are some super things you can do, like with some shortcuts and stuff like that. So I'm just going to close this up, and I'm going to write a shortcut. So it's RAFCE. So it's React arrow function component with an export. If I hit tab on this command there, or that snippet there, it will create a function for me. So you see, it does everything for me. So the only difference is that it uses the arrow function syntax here. So you know what, let me actually remove that, and let me say RFCE. Now it's not going to use the arrow function syntax. If I hit tab, you see it just created it with a regular function. So you can actually use the arrow function syntax, or you can use the regular ES5 function syntax. It all works. Okay, then we also have our export here, so we can go ahead and add maybe our H1 here and just say hello world, and let me just make it different and save. And of course you see here that it would change and add more exclamation mark. Great. So but then there's one more thing that's happening here. So we have import React from React. Now this is absolutely not necessary. It used to be necessary from React version 16 downwards, but now it's no more needed. So I really don't need this stuff here. So let me show you how you can create these components without this import. So I'll just delete everything, and I'll add an underscore, and I'll use RAFCE, which is React arrow function components with an export. I would hit tab, and you see now we don't have that import React from React. Okay, but many times I would still have that import, because there are other things you can do. There are other things you can import from React. Okay, so let me just do my RAFCE back and hit tab, and you see we have the shortcut. So this is how I prefer to have my work environment. So I just wanted to show you how you can create that very quickly using the shortcut. And of course I'm going to add my hello world very briefly. So that's hello world, and let me save that, and great. So we're good to go. Now we've seen how we can create a component with a shortcut, but how can we create a custom component, like our own component? Now let me show you how we can do that. And interestingly, I'm going to do that even in this same file. So I'll come here, and then I'll say, you know what, I can just copy everything we have here. Or actually, let me just write it out so we don't start copying and pasting. It's too early. So I'll say const, and I'm going to name this component hello. Okay, or let me just say hello world. That's the name of the component. And I'm going to use the arrow function syntax to create this component, like so. And remember, when you create the component, you need to return something. So I would open my parenthesis, and okay, I should actually let you know, if you're returning just a single line, you can actually just return it without the parenthesis. So if I, for example, if I just wanted to return hello world, so let me hit tab here, right? I don't need to have the parenthesis. The parenthesis is only used when you want to return multiple lines of code, right? So but if it's just a single line, oh, I definitely do not need the parenthesis. Okay, so now I can, this is a new component I've created inside this app.js file. So I hope this actually becomes clear now, that a component is not necessarily the file, this app.js file. This is not the component. The component is this function that has a return statement here. That's the component, because in this app.js file now we now have two components inside of it. Okay, great. But of course it doesn't make sense to have this component. It's not standard practice, it's not good practice to have multiple components in one file. usually you want to separate them into other files, right? But before we see how we can separate this hello world into its own file, right? How can we reference this hello world? How can we access it inside of this app component? So what I'm going to do now is let's delete this heading 1 and let me show you how you can reference or use this hello world component inside of another component. So first off, you write it like this, your less than sign, and then you say hello world, and then it's a self-closing, like a self-closing tag, and then you close it like that. Now if I go ahead and save, nothing is going to change. We're still going to have hello world, but let me make this different so that you can see that it's actually referencing these new components we created. So I'm going to come to this hello world and say this is a new component, and then I'll save that and let's see what happens. So you see, hello world, this is a new component. So we are referencing, or we are accessing this new component from inside the app component. That's how it's actually supposed to work, right? Now in the next video, I'm going to show you how to separate this hello world into its own file. This hello world component, I'm show you how to separate it into its own file. See you there. Now I'm going to come to my file explorer, and inside of this source file I'm going to create a new folder. So I'll say new folder, and I'll call that folder components. Okay, maybe components plural. Then I'll hit enter. Now inside this new folder I will then create a new file. So I'll do like this, and I'll say hello world. So capital letter. Remember, we're creating a component file, we'll need to start it with a capital letter. So I'll say hello world.js, and I'll hit enter. So the file automatically is opened here. Now what do I need to do? I'm going to come inside my app, and I'm going to extract this hello world component, and then I'll place it here like so. Then let's go down, and we need to export this hello world component. So I'll say export default, and I'll say hello world like so. Oh sorry, hello world, and then I'll just close that. So I've created the component, I've exported it. Let me save this file. Now inside of app.js we are referencing the hello world component here, but we're not going to, if I save this now, we're going to get an error. So if you save it, it's going to say that look, hello world component is not defined. So for us to access hello world component, we need to import it from wherever it is. So let me open this file explorer. So I'll come here, I'll say import hello world from, and then you then specify the file path. So we know that it's in a components folder plural. Then inside the components folder we then have hello world.js. But in React you don't need to specify .js. Just say hello world and that's fine. So I'll go ahead and save, and let's see if the error disappears. Great. So you see the error disappears. Okay, so I need to refresh the page. Sometimes these things happen like this, and I really don't know why, but if you refresh the page, everything should be fine. So basically this is how you can separate your components into their own files. Okay, and that's basically what we're going to do most of the times in React. All right, I'll see you in the next video. Now in this one, let's talk about JSX, what is known as JSX. And JSX actually stands for JavaScript Syntax Extension. What is this JSX we're talking about? If you look inside of this our hello world component, you see that we have what looks like a regular HTML. This is a h1 tag, and we just have some text inside of it. And I think I'm going to make this a little bit shorter, so I'll just say hello world component, and that'll be it, right? So but under the hood, this is not actually HTML, right? React is going to convert this to what is known as JSX. So let me actually give you an example of what that looks like. So I'm going to come here and I'll create a variable. I'll say const and I'll call that variable heading equal to. Now under the hood, this is what this your simple hello world actually transpiles or converts to. We'll call react dot create element. So that should be dot, sorry. So react dot create element, and then we're going to open parentheses here. This is going to take 3 arguments. The first argument is going to be the HTML element you want to create. In our case, we want to create a h1, so I'll say h1. The second argument is the props. Now we've not talked about props, so I would not want to actually delve into it, but for the second argument, which takes what is known as props, props, I'm just going to say null. And the third argument is the content of your h1, so everything you see here, hello world component. So I'll just grab this guy, and inside of a quote I'll just paste that in, but then let me make it different. So let me just add like something to make it different, like that. Now because I'm using react.create element, let me import react from react. So I'll say import react from react, like so. So this import react is a default import from react, that's why we have it like this. Yeah, so now how can we transfer what we have here? Like this is actually what JSX normally looks like, okay, but for us to make it easier, for React to make it easier for us to write content in our components, we can use this HTML syntax, right? So now let me show you how you can then impute this heading inside this return statement. So I'm going to change this to a simple div. So I'll return a div, and inside of this div I'm going to open curly braces like this. I know we've not talked about what this curly braces stands for, but it's simply used to output dynamic content. We're going to talk about that in one of the coming videos. But inside of this I'm just going to say heading. So I'll just type in my heading, so this heading here, and let's go ahead and save and see if anything happens. So I'll save, and as you can see we have this guy here, which means that it's this heading that is being outputted here. Now ideally this is how we are supposed to write the content of our component in React, but the React knows that the developers of React knows that this is going to be cumbersome, very cumbersome for us to write. So what they did is that they gave us JSX, right? So they say just write your regular HTML, and under the hood React is going to convert your normal h1 or whatever tag you write to this code you see here. Okay, so I just wanted to just let you understand what's going on under the hood. So but of course we're never going to write this stuff, so let me just get rid of it, right? We're never going to write it, or maybe I should just comment it out. And here we're just going to have our h1 as usual as we had it before. So I'll just say h1 and tab hello world. Great. Now we still have some time, so let's talk about some rules we need to follow when writing JSX. The first rule we need to follow when writing JSX is that your JSX must always return a single element. Now what does this mean? Remember I said that if you wanted to write more than one line, it's best to open parentheses and then place everything you want. So for example, if I wanted a div first, and inside that div maybe I want something like a heading 1, for example, right? So it's better to have everything organized and this parenthesis wrapping everything. So if I save, of course we're going to have hello. Great. So what does this mean when we say we should always return a single div? Now if you look very carefully, you see that this div is wrapping everything here. So for example, I can come here and let me just add an unordered list item, and inside I'm going to have a single list item and say list item 1, and I'll save that, and of course it will be displayed here. So essentially you can write HTML code inside of this component, inside of the return statement. But what if I came outside of this div and I wanted to write something else like a paragraph, and I'll just say this is a P. you see here we're already getting like these red lines telling us that something is wrong. But let me still go ahead and, you know, prove to React that I can be stubborn, and then I'll save this guy. Let's see what happens. So I'll save, and you see here we're getting this error. So let me quickly see what this error says. This error says that adjacent JSX element must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. Did you want a JSS fragment? So it's even giving us a suggestion. Now what this means is that this JSX needs to return a single element or a single div or a single section. Whatever tag you want to use is fine, but it needs to be a single element. So what I need to do is I need to cut this guy out, and of course the error will disappear, and place it inside. So when I say a single element, I mean that one element must wrap everything. So that in this case it's this div wrapping everything inside. So you can't come outside of this div and have something else. It must be wrapped inside one single element. That's what I mean. So that's the first rule of JSX. The second rule of JSX is that you need to use camel casing when, okay, I think I need to refresh the page. Yeah, so you need to use camel casing for HTML attributes. I'm sure you probably know what camel casing is if you've done some JavaScript. So for example, inside of this, let's say we had a button here, for example. So button, and this button says get started, right? Of course, if you save that, you're going to see a button here. Now in JavaScript there is an attribute they call onClick, ICK, like so, right? Now if you want to use onClick, oh, you see it's already camel cased for me, so let me just say onClick. So if you want to use onClick, right, this attribute on this button, you need to make it a camel casing. In other words, the second word needs to be capitalized. So I'll say onClick. This is how you can use attributes, you know, in JSX. Okay, so I just wanted to point out that also, and you're going to see examples of this throughout the course. Then also another thing is that in JSX, you know, normally when we want to write a CSS, reference a CSS class, we just use class, right? Class name replaces class in JSX. So if this div, for example, has a class of, let's just say app, for example, you can't write it like this. You can't write it like this. Or let's just say it has a class of heading. You can't write it like this because class is already a reserved name, like in JavaScript. So we can't use class. So instead, we're going to say class name. So anytime you want to reference a CSS class inside of your JSX, you need to change it to class name. There are some other examples like this that, you know, changed in JSX. Let me quickly give you one. So for example, if we have an input, so let me do a div with a class of form, or let me just go straight to the point. So we have an input, right? So input, like so, and this is an, oh sorry, this is a div with a class of input. I actually wanted to create an input. So input. Now many times an input would have a label. So let me just say label. Now this label can have a for property, like so. Let me just type it out manually. So it has a for attribute rather. In JSX, this for attribute is replaced with HTML4. So these are one of the things you just need to pay attention to. They are not like so many changes, but the few changes as we go ahead in the course, I'm going to make sure that you see them, and I'm going to draw your attention to them. So class name replaces class, HTML4 replaces the for attributes. Okay, so I think that's about it for this section. I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. In this one, I'd like us to talk about outputting dynamic values, and we already kind of saw an example of such. So let me just actually clean up this my component a little bit so that we can just have some room. Okay, great. So we can output dynamic values inside of curly braces. Okay, and let me just do something here. I'm going to create a variable. I'll call that variable name, and I'll set it to be equal to my name, Zeno. Great. Now if I wanted to output the value of this name here, what I just need to do is to open curly braces, opening and closing curly braces, and say name. Okay, and then I'll save, and on the page we should get, oh, I probably need to refresh, and on the page you see here we have Zeno. Okay, so if I wanted to do maybe for my age, for example, I can say something like age, and here I'll say 28, and then if I come down here and let me just add a paragraph or maybe H2 so that we can see it very clearly and see I am, so that would be curly braces, and I'll say age years old, sorry, years old, and then I'll save that. Let's see what happens. So you see here it says I'm 28 years old. So that's how we can output either an expression or a dynamic value. You use curly braces. Okay, so let me show you something else. I'm going to do another H2 here, and I'll just put some curly braces. Now I should probably say this, that you can also output an array here. However, you cannot output an object. You cannot output an object and a boolean inside of this curly braces. So let me show you how that works. So I'm going to create a person object, so const person, and this is going to be an object like this, and it's going to have a name property. That name property is going to be set to my name. So now if I come here and I try to output the person object and I save, we're going to get an error. So let me refresh the page. We should get an error here. So you see here we have an error. Objects are not valid as a React child, blah blah blah. So you cannot output objects here. So let me actually just comment this out. Let's continue. So you can also do any kind of calculation inside of these curly braces, right? So if I say maybe 5, and I say maybe 5 plus 2. Oh, okay, I didn't even know that didn't type. So 5 plus 5, if I save, guess what's going to happen on the screen? So you see here we have 10. Okay, you can also output just regular strings inside of this stuff, although it's not something you want to do, right? But let's just say test and save, and here we're going to get test. Okay, then let me do something else. I'm going to do math.random here, so I'll say math.random. My typing is just all over the place, and let me just multiply it by let's just say times 10 or something like that, and let's save. And what should we get here? So you see we get a random number between 1 and 10, and the interesting thing is if you keep reloading the page, right, you keep getting a different number every time. So let's do that, and one more time. Yeah, you see that. Then also you can have dynamic values, input dynamic values into HTML attributes. So for example, if I have a link here, and normally you should have maybe like a link like something like HTTPS and sorry about that, HTTPS and let's just say google.com, right? This should be like a link. So but you can have this as a dynamic value. So let me cut that out and let me place that somewhere. So I'll say const, and I'll just say I'll call this link, and I'll set it to be equal to the link itself. So I can come here, instead of having href and typing the link here, first off I have to delete these quotes, right? So you don't put them inside quotes. I'll just put my curly braces, and then I'll reference the link, and then I'll go ahead and save. And oh, I didn't say anything inside of this, so let me just say Google, and then I'll save that. And here if you click here, it will take you to Google. Of course I'll not want to do that, or maybe I'll do that in another tab, and that should take us to, oh, I don't even have internet, but I'm sure you get the gist. It will take you to wherever link you know. I just wanted to show you that you can have dynamic values as the values for an HTML attribute, in this case href. All right, so that's about it for dynamic values, and we're going to see a lot of them as we begin to build React projects. Thank you so much, and see you in the next one. All right, so in this one we're going to talk about how to style add styles to React components. So let me just clean this up very quickly, and let's just have a hello world. And here I'm just going to have hello world as a text. Okay, and let's save that. Great. So there are different ways we can actually add styles to our React components or our React application. So the first one I'm going to show you is the inline style. So for this one, the way you do that is you do style, style, and you set that to be equal to, and then you open the first curly brace, and then you open another curly brace. So that's two curly braces, and I would explain that shortly, right? So you open two curly braces, and then you then specify your styles. So I'll say color, and I'll set that to be equal to, let's just say red, for example, and then I'll save, and let's see if that takes. So you see here we have styles taking effect already. Then let me add a comma here, and I'm just going to add a background color. So I'll say background, and in React, right, so this should be background, sorry, you don't say background hyphen color, right? So you see it's already giving us oh sorry, there is a typographical error, there is no K here. So if I say background color hyphen color like this, it's already giving us this red squiggly lines that something is wrong. That's because in React, when you have two words, you have to use camel casing. So what I gotta do is I'm gonna make this color capital letter C, and then you see that the error is gone, and then I can set that to maybe something like black. So I'll open this guy up and say black, and then I'll save, and of course you see we have the background color of black, right? Great. So this is the first way you can add styles to your React application, and this is like inline styles. It's comparable to inline styles. But you know something, you can actually bring out this style and like put it inside like a variable or a constant. So I can come down here and say const, and I'm just going to call it header style like this, and I'll set it to, and then it's just going to be an object like this. So what I got to do is I'll just copy these properties here, I'll cut it rather, and then I'll just put them inside of these header styles like this. And let's bring this one to the next line just so that it's neat. Okay, great. So what we can then do next is we'll then reference these header styles inside of this styles attribute here. So but you're going to reference it inside just one curly brace like this. You don't need two anymore. So I'm going to say header style, and then I would save, and you see it still takes effect there. You know what, let me change the color here to white. So I'll just say white so that you can see that it actually took effect. So you see we now have it white here. Great. So that's like the first way we can add styles, but we're only going to do this like when it's absolutely necessary, right? When we have dynamic styles that we're storing inside of our components. Okay, so that's the first way we can add styles, right? So another way we can add styles is by using the styles sheet. So let me open this guy up, and you'll notice here that where's my source file? Okay, so this is my source file. You notice here that your app.js also has an app CSS file. Your index.js also has an index CSS file. So the way React was designed to have, just for the sake of organization and having everything, properly organized. It was designed to have a CSS file for every component. So every component is supposed to have their own CSS file. That's not how it is when you build like a website with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, a regular website. So React is trying to help us be more organized. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click and create a new file here. So I would say new file, and I'll call this hello world.css, and then I'll hit enter. Great. So we have hello world.js, hello world.css, just like we have app.js and app.css. So everything that concerns hello world.js in terms of styling is going to be placed inside hello world.css. So but before you can actually do that, you need to go to hello world.js and import the CSS file. So let me show you how you can import a CSS file. So you say import and // hello world.css. That's how you import a CSS file. And then what we can then do is I can then grab this style. So I'll just copy that and I'll get rid of it here, and also go to my hello world.css, and then paste that in. Oh, but it needs to be inside a class. So here I'll just give it a class of .header, and then I'll just open that up and paste that in. So you see, it's going to be different because I actually just need to write this out myself. So let's set color to red again, and background color to black. So this is going to be like regular CSS, right? You're not going to use camel case in here. It's like your regular CSS that you're familiar with. And then I can save this file. Let me come here, and the way you reference that class that you just created in hello world.css is you come here. So I'll get rid of this guy here, and you say class name, okay, and you set that to be equal to the class name you use. So in our case I use header, and then if you save, watch, this is going to turn to red. So you see it has taken effect. Now let's talk a little bit about our index.css right now. So I'll go to index.css. You'll see that we already have some styles right in the index.css here. Let me inspect my page here. So I would right click and click on inspect, and yeah, so if you open up the head, yeah, so I'll open up the head, and let's just scroll down. Somewhere we should see our styles. So I'm just going to take a minute to look for my styles. Okay, great. So you see here we have styles. So let me open up this first one, and you see in these styles here we have the body. Now let me quickly go back to my file here. So you see here it's actually these styles from index.css that we have here. That's basically what's happening there. So let's go back here. Now if you scroll down, you see all the styles we have in the index CSS is actually represented here. So what that means is that any style you place inside index CSS can be accessed by any component on the page. So what I normally do for my index CSS is that any global styles, any styles that I want to be accessible from anywhere, I'll put them inside index CSS. So I'm going to come here and let me just show you an example. So I'm going to copy this header, I'll copy it, and I'll go to my index CSS and I'll paste it in here, and I'll just change this to let's just say head, okay, and I'll just change the color also here to blue, so at least we know that the color of the text is blue here. If you save that and you go to hello world.js, right, even though we are not importing index CSS here, because index CSS is at the top of the page, the head section of the page, if you come here and you change this class name to head and save that, you see here that, let me expand this as well. So you see here that we now have our text blue. So that index CSS class has actually taken effect. So what I use my index CSS for is I use it for global styles that I want to be accessible anywhere on the page. Now, but the interesting thing is that even within the hello world.css, sorry, this class can be accessible by any component on the website. Any component on the website can access this class. So I'm going to show you in the next video how we can scope a styling to a particular component such that any other component on your website will not be able to use this class. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. So in this one I want to show you how you can scope your particular CSS file to a component such that other components will not be able to access the classes in that CSS file. And for that, I'm going to actually reiterate an example. So I'll go to my app.js. This is the app.js, and I will import the app.css inside this file. So I'll say import, because I deleted it initially. So I'll say import app CSS. Great. And I'll save. I'm not doing anything inside this file. I'm going to close the app.js file. Now I'll go to my app CSS file, and then I'll just, this is what we have in the app CSS file. They are predefined styles that came when we installed React. So I'll just delete everything, and then I'll just create my own class. So I'll say .header -app, and then I'll just open that up. Here I'll give it a color of white and a background color, so background color of green, so something very different from what we currently have. Great. Now bear in mind that this is app.css. It's supposed to have nothing to do with this hello world components. So but I'll go to my hello world and I'll change this to header-app, which is the class I just created. Now let me go ahead and save this and let's see what happens. Voila, what's going on here? So you see here that the header app styles is actually taking effect in this hello world.js component, even though we did not even import the app.css file inside this component. Let me actually show you what is happening. So I'm going to come here, I'll right click and inspect, and here let's open up the HTML tag. So I'll just click on it to open it up. Oh, it's already open. So okay, I need to open the head tag, sorry, and then let me just look for somewhere where they say styles. Okay, so you see here we have one style, two styles. So I'll just open the first one, first, and here this is the styles from our index HTML. Okay, let me close this up, and then I'll open the second one, and this is the styles from our hello world.css. okay, I know because I wrote it. So let me look for the third one. So we have one more here at the bottom. So you see styles tag. So let's open that up like so, and you can see this is the styles for header-app, which is coming from our app CSS file. So what this means is that because this style is at the top of the page, any content you put at the bottom and you give that content this class, that content is going to take the styles. That's what is happening here. So that's why it's important for us to have a way to scope our styles such that a component only has access to one particular styles. So that's what I'm going to show you how to do now. So I'm going to close this app.css, and let me just take this back to header and save. So how can we make sure that this component only collects styles from hello world.css? Well, there's something they call modules in CSS. So we're going to create CSS modules. So what I got to do is I'll come to my app.css first. I'll right click and I'll rename it to app.module.css, and then I'll hit enter. Because we've renamed it app.module.css, what this means is that we cannot access the styles inside of this guy. So for example, if I go to hello world.js, oh, it's giving me an error because in my app.js, let me show you something. In my app.js, I imported just app.css, not app.modules.css. So permit me to just comment this out for now. Or well, actually I have to show you how to properly import it, so there's no commenting it out. So I'll comment out the first one and I'll show you how to properly import a module file. So here the way you import a module file is you say import and then you say styles, so styles from, then you specify the location. So in my case it's ./app.modules.css. so you see we have that option here. Now let me quickly say that this styles here, it can be anything you want. For example, it can be classes, but I prefer using the word styles. if I go ahead and save, we're not going to get this error again. Okay, so this is how to properly import your CSS module file. Okay, great. What this means, however, is that because we've changed this .module.css, we've changed the name to the module.css, we're not going to be able to access the styles inside of it anymore. So if I go to my hello world.js, which we have here, and I say header-app, which is the styles, and I save, right, it's not going to take effect. Unlike before, when it's turned this guy to white and background of green, it's not going to take effect because we've changed it to a module.css file. Great. So what this means therefore is that if we go to our hello world.css and we change this to rename to hello world.module.css, right, it means that we can access the hello world styles from this guy here. So we're going to have to import it properly. So let me just change this. So I'll say import styles from, and I'll say // okay, so hello world.modules.css. Now how can we use the styles that exist inside hello world module css file? Well, let me show you how you can do that. So first off, I'm going to get rid of this guy and I'm going to have my curly braces. Then I will say styles, so I'll say sty styles dots, and then I'll specify the name of the class. So if you go to hello world module file, you see the name of the class is header. So I'll come here and say class styles dot header, and if I go ahead and save, you see this page should be restored. So I think maybe I need to refresh it or something. And as you can see, we have our styles. And just to be sure that this styles is coming from this guy here, right, I'm just going to change this background to blue. So I'll save that and let's see what happens. So you see here we have blue. Now there's one more thing I want to show you, right? What if we have like a hyphen? So let me create a new style here and I'll say header, let's just say header hyphen green. And here I'm just going to change the background to green and the text to white. So I want to show you how you can, use this style that is joined by a hyphen. So let me come to my hello world.js file, and if I just come here and say header hyphen, what did I even save it as? Header hyphen green. Great. So if I come here and say header hyphen green, it's not going to work, right? If I save that, you see that we get an error, right? This is not how we're supposed to write it. So let me show you how we're supposed to write it. So first off, you need to delete everything. So you say styles and then you use your square brackets. Inside of the square brackets, you then use your quotes, and then that's where you then state the name of the style. So in our case, it's header hyphen green, like so. If you go ahead and save, we should get everything back to normal. Now by scoping this style using CSS modules, right, even if we have an identical styles, for example, if I grab this header green, right, and I go to app CSS, so where is app CSS, and I go to app modules.css, and then I come here and say header green, and let me just change the color to red, the background color to red, for example, and I save. You don't have to worry about having the same class names in other files because I've saved it now and it doesn't even interrupt, it doesn't do anything to our file. So our file is still having a green background. Now that's because this hello world module.css file has been specifically scoped to the components. Now let me now show you. If I right click and inspect, right, so let me right click and inspect, and let's actually inspect this guy here. So I'll right click this guy and say inspect so that we go to that specific place. Now in this our header, this h1 here, if you go ahead and open and look at this div with a class of hello world hyphen header hyphen green, you will see that there's something that has been attached to the end here by React. Now this is always unique, right? So what this does is that it will always make sure that when your page is displayed, it always has a unique class name, right, on the on the page. That's why even though you use the same class name in other CSS modules or other CSS files, it's not going to interfere with what you have. So I just wanted to show you how everything works under the hood. Okay. All right, so I think that's about it for this one, and I hope you appreciate how you can now scope a style to a particular component file. Thank you so much. I'll see you in the next one. So let's do a quick summary of the styling options we have with React. So the first one we looked at was having your style inline, okay, which is what you see here in this guy. So you can have your style inline, and for that you need to have two curly braces. And I think there's something I forgot to mention earlier, and that is the fact that this second set of curly braces here, this yellow one, it's there because what you put inside of this style is actually an object. So if you come down and look at this object we created here, you will see that everything here looks very similar to what is inside this guy, this inline style here, font size of 20 pixels. So it's because this style here is actually placed inside like an object literal syntax. Okay, so that's why we have two curly braces. All right, great. So that's the first option, inline style. But we also saw that you can extract this style and put it like into a variable, its own variable, and that's known as CSS in JS. Okay, you probably have heard of something like that before. So let me just add a comment here and say CSS in JS, something like that. All right, so that's the second format of styling we looked at. So this is just like a summary. Then the third one we looked at is having our external CSS file, okay, and index CSS, app CSS, they are external CSS files. So you can put your styles either in one or in, separate your styles into their very own, different files, anyhow you want it, but you can have your styles in an external file. Now, one thing I probably should say is that concerning external CSS file, right, if you have like a small project, like maybe just a small personal project, you don't necessarily have to break your CSS files into the various components, right? You can put everything inside index CSS, for example, right? So for example, if this page we have here with hello world and some content, if I want to remove the border and around it, sorry, the margin around it, I can do a reset using index.css. Essentially what I'm trying to prove to you is that if you have a small project, you can actually have all your CSS in one file, and that file can be index CSS. So let me do a reset here. I'm just going to do this, and I'll just say margin, and I'll set that to 0, and 0, and then I'm going to do the same for padding, and then I'll set the box sizing to border box. And if I go ahead and save, you'll see what's going to happen here. So you see we don't have any of all of those padding here. So essentially any style you put inside your index CSS file would apply to any component, would apply to the whole website. So if you have a small project, you can actually have all your styling in index CSS. But if your project starts to get more complex and larger, then you want to have individual CSS file for individual components, which is what we did here in Hello World JS and Hello World CSS. Okay, so let me close this up. All right, so we've talked about having our external CSS files, and then we talked about CSS modules, which we use to scope our styles. Okay, I think I'm going to get rid of the reset I did in my app CSS, index CSS, sorry, so that I can have my numbering. So I'll just comment it out and I'll save. Great, so I have my numbering back. Right, so then we talked about CSS modules, which helps us to scope our style to a particular component, and we saw all of that in the previous video. Now there's one more option when it comes to styling that I need to mention, and it's called styled components. For styled components, right, you need to actually install a package to your React project, but I will not want to go into that now. So maybe sometime in the course I'm going to now talk about styled components. Okay, so but for now this is just a summary of the different styling options. Now the method I use when I create projects is having my external CSS file Many times I may not actually use CSS modules. I may just use a regular CSS file. But when you want to get serious with your project, you definitely want to scope your styles with CSS modules. All right, so thank you so much for watching this one. I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. Now in this one we are going to talk about props. So what is props? Props is a feature in React that enables us or allows us to pass information between components. So we said that React is a component based library such that you can create multiple components and then you can use the components anywhere you want. Now let me actually create a new component here. So I'll just create a new file and I'll call this users.js. Inside of users.js, let's just do a quick RAFCE to create a functional component. And inside of here, first off, I'll just add a hello world just to make things simple. Great. Permit me to unmount the hello world component from the app.js and mount the users component I just created. So I would open my app.js, which is this guy here, and then I would just change this to users. Oh, but if I want to auto import it, I can just type users and React should give me the option to auto import it. Sorry, Visual Studio Code should give me that option. So I have that. So if I save, I should just get hello world here because that's exactly what I wrote in my users component. Great. So I can go ahead and close the app.js and let's go back here. So what I'm going to create inside of this users component is I would create a div with a class name of user singular, and inside of that I'm just going to add a h2 that will say name, and I'm going to write my name there. So let's just do Zeno, and then it's also going to place the job. So I'll just do a h3 here that will say job, and I'll say developer. Great. Next I would maybe add a heading here just to make it, and then I'll say list of users. Simple as that. Now we're going to have all of that here. Just to make it look a little bit better, I'm going to add some styling. So I'm going to use my index.css as my global style. Let's just create a style here for that will affect everything. So I'll change the background color to something dark. So I'll say #111, and then I'll then specify the color to be white, or let me just use the code #FFF, and then I'll save. So we'll have a dark background. Let's place the heading in the center. So I'll just say h1 and do text align and set that to center. But the main thing I'm actually after is styling the user. So I'll say .user, and then I'm just going to add a border around it. So let me do border of 1 pixel solid and some kind of gray 777, and let me add some margin. So margin is going to be 10 pixels, and then let's save and see. Okay, then I definitely need some padding also. So padding, and that should be fine. But I feel like I need to add some border radius just to make it look a little bit better. So border radius of 3 pixels should do just fine. All right, great. So we have this card kind of that has the name and the job of this particular user. Now what if I wanted to have not just a single user, but like let's say 3 users, a list of 3 users? Well, what I need to do is I can just go to my app.js component here and just duplicate this, so 3 times, and then I'll save. Let's see what we get. Oh, okay, so there is an issue here. This list of users should not actually be inside of this guy, so let me get it out. So I'll do Ctrl X, save this, and I will go to my app.js, and just before I display the users, I'm going to display that h1 and save. So we're going to have the list of users up top and then the users. But the only problem is that it's displaying exactly the same information, so the name and the job. exactly the same, which is my name. That's not usually what we want. So that's where props come in. With props, we can pass an information from one component to another. In this case, we have created this users.js. So within this users.js, let's create some props. So the way you do that is you come here and you say props, props. Then wherever you want that props to be displayed, right, you come and specify it. So I'll come here, I'll open my curly braces, because wherever you want to add a dynamic data, you need to put it inside of curly braces. So for example, here where I'm displaying the name, I'll just say props dot name, and then here where I'm displaying the job, I'll say props dot job, job. And then if you save that, let's see what happens. So you see here, we just have name and job, which is the text we have. We don't have any values. So it's kind of similar to the way attributes work in regular HTML. Now we've been able to create the props inside of the components here, the users components. However, for you to set a value on this prop, it needs to be where you are calling this, where you are displaying this users component. In this case, we are displaying it inside of app.js. So this guy is here. So I'll just come here and then I would say that I want to set the name prop to be equal to, so the first one is going to be my name. So let's just say Zeno, and that's the name prop. Then I'll set the job prop to be equal to, in this case, developer. Great. And let's save this and see what happens. So you see here in the first one, we have the name prop and the job developer. So basically, because we created the prop inside of this guy, this users component, wherever we are making reference to the users component, we can then set values for the props. So now I'm just going to grab these guys here and set some values for the other two instances. So here I'm just going to say John Doe, just to make it easier, John Doe, and I'll set the job as, okay, it's actually just cleaner, that comes to my mind right now. Then for the last one, we are going to set this is going to be Sarah, so Sarah Connor, and the job is going to be Baker or something, whatever. And then let's go ahead and save and let's see what happens. Yeah, so you see we have different values for the three list of users. Great. So in the next one, we're going to delve more into props and see other things that are associated with it. So let's talk about default prop. Now, what if for some reason we display this user component here, or we mount this user component here, and we don't specify a name or a job prop? Well, this is what we're going to get. We're just going to get empty spaces here. We're not going to get any result. So that's where default props come in. So in the users component here, you can define the default props for your props. So but how do you do that? First off, I'm going to come outside of the users component. So this is the users component and this is where it ends. So I'll come here, I'll create an object, and that object is going to be users, and these users here must actually be the same with the name of the component. So I'll say users dots, and then I'll say default prop. So it must also be camel case, so default, and then the P is capital letter, and I'll set that to be equal to, and let's use the object literal syntax. So what are the props we have? We have the name prop and the job prop. So I'm going to come here and say name, and I'm going to set that to, let's just say default, so we know at least it's coming from this guy here. And then I'll add a comma and I'll set this to also, let's just say default. Well, I think I can actually just say default, and then I'll change this to job. So object with two properties, and these properties correspond to the props we have here, so name and job. You know what, let me just make this default name and default job. Yeah, great. So if we go ahead and save this now, let's watch what happens. So I'm going to save, and guess what's going to happen. So you see here in the first one where we did not specify any name and job prop, or we did not assign values to the name and job prop, we have default name and default job. So that's how you can assign a default prop values. Okay, but then there's even another way you can do that. So what I'm going to do is, let me comment out this guy, for example, and let me show you another way you can do this. So here where you specify the props.name, you can actually just come here and add to is it pi they call this stuff. So let me just add it like so. This is like the OR operator in JavaScript actually, and then you can specify whatever it is you want. So in my case, I'm going to see default name, and for the second one, let me actually just grab everything, and here I'm going to see default job, and then let's go ahead and save. And you know what, okay, let's save first, and you see here nothing changes. So just to make sure that it's coming from this second method here, I'm going to delete the default, and let's just delete the default, and just to make sure. So I'll save that, and let's see what happens. So you see here we have just name and job, which is exactly what we have here. So those are the ways you can set a default values to your prop, okay, or otherwise known as default prop. All right, so thank you so much. I'll see you in the next one. So so far so good. We've actually seen how props can pass information between components. So let me just get rid of this default props here. I don't actually need this, so I'll just get rid of it. But all right, so one of the ways you can make this reduce the text you're writing here. So you see here we have props.this, props.that. So supposing we have like maybe you know, maybe like 10 of these, right? You're going to keep writing props dot, you know, and all of that. So we can actually destructure, right, and such that we don't need to specify props dot. So let me, you know, get rid of all of this. So the way you do that is, I'm going to come here and I'll get rid of these props, and then I'm just going to put my curly braces, and inside of this curly braces I'll just specify the name of the prop. In my case it's name prop, I'll add a comma, and job prop. So that's job, and I'll just come here and delete the props dots in both of them. So basically I'll destructure inside of this parenthesis, and then I'll specify the name of the prop, name and job, and I can use them inside of this place here. So if I go ahead and save, then you see that we still have everything working. And of course, if you comment out this stuff here, user.default prop, and save, of course you're going to get the user's default props you set. So basically, if you look at other people's code, or you're working in you're getting a new job or something, you may see the first or the second way to create props. So the first way being, you know, creating props dots, and the second way using this destructuring syntax here. All right, so that's basically what I wanted to show you in this video. See you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. Now let's talk about the children props. Right, it actually work very similar to how, you know, the regular props work. It's just a little bit different, and it has a different application. So to explain that, I'm going to create two extra components. So the first one is going to be button.js, so button.js, and the second one is going to be card. So I'll come here, I'll say card.js. Great. So I'll start explaining from the button. So let's just do a React arrow functional component, and inside of this guy I'm just going to create a button. So it's going to be a regular HTML element. So button, sorry about that, like so. Now the way this works is, let me just create a fragment here. The way this works is, you can come here and create your children props. So let's destructure and create our children props, and then you can place that children props in between this button HTML tag here. What this means is that wherever we use, or wherever we call this button component, whatever goes between the opening and closing tag represents the children prop. So let me save and show you how that looks, because it may sound confusing. So I'll come to my users component, and let's just say that below this div here, I want to create the button component. So I'll say button, and for some reason Emmet is not helping me, Visual Studio Code is not helping me import the button. Okay, I need to add the opening tag here. So I'll say button, and then of course Visual Studio Code helps me import it. Now, instead of actually writing out the button like this, like a component, what we need to do is we need to write the button like a regular HTML with opening and closing tag. It's still a component. So you see it starts with capital letter B. So if I hit tab on this, it will have an opening and a closing tag. Emmet helps me do that. Great. Now the props children will therefore represent anything that goes between the opening and the closing tag. So in this case, I'll just say maybe something like learn more, or something like that. Learn more, and then I'll save. So basically what would now happen is that, oh, I think I want to put it inside of this guy here. So what's going to happen right now is that we're going to have this button and it says learn more inside. But this example may not actually be very clear, crystal clear, because a button will usually have some text inside it. So that's why I created this card. So I'll come here and I'll do a RAFCE to create a component, and here I'm going to create the children props. So let's just come here and say children. Great. And inside of this guy here is where I'll then reference the children prop like so. Then I'll give this a class name of card. Now what am I trying to do? Now if you look at this list of users, you see that they all have this kind of box around them like a card. Now instead of having this feature or this style on the users component, I can put them into this card component, and then that will give me the opportunity to have this card and use it wherever I want. So if I want to use this card effect on another page, I don't need to write the styles all over again. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say, but let me actually show you. So I'll go to my users JS, and you see here we have this class name of users, which is inside of our index CSS. Let me show you. So this is the index CSS, and we have the users here. So what I'm going to do is let me just create a new class of card, and instead of, I'll just grab these guys, Control C, and just paste them here, and then I'll just get comment out all of these users. So you see we don't have this .users class, it's just the card class we have. I'll go ahead and save that, and this is what we have. So it has distorted the page because the styles for the users no longer exist in this index CSS, and that's the only thing we're referencing here. So as a matter of fact, I can even get rid of all of this class name and save. We're still going to have the same effect. Now how can we then use this card components? Okay, I think let me just close this index so that we can have everything. So how can we use this card components? Let me show you. So I'll save the card component first, and then I'll go to my user.js. Now I'm going to wrap everything you see here inside the card component. Okay, so let me just come here and say card. Oh sorry, I need to do it like this so that Visual Studio Code will help me auto import it. So it has auto imported it. Now I will then create the opening and closing tag. So I'll say card. I'll then wrap this guy here inside of the card. So Control V. You see what I just did here? Now everything inside of this opening and closing card tag, everything inside will be regarded as the children of this card. So let me go back to card. You see here we have the children here. Let me show you. Let me just open this up. What am I doing here? I'm trying to just, yeah, great. So you see here we have the children in between this card div with a class name of card. So basically inside here, if we wrap the card around any element, it's going to have the properties of the card. So if I go ahead and save, let me show you what happens. So I'll save this, and voila, so we have the border around it that makes it look like a card. So in any other place inside of our application that we want to have this kind of card effect, we can simply just wrap it around that element, and the element will be regarded as the children. So basically that's how the children props work. Now don't worry if it's not looking very clear. We're going to have examples and projects that we're going to work on some of these things, and it will become clearer as we go on. All right, thank you so much for watching this one. I'll see you in the next one. Now, to solidify our understanding of how props children work, I'm going to go to my app.js. So let's go to app.js, and I'm going to use the card component here. So let me see where I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it just immediately after the heading. So I'll come here and let me first import the card. So Visual Studio Code help me out. So card. Then I would write it as an opening and a closing tag. So I'll just tab it here, and inside of this card, let's just add some things. So let's just say h2 and say this is a card, and then let's just add some paragraph at the bottom. So p, and I'll just do lorem 25, so 25 words. Great. And then I'll save. Now let's see what happens. You see here we have this text. This is a card, and then we have the text. But did you notice here that we now have the exact same card properties that these other guys have? So basically, I hope you now appreciate the how the props children can help us create a separate component and use that component around other other features or other component on our page. So basically, that's basically how it works. Thank you so much for watching this one. I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. Now in this one, we are going to talk about rendering a list. So what I got to do first is I'm going to come here and I'll create a new file. So let me I'll just create that file outside of my component. So in my source folder, right, I can place the file anywhere I want, but I just want to put it inside of the source folder. So I'll come to my source folder, I'll create a file. I'll call that file data.js. That's what I'm going to call the file. And basically inside this file, I'm going to create a variable, and this variable is going to be an array. I'll call that array users plural, and I'll set it to be equal. So this is an array, so it's going to be an array that contains objects, so an array of objects. I'll open an object here, and the first one, I'll give it some properties. So the first property I'll give it is the name property, and I'm going to say I'll just give it some names. So let's just start with John Doe. So I'll just paste that in, Control V, and I'll add a comma here. So it's an object, it needs to have a comma after every property, and then I will say job, and I'm going to give the first job cleaner, or let's just say developer. I'll add a comma. Okay, so it's just two properties, so just the name and the job. This learn more is just a button we use to explain the props children. Okay, great. So now let's add some more objects inside of this array. So I'll add a comma here, and I'll just duplicate this twice so that we have 3. Then I'll change the name here to Sarah Connor, and then I'll set the job to let's just say UI/UX designer. Then this one I'll just change to maybe my name, because I don't have any ideas coming forth. So I'll just say Zeno, and I'll just say developer as well. Great. Maybe I should just add like a surname or something. All right, great. So now go ahead and save this. Now, because I want to be able to access this file from a different place on my React application, I'm going to export it. So I'll just come in front of this variable name, and I'll say export like that, and that's all. I'll go ahead and save, and let's go back to our app.js. So now if you look at this app.js, you find out that okay, aside the example, the last example we gave where we just wanted to show you the card, so I'm just going to get rid of this card here, Great. So basically what we have is this h1 that says list of users, and then we have users. This first user doesn't have any property, so it takes the default. So let me go ahead and save this so that you can just see what is output on the page. So this is what we have on the page, as you can see. Great. So we have 3 users. Now what I want is I want to be able to fetch these users, or get the users is a better word, from this file, this data file, and that is the concept of outputting or rendering a list. So this is a list of objects, if you allow me to use that word. Great. So I'll come to my app.js and I'll show you how that can be done. So but before I do that, I need to actually get rid of this stuff, or maybe I'll just comment it out so that at least we still have it. And I'm going to come on the top here. I'll just come here and I'm going to use the map method. But before we do that, we need to have access to this data file you see here. So I'll come down here and I'll say import, and I'll say import users. So I'll say import users, and we're importing it from, so it's in the data file, remember, and the data file is in the source folder. So we're going to go one step up like this, and then we'll be able to get into the source folder, and then lastly we're going to then locate the data file, sorry. So that's it. All right, great. So now we've imported it. This means that we can use it inside of our app.js. Great. Now I'm going to come down here and I'll say users. Oh, sorry, before saying users, I would open my curly braces, because inside here I want to add something that is dynamic. Okay, so I'll put it inside my curly braces. Now I'll say users, which is this guy we've imported here, and I'll say dot map, and I'll open my I'll add 2 parentheses. So let's access this with an arrow function like this, and I'll just open that up. So but inside of these users, remember, it's this array here of objects. So we have 3 items. I'm going to represent each item inside this users array as a single user. Okay, then I'm also going to be able to access the index. Great. Or actually, there's something I should do to my data.js file. I'm going to add an ID just to, you know, have a unique unique property for each of the objects. So the ID of this one is going to be 1. So let me just copy this guy here, and I would just paste that in and paste that in, and then I'll change this ID to 2 and this ID to 3. Great. I'll go ahead and save. So I didn't really change anything, I just added an ID that is unique to the 3 elements here. All right, so let's come back here. So maybe at this point I don't need to access the index, okay, because I have access to something that is unique, which is the ID. Now what I'm going to do is, since I've been able to map through these users, right, and I've accessed each element inside as a single user, I can then come here and I will return something. So what do I want to return in this case? Well, I want to return this what's it called, these guys you see here. So basically, let me just open parentheses to group everything like this, and then I'm going to have a div first. Okay, let me actually see how I did it. Oh, so I have the users, so I'm not going to need a div here. So I'll just come here and say user, like so. It's going to be a component, so let me just do like this. So user, and the user has the props, so it has a name prop and the job prop. So let me actually close this up first. So I'll say I'm returning the user, and since it's just a single element, I really don't need this parenthesis here. I can just return it what's it called, let me show you. I can just return it like this and just put it in front, and just put it in front of the return statement, and everything will still work fine. But in most cases, when you want to return something, most cases you want to return like a group of, you know, JSX element. So that's when it makes sense to wrap everything inside parentheses so that everything is arranged. Okay, so that's basically what we'll just do here. Anyway, so now we have two props. We have the name prop, which is equal to something. Now in the previous example, what we did was that we set the name manually here, John Doe, Sarah Connor, and the rest of them. But here we're going to access that name dynamically. Okay, so the way we're going to do this first one is we're going to say user. Okay, so I'll say user dot name. Then for the job prop, so job, we're also going to set it to be equal to, it's a dynamic value in this case because we are fetching it from, we're getting it from the data.js. So we're going to say user dot job, and that's all we need to do. Let me see, is there anything I'm missing? Okay, great. Now I can go ahead and actually there's something I would like to do before I put these users here. I'll just wrap it inside the card. Okay, so let me just do card. So card, Control X, and I'll wrap it inside the card like this, Control V. Okay, so the error is gone. So I'll go ahead and save this and let's see what happens. Okay, so basically we have three elements here, but we are not able to access the properties inside of them. So what I'm going to do is let me go to my data.js and make sure that I did this object well. So I'm looking at it now, and apparently there's nothing wrong with the way I constructed this array of objects. So let me come here, and I think it's because definitely because I use this user small letter. So what I'm supposed to use is this component here. So I'll just change this here to users, so that's the name of the component, and then I'll go ahead and save, and everything should be fixed. Great. So you see here that we have the what's it called, we have the users, and it's displaying the name, the job, and this learn more button, which is exactly what is coming from our users component. So if you go to your users component, which is in our components folder and the users.js, you'll see that that's exactly what we have here. So we have a name, a job prop, and then this generic button that just shows learn more. Great. But however, I am seeing here that we've already placed the card component. We've already wrapped these guys inside of this card component. So these guys are the children of the card component. So we don't need to have another card component here. You see that this second card component is like creating two cards. So I can actually go ahead and get rid of the card component because we already used it. Or you know what, let me do a Control Z here. I'll leave the card component here and I'll get rid of it in the users. So this users here, so let me just get rid of it here. Great. And then I'll go ahead and save, and you see that we'll just have one card component around each one. Great. So now everything is actually displaying, but we didn't have to write these users and then start writing it manually and all of that. So we are displaying the data dynamically from this data.js. So this is what we know as rendering a list in React. Now everything actually looks fine from what we see on the screen, but if I expand this guy and right click and I click on inspect, right, I want to show you something going on the background. If I click on inspect, and let me just go to console, right, okay, great. So I needed to scroll up. You see that we have a warning here, and this warning is saying that look, each child in a list, so this is regarded as a list, rendering a list, right, like I said. So it says here that each child in a list should have a unique key prop or key property. Props actually just stands for property. So what is this warning? Even though we have our app displaying well, we still get this warning. Now let me show you how you can get rid of this warning. So what I got to do is let me minimize this guy first. we're going to come here, and after this our return statement, the first let me just use the word element. In this case it's a component, but it could be a div. But the first element we have here needs to have an a key prop. So the key prop is also going to be dynamic. Now, what is it about this key prop? Here we see that it has to be unique. In other words, it cannot be the same for all the elements in the list, so it must be unique. Now if you come to your data.js, you will discover that we purposely came and created an ID of 1, 2, 3, which is unique to each of the objects here. So I'll go back to my app.js and I'll then reference that ID. So how am I going to reference the ID? I'll say user, which is this user we're representing each element in that array as .id. If I go ahead and save, let's see what happens. So we still have the one in here, but if we go refresh the page, you see that this one will be gone. Great. So the warning is out of that console.log. So basically, why do we need each element in this list to have a unique ID? Well, this is a simple application where we are just rendering a list, but sometimes you may want to be able to do something to the list. You may want to be able to manipulate the list. For example, I may want to delete this list, for example, sorry, this item in the list, this last item. For me to be able to delete this exact last item, I need something unique to identify it. That's why we need this unique key prop. All right. So, but basically, this is what we need to know about rendering lists and having, setting the keys of those lists. So thank you so much for watching this one. I think it was a long one, but I hope you really followed and understood. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back to this one, guys. Now in this one we're going to talk about hooks, and it's really was introduced at React version 16.8. so initially they were not there. Okay, now what are hooks? That's the important question. Hooks are special functions that let you access, or if you let me use the word, that let you hook into certain React features. Another way to put it is that React has a lot of features that help you build web applications and make it easy for you to build web applications. The way you can access those features are via hooks. Okay, now all hooks have a prefix, and that's the word use. So I'm going to just state two common hooks that you're going to be using a lot: useState and useEffect. And I hope you can appreciate the fact that we said all hooks have a prefix, and the prefix is use. So you see here we have use in front of the name of the hook, so it's useState and useEffect. These are two commonly used hooks. Now these are not the only hooks in React, but I felt like it didn't make sense to maybe list 10 hooks, right, when you don't even know how to use a hook. So I said, let me list the two commonly used ones. We're going to look into them, and subsequently we'll then see other hooks. So in the next one, we're going to proceed and start looking into how to use hooks. All right, see you there. All right, welcome back, guys. Now there's a concept in React that you're going to hear talked about a lot, and that is state. And this state does not actually mean what state are you from. No. It's a concept in React that is fundamental to understanding React. So I'm going to dedicate this video to it. Now, for us to understand what state is, we need to first take a step back and ask ourselves, how does React actually work? Right? So the way React works is that when you create a React application, so let me bring in this my profile app we worked on. If you go to the public folder, you will notice that aside the logo and all the rest of the things here, we have just a single index.html. So that's a fact, and I don't even need to open it. I just wanted to show you that, or bring that back to your attention. Now you see that single index.html, it's that file that all the components are connected. So unlike a regular website where you need to have index.html as a home page, you need to have maybe like an about.html page, a contact us or a contact.html, and different HTML pages for different part of the website. In React, you have just a single HTML page, and then the different components of the website are created. So you can have a home component, an about component, a contact us component and all of that. Now, the way React now works is that when you click on a button, like maybe contact us, that's when the contact component is now shown on the screen. However, you don't need to reload the page because it's one index HTML page anyway. So that's the foundation of what is known as a single page application. It has different parts, right? But they are not shown right away. They are shown when the user interacts with the page. Okay, so it looks like, oh, this thing is almost instant. The speed is different from when you create a regular website and you have to make a request to a server. So that's just a little bit about, it's the very basics about how React and even other frameworks, are built. Now, however, components often need to change what is on the screen as a result of a user's interaction. For example, when a user clicks on a button or clicks on something on the page or hovers the mouse on something, the component needs to change. And let me give you an example. So I'm going to bring up this browser here. So if this was a React application and I typed in, let's just say my name, Z, this component has changed, right? The information that is displayed on the page has changed. Okay, now when this happens, React does what is known as a re-render of that component. It re-renders the component and gives us the updated changes. Mind you, here I say it does not reload the component, it re-renders the component. So by re-rendering the component, it's almost instant, not reloading the component or reloading the page. Great, so we need to be specific about the terms we use. Now, different things can cause a re-render. So typing, for example, I'm changing what is shown on this page by typing. React has to re-render the page every time I type something. If maybe I have a slider, right, and I change maybe the slide or something, React has to do a re-render. Or if it's something as simple as even a responsive mobile menu, nothing is showing now. If I click on this hamburger icon and the responsive menu displays animates out, React has to do a re-render. So essentially what I'm trying to say is components re-render when changes like this happen. But you see, it's not just about re-rendering. Let's go back to our slide, for example, this slide. Aside re-rendering the components, React has to find a way to remember, for example, in this particular case, which is the current slide. Okay, so it needs to find a way to store in its own memory, in that component memory, what the current slide is. If it's this what's it called, input field, if I type something here, maybe I type some text, React has to find a way to remember that, okay, in this component, what is the current word letter that was typed in, and it needs to save that in the memory. Okay, now the next text here says component needs to remember things. That's what I just explained. Now this kind of component specific memory is now what we call state. Okay, so let me bring that up again. So this component, for example, let's say this is an input component. The memory that is specific to this component is what we call state, right? So in this what's it called, responsive menu, for example, this can be a closed state. When I open this, it's menu open state. So the point is React has to remember, and that component specific memory is called state. Now in the next video, to solidify what we've described theoretically in this video, we're going to now look at the hook called useState. See you there. All right, welcome back, guys. Now what I want us to do is I want us to prepare the folder where we are going to learn about all the React hooks, so useState, useEffect, and the rest of them. So first off, let me minimize this guy, and I would open this my React folder, React beginner to advanced, and within that folder I'm going to create another one and I'll call it hooks. So let me quickly do that, new folder, and I'll say hooks. Okay, great. So I have Git installed on my system and I'm using a Windows machine. So what I'm going to do is I'll right click and I get this option that says Git bash here. So I'll click on that and it will bring up this Git terminal. So let me just expand it a little so you can see what I'm doing. I would increase the font size. But you don't have to use Git terminal. You can use your regular what's it called, your regular terminal on your computer. All you just need to do is navigate into a particular folder where you want to install something, and then you can go ahead and continue with me. So what I want to do is I want to create a new React app, and that React app is where we're going to learn about hooks. Okay, so first off, let me show you what I want to create. So I have a React starter template that I created on my GitHub. So it's just a simple React app, but I've done some modification to make it project ready, such that when you use this template, it's easy for you to just start building your projects. So I would this is the React template, and you're going to have the link to this in on this video. So I would click on this code here, and what I'm interested in is this link here. So I'll just click on this guy to copy it, and then I'm good to go. I'll go ahead and bring this down, and then within this my Git terminal, I'll say git clone, and then I'll paste in that link. So where's paste? I'll paste that in, right? So basically I want to clone this template inside of this hooks folder. So but to clone it inside of this hooks folder, there's just one more thing you need to specify here, and that is a dot and a /. So this will make sure that the content of this starter template is cloned inside of the hooks folder. The next thing I need to do is to hit enter. So if I hit enter, you see cloning into, and if you give it a few seconds, it will download this my starter template inside of the hooks folder. So let's just wait for it. And as you can see, it's done. So if I go ahead and open this folder inside of Visual Studio Code, I'll just say code and dots, and then I'll open that up. All right, so I have it open up in my other screen, so I'll just bring it in so that you can see. So this is the hooks folder, and these are all the files that came from my React starter template, the repository I showed you on my GitHub. So there's just one more thing we need to do, and let me open my terminal. So I'll click on terminal and I'll say new terminal. Let me just expand this guy up. And just one more thing we need to do is just to say npm install. What this is going to do is it will install all the dependencies, the node modules that we need to run our React app. So I'll hit enter. And I'm sure you probably know that installing npm modules takes a while. So what I'm going to do is I'll pause this video and I'll wait until the installation is complete. But as you can see, it has already started installing. So let me just pause the video and I'll be back. Okay, so you notice that the node modules has finished downloading. So if you open this folder here, you see all of the folders and files for the node modules. So in the next video, what we're going to do is we're going to look through this folder and just do a quick overview before we then start learning and using the useState hook and useEffect hook. All right, thank you so much. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so now let's just quickly go through the folder and just see how we've set things up in our starter template. So basically we have the source folder, and within the source folder basically we have this components folder. So in this components folder is where we're going to save all our components. Inside the components folder there's just an empty text file. All right, so let's just close that up, and then we have the regular app.js, app CSS, index CSS, index.js. But what I'm actually interested in is our index CSS. So if you look inside the index CSS, you see that we have some content there. We have this import statements, which is our fonts. It's a Google font. The name of the font is Poppins. Okay, then we have some variables. So you see here we have some color variables, font family variables, and stuff like that. Okay, this is just a reset. So margin 0, padding 0, box sizing set to border box, and then we have some other styles, regular styles. Okay, so we have these styles for the section. So whenever we are using the section tag, these styles will be applied, a width of 100% and some padding. Then we have a container class, okay, that we can also use, and these are the styles inside. Max width set to 1000 pixels and margin set to 0 and auto to try and center things inside the container. Now, very importantly, we have some utility classes. The utility classes are just things we use very frequently. For example, display flex, justify content center, align item center. It's a group of CSS styles or CSS properties that we use very frequently. So instead of having to write them very frequently, I created some utility classes. So this is called flex center, and all the utility classes have 2 dashes in front of them to help me know that this is a utility class. Okay, that's basically why I added 2 dashes. So we have flex center, flex start, flex end, and basically the difference between them is just the justify content. So you see flex start here, flex end here, like so. So flex between, so in cases where you need the justify content to be spaced between, that's going to take effect. Okay, so basically we just have, I don't want to go through everything, I just want to show you that we have this CSS file, and we have a lot of utility classes that will help us build projects without having to write so much CSS code. That's basically why I created this file, and I also use it to build like websites, project, and React applications. So look at this one, center all. This basically can center anything on your page. If you put this in as a class, it will center the content of wherever you put it. Okay, then we have some heading styles, so h1 to h4, and then then we have some styles for the padding, for the paragraph. Then what else? We have some text styles, text XL, large, medium, and small. We have font width, bold, font width, thin. Let's see, we have some colors, text colors, color primary, color danger, color success, color white, then text center. Then we also have this card style, right? So if you use this card utility class on any element, it will give it this card like feature. Okay, then we have some styles for spacing between our elements, like margin and the different variants of adding margin top, margin bottom, left, right, and stuff like that. So these are just margin. Anything that this M here stands for margin, so this is margin bottom. 2 means we're going to give it 2 rem. Okay, then we have the same for padding. So this is padding. So when it's just dash p, is padding of 1 rem around. If it's p2, then it's 2 rem. So things like that. There are styles I came up with, right? So we have some styles for the button. You see here. So we have button primary, button secondary, button danger, button success. Styles I created, by the way. Then we have some background styles, so background dark, primary, success, and stuff like that. Then we have some styles for our forms, so form control, and then the inputs, select, labels, and everything we need. Let's see. Okay, then what else? Then lastly, we have some styles, special styles, like this line. If I want to have a small underline under an element, this line is what I gotta use for that. Okay, so that's about it for our styles, right? I hope I did not bore you with going through the styles. I just wanted you to see all the utility classes we created to help us build projects faster. I didn't want it to be like one of these projects where you just have to copy and paste all the CSS files every time you want to build a project, because React is not focused on CSS. You should be focused on React. All right, thank you so much, and let's get into the next video. All right, finally we're ready to dive into useState as a concept or a hook in React. But the way I want us to approach it is I want us to use a concept called comparative programming, where we're going to learn a programming concept by comparing its practical application in different settings. I really don't know where this came out. It's just something that came out of my mind, and I decided to use it like a term. But in this case, we're going to be learning the useState hook. So what I'm going to do is, let me minimize this guy, and let's come into our React beginner to advanced folder. So within this folder I have another folder called JS. So I'll right click and open that up with git bash, and then I'll just go ahead and open it in Visual Studio Code by typing code and dot, and that should open up in Visual Studio Code. Alright, so I have Visual Studio Code on the side here. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to build a very simple application here, or a very simple project. Let me get my browser. Okay, great. So let me just close this up like this. Great. Now, but before we actually go ahead to start building, let me show you what I have in this JS file. So I just have a simple index.html with hello world, and it's linked to a styles.css file. In that styles.css file, we have all the styles that we talked about in the previous video, right? All the styles that we downloaded from our React template. So I just added them here also. Then we have an empty script.js file. So that's basically what we have. Now let's go ahead and build something very simple. So I'll right click and open this page with Live Server. Live Server is an extension that I have with Visual Studio Code. So if you don't have that, you can just go to extensions and search for Live Server. So it's going to open up in this page here, and basically we just have a simple hello world. So let's go ahead and build something really fast. I would come here and get rid of the hello world, and let me just add a section here. So I'll say section, C section, and this section is going to have a class of flex center. Then it's also going to have a modifier class of, another class of 100% of the viewport height. I'll hit tab, and then inside of it, I think I can close up this guy so that I have space. So here we're going to have a div with a class of container, and it's going to have a modifier class of center all. So all the content inside of this div is going to be centered. Then we're going to have a simple heading that will just be a h3. Sorry, this h3 is just to specify that this is a regular HTML page. Okay, then we then have a proper heading. So this proper heading is going to be h1, that will say hello world. I'm going to give it a class of text. So let me just give it a class very quickly of text, and it will say hello world, and I think I'll just give it 3 dots. Then below that I'm going to have a button. So button, this button, let's just tab it first, and button will say change text, and the button is going to have a class of, so we're going to use our modifier class, so btn. Let's save this and actually see what we have first. So you see what we have, basically we have everything centered. So but the button is not complete, so I'll say btn, then I'll say btn primary, like so. If you save that, you see that the button will change, and I think we can stop here for now. Then the button is also going to have a class of btn. Does it need a class of btn? No, it doesn't. So I think it's just fine like this. All right, so let's make the button a little bit bigger. So I'll just say btn hyphen large, so lg, and that will make the button a bit bigger. Great. Now let's go ahead and add some logic to this application. Now what is it we want to achieve with the application? I want it such that when you click on change text, this hello world will change. That's basically what I want. Great. So how are we going to do that? Well, first off, on this button I'm going to add an on click attribute. So here I will say on click, and I'll set that to be equal to, I'll call a function. The name of that function is going to be handle click, and I'm going to call the function like this. Okay, so when you click on this button, this function should be fired. Great. Now let's go down to the bottom of this page here before the closing body tag, and I'm going to add a script tag like so, and inside the script tag is where I'll add my JavaScript. So in this script tag, the first thing I want to do is let me create a variable that will target this text here. So this h1 with a class of text. So I want to create a variable with a query selector based variable like so, and I'll call it text, and it's going to target the dot text class. Sorry, so that should be dot text. Great. Then I'm going to come down here and create a function, and this function is just going to be a regular function. Oh, I need to give it a name, so I'll call it handle click. And basically, what do we want the function to do? We want to change the content of this h1. So I will say text dot inner html, and I'll set it to be equal to something else. So here I'll just say text changed, and let me just add some exclamation mark and save. So do you think it's going to work? Anyway, let's try it out. So I'll click on change text, and as you can see, it says text changed. Great. So basically what we've been able to do is we've been able to manipulate the DOM and change. DOM stands for document object model, and we've been able to manipulate the DOM, and we've changed the text that is displayed on the screen, which is something we do almost every time with vanilla JavaScript. Now we're going to take this exact same concept and we're going to do the same thing in React, and that's where our learning of useState is going to start. All right, I'll see you in the next video. All right, so we're going to try to replicate the identical app you see here with React. So what I'm going to do is, let me just drag this guy to the side. So this is our React project here, the hooks project we created earlier. So what I'm going to do in this hooks is that I'm just going to do npm start like so, and I'll hit enter so that the application can run. And let me click on this browser so it will open up in this browser. So I just got to give it a few minutes and it will open up. So our React app is finally up and running. So what I want us to do is, let's just copy this our HTML here. I'll just copy the HTML and then I'll just make some changes to it in React. So I've copied it and I'll minimize this guy. Now within our component in our React app here, this first component, I'm going to create a component folder. Within the component folder, I'll create a component and I'll call that component useState like so .js, and then I'll hit enter, and I'll simply just create a arrow function based component with my shortcut, and here I'll just say here I would maybe I'll just hold on, I'll just add a comment here, maybe useState like so, and then I'll save. Then within the app.js file, instead of having hello world here, I will then reference the useState component. So I'll add it here, useState, and I'll auto import it, and then I'll close it. If I go ahead and save this now, what we have here is that small useState, which is what we have here. Great. So from the useState.js, let me close this up. From the useState.js, I will then go ahead and just change up everything here like this. I would have my parentheses, then I'll paste in that code I copied from the HTML. Let me close this folder up. Great. So there are just some few modifications we need to do here. For example, class I'll change to class name. So let me highlight everywhere where we have class. So class, and I think that's it. So I'll just add name to the front, and that's basically it. Let me take a second look. Class name text. So even here, we don't even need this class name of text. Anyway, let me save this first so that we see what we have on the page. Great. So you see we have something very similar on the page, and that's because our index CSS, let me show you, index CSS, it contains all the same styles we used in the previous project. Okay, so that's why we have something very similar on the page. Now what I'm going to do, however, is that I'll just change this. So instead of saying regular HTML page, I'll just say React page, so that I know that this is a React project. Great. So now what do we want to achieve? Of course, I'm going to get rid of this on click here. I'll get rid of that. Then I'll also get rid of this class name on the hello world because I don't need it, frankly. Yeah, I think that's it. Now, what do we want to achieve? We want to achieve the same thing such that when you click on this change text, currently it doesn't do anything. When you click on it, we want it to change this hello world to something else, text change preferably. So let's see how we can go about that. So from a regular JavaScript standpoint, we may want to first select this element, right? Which is what we did by saying document.query selector, and then we selected the class. But in React, you don't do that. You don't try to manipulate the DOM directly in React. So that doesn't apply. But then let me look for a close alternative to try and change this text. So maybe I'll do something like, I would say let text, and I'll set the text to be equal to hello world. So it's a string. So I'll say hello world like so, and here I'll come down and add a function. So let's add an arrow function. And this arrow function is just going to say handle click. And what basically do I want this function to do? Well, I want to change text to be equal to anyway, before I even change the text, let me just throw an alert. So I'll throw an alert here and I'll say text changed, like so. Great. Now this function handle click, I would what's going on? Okay, handle click, I will then call this function from this button here. So this button with the class name blah blah blah, I'll just give a space and I'll say on click, and I'll just say handle click. Great. So there a little bit some differences here. So my on click, remember, is capitalized, unlike in the regular HTML where it's just all small letters. And then the handle click, of course we've said this before, so but this is just to repeat it. The handle click, you're just going to say handle click, you're not going to add the parenthesis in front of it. You're not going to do that, just reference it, handle click. Okay, so now let me go ahead and save, and let's click on this button and see if it throws an alert. So I'll click on the button, and as you can see, we have the alert text change. Great, so it's wired up correctly. Now what do we want to do? Right, aside throwing this alert, I'll get rid of the alert. I want to change text. You know what, Control Z, I'll leave my alert there, and I would impute this text here. It's a dynamic variable, so I would add it here like this, text, and then I'll go ahead and save. Now you see we have hello world but without the dots. Okay, so these dots should actually be removed. Maybe I should refresh the page so that, because sometimes you may need to, and for some reason it's still not changing. Oh, okay, it did change. This is what changed, the first one. Oh, I made a mistake. So what I needed to do is, let me undo what I did here. So this is React page. I was supposed to put my hello world here in the H1. That's where I made the mistake. So here I will just say text. Okay, great. So if I save that, we're going to have our React page on top and then hello world, and this hello world is coming from this variable we created here, let text. Great. Now what we want to do is, we want to say, let me get rid of the alert once more. We want to change text to be equal to something else. So I'll just say text change like we did before, text changed, and I'll go ahead and save. Now if I click on the handle click button, what do we expect to happen? We expect the text to change. So let's try it out and see if it does change. And as you can see, nothing happens. Well, that is fundamentally the difference between React and regular JavaScript. React has something they call a virtual DOM. That virtual DOM is what actually handles all the changes that should happen in the real or the regular DOM. In the next video, we're going to actually go dive into what the virtual DOM is and what it does. But now let me show you how we're supposed to effect this change in React. So permit me to get rid of all of this stuff because it was just for explanation purposes. The first thing we need to do is we need to import a hook from React, and the name of that hook is useState. So I'll come here, I will add a comma, and I'll say useState, and it's from React. Okay, it's a named import that's from React. So useState, great. Now, how are we going to use this useState to get the functionality we want? So we're going to create the useState here. So I'll say, you know what, let me do a console.log. So first off, let me show you something. I would say, let me create an arrow function, and that will say handle click ICK, and here I'll just do a console.log of useState. So here I'll say useState, and then I'll go ahead and save. So if you click on this button, we should have that console. Oh, I'm getting an error there. Text is not defined. That's because of this text I added here. So let me just get rid of it and just add some text, hello. And I'll go ahead and save, and that should get rid of the error. Great. So now let's inspect. I need to refresh the page. So let me refresh the page so that all our errors, yeah, great. I would also like to put this at the bottom. So let me expand this and drag it, and then I'll just dock it to the bottom like this so that I can close it and have my console.log here. Great. Now if I click on this change text, watch what's going to happen. So we're going to have some information in our console.log. Let me scroll up and show you. So basically useState has been logged to the console. So it will just give us some information about how useState is structured. So we have useState here, and in this bracket here we have initial state, and then we have the curly braces that opens up. Anyway, let me not go too much into this so that I don't end up confusing you. I'll just close this up and I'll show you how useState works. So I'm going to come just after the this useState here component, and I'll create useState. I'll say const, and then I would have my square brackets because useState usually takes an array, right? And I'll set it to be equal to useState like this. This is how you create a state in React. Okay, so I'll come here and I'll set the name of the state. So first thing in our array is the name of the state, and in this case I'm going to call it text. Then after that we're going to set what is known as a setter function. So let me just say it. I'll say set text. Okay, so this set text is supposed to manipulate or change this text state. Now after this useState, we have this parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis is where you now specify the initial value of this text. So I'll come here, add my curly braces, and then I'll say the initial value should be hello world. And I'll just add one exclamation mark like that, or maybe even 3. Great. Now, how am I going to use this text state? So I'll come inside of my H1 and get rid of this text, and then I'll just add my text here. And then I'll go ahead and save, and watch what happens here. So now we have hello world. So instead of creating a variable, right, like we do in regular JavaScript, we use useState. Okay, now how do we change this state when we click on the button? Well, let's get rid of this guy here, and what I'm going to do now is I'll then use this setter function. So this set text here is known as a state setter function. It is used to manipulate this text state. So I'll come here and say set state, sorry, that should be text, set text, and I'll then set it to whatever I want. So in this case, I want to say text change with 3 exclamation mark, and then I'll save. Great. Now let's click on the button and see if it will change the text. So I'll click on it, and as you can see, it has changed the text to text changed. So basically, this is how useState works in JavaScript, and I hope you appreciate the fact that we compared how to do it in regular vanilla JavaScript and how to do it in React. Okay, now in the next one, we're going to then talk a little bit about the virtual DOM, because I said in React you're not allowed to directly manipulate the DOM except in some special cases which we'll talk about later, but generally speaking you're not allowed to manipulate the DOM. So in the next video I'll tell you about the virtual DOM and how it relates with the real DOM in JavaScript. All right, welcome back guys. Now in this one we're going to talk about the virtual DOM in React. So but before we get into it, let's actually do a refresher on what DOM actually means. So DOM is an acronym for Document Object Model, and in simple terms it represents the UI or the user interface of an application or of your application. Well, DOM manipulation is something that is commonly taught in JavaScript courses, and I take DOM manipulation inside out in my own JavaScript course. But when we manipulate the DOM, the updated element and its children needs to be re-rendered. Okay, and this is usually done very fast, like when you click on a button and you change some text on the screen. But there are times when you build complex UI, complex user interface components in a project, and then somehow the DOM can become slow. Hence, React tries to solve that problem by creating what is known as the virtual DOM. All right, so let's keep going. Now, what is the virtual DOM? The virtual DOM is a virtual representation of the DOM, and we're going to actually see a graphical explanation of everything that is said, so don't panic. Now, the virtual DOM is actually synced with the real DOM by a library known as React DOM. So let me actually show you where that library is located. So I'll come here and I'll just open up this my hooks project, and let's come to this folder area, and I'll click on package.json. If you look at the package.json, one of the dependencies you will see is React. Okay, but after that the next thing you will see is React DOM. This is the React DOM we are referring to. Okay, when we say that the virtual DOM is synced to the real DOM, it's the React DOM that enables that syncing. All right, now every time the state of your application changes, the virtual DOM gets updated instead of the real DOM. So in React, you are not interacting directly with the real DOM, you are interacting with what is known as the virtual DOM. Now let me show you a graphical representation of all the jargons I just spilled out. Now this is what it looks like. So this is React, right? This is what you're working with. You're working with React, you're writing React code. You make some changes, and that change is actually picked up by React virtual DOM. So there's a virtual DOM between your React code and the real DOM. That's what I'll just say for now. Forget about all the arrows you see on the diagram. Okay, just know that there's a virtual DOM interfaced between your React code and the real DOM. And from this your React code, you are not supposed to try to manipulate this real DOM, except in special cases and few cases, right? But regularly speaking, generally speaking, you're not supposed to try to manipulate the real DOM from your React code. What you do is write your React code, and this virtual DOM would do some things which we are going to see in the next slide. So let's go. So once the virtual DOM is updated, in other words, you've made a change and the virtual DOM is updated, React then compares the current version of the virtual DOM, in other words, that change you just made, with the previous version of the virtual DOM. So let's actually go back and let me explain that. So let's say on your React application, you change the state of maybe user clicked on a button or something like that. So a state changed. So this is the state. This top diagram here is representing the state before the user clicked on the button. Now this other one here is representing the state after the user has clicked on the button, and here you see we have a red box here, which means that one of your state, or at least a state, has changed. Okay, now what happens is that React will compare this new state with the previous version of your state, of your virtual DOM state, right? And it will look at the difference between the two. That process is known as diffing. Okay, great. Now let's continue. Once React knows which virtual DOM object has changed, then React updates those objects in the real DOM. Now let's go back. Now React knows that, okay, this actually changed. This box here that's turned red, it was the state that changed. It compares it to this previous version of your virtual DOM, and it sees that, oh, okay, this is what changed. Remember, this your virtual DOM is in sync with your real DOM, right? So React knows that, oh, okay, something changed here. Now, instead of updating all the DOM tree, in other words, updating the full DOM, React actually finds a way to intelligently update only this point that changed. Okay, and it does that efficiently, very fast. So React comes and updates this guy here, right here. So this green means that the update has occurred in the real DOM. That's how it actually happens. So React comes, let's take it again. A user clicks on a button and a state changed. React makes a comparison between that new state change and the previous version of your application in the virtual DOM. It sees the difference and says, okay, there is a difference here because the state changed here, and then it sends that change to your real DOM, or it effects that change in your real DOM, but in only that area where the change occurred. So hence it does it faster. So it doesn't need to update everything, it doesn't need to re-render everything. It just looks for that point, that object that changed, and it, you know, implements the change. All right, let's keep going. Now, that's all this process I just described of React implementing the change from the virtual DOM to the real DOM is now what is known as reconciliation. Great, let's continue. Now, this makes the performance far better when compared to manipulating the real DOM directly. Now, all of these jargons we've said, let's simplify it. In simple terms, React removes the need for you to manipulate the real DOM by yourself with your code. React says, look, don't manipulate the real DOM. I'll handle that for you because I am more efficient at manipulating the real DOM. And it does that behind the scene. And that's what I essentially just showed you. All of the things we said is how React actually manipulates the real DOM. So I think that's about it for, you know, understanding how the virtual DOM is interfaced with the real DOM and how your application is updated. Thank you so much for watching this one. Let's go and keep learning about useState. All right, welcome back, guys. Now I want us to do another round of comparative programming. And what we're going to do is we're going to build a counter app. So first we're going to do it with regular vanilla JavaScript. Then we'll then build it in React so that we can actually see and compare how things change. So what I'm going to do is I'll come here and I'll create a new file. I'll call that file counter.html. So I'm sure you know where we are. So I'm in the JS file that contains our index HTML styles and script.js file. So basically I'm just adding another HTML file there. So we're not working in React, we're working in regular HTML now. Now go to your index HTML and copy everything you have there, and then come to the counter HTML file you just created and paste that in. I'll go ahead and close this guy up so that I have some space. Now I'll remove everything, like the logic for the previous project and even the markup for the previous project. I'll just remove that. Great. And let's just have a h1 that will just say hello, or just some text. Anyway, I'll save that and I'll right click and open with live server so that we can actually see what we're building. Okay, great. So this is what we have on the page. Now let's go ahead and get rid of this. Of course, it doesn't make any sense. And here we're going to have a section that will have a class of, it's our utility class anyway. So this one is going to be flex-center. Then it's also going to have another modifier class, another class rather, of 100% of the viewport height. Lastly, it's going to have a background. So I'll say bg-primary. like so. And yeah, I don't think there's any typographical error. Great. Now inside of this, we're going to have a class of container, and sorry, this should be dot, a div with a class of container, and it's going to have another modifier class of bg-light. So we're going to change the background to dash bg-light. Then it's also going to have a width of, so this one is going to have quite a number of classes, so let me just tab it first. Okay, then I'll just add the classes. So I want it to have a width of 100. You know what, let me just move on and keep writing my code. Then when it's time to add those features, I'll add the classes, so you see what the classes do. Then inside of this guy here, let's just have a h3 that will specify that, oh, this is a regular HTML page. So regular HTML page, like so. And then below that, we're going to have our h1, and this h1 is going to have a class of count. Inside of it, we're just going to type in 0. Great. Lastly, we're going to have a div with a class of buttons. So I'll say buttons, buttons, and inside of this div, we're going to have 3 buttons. But you know what, those 3 buttons, we want them to be side by side, so I'm going to give it a class of dash flex center, like so. Then let's come in here and let's create our button. So button, regular HTML button, but it's going to have a class of btn. I'll tab that, and I'll just duplicate it 3 times. The first one will say subtract, and this one is going to say reset, and the last one will say add. Now let me go ahead and save so that I see what I've done on the page. So you see what we have on the page. Now let's make this a little bit better. So for the div with the class of container, I would come here and I'll say that, look, I want it to have a width of, I can actually leave it like this. It's actually not bad like this, so I don't need to give it a width. So but what I will do is I need to add some padding, so dash p2, so that will give it a padding of 2 rem all around it. Great. Then let's see, then I want to center everything inside it, so I'll say dash center hyphen all, so that will just center everything in it. Great. All right, then there's one more thing I need to do for the container. Yes, the container itself, I'm going to add some margin. So let me do dash m2, so margin 2, and that, yeah, so that will just put some space, so make it look a little bit decent. All right, great. So now let's come to the buttons. Then the buttons will say, okay, yeah, so we're going to change the class. For the subtract, we want it to have a class of dash btn hyphen danger, so that will make it a little bit red. Then it's also going to have a class of subtract, so let me make that the first, so subtract. Great. Then this second one will have a class of reset. Then the last one is going to have a class of add. Then I'll give it another modifier class of dash btn hyphen primary, like so. If you save that, you see that it will change. Yeah, so great. So this is what we have, and this is actually fine. Now let us add the logic for this project. We've actually built it up to exactly what we want, and to add the logic, I'm going to come down to my script tags here, and first off, let's add some variables that will select the element on the page. So I'll do query selector base variable, and I'll name the first one count, unt, and it's going to target the .count class, so .count. So basically I can just duplicate this guy downwards 3 times, and then I'll just change everything I need to change. So I'll target the add, subtract, and reset. Then I'll come here and make this, of course, add, subtract, and the last one is going to say reset count. Now the reason why I'm making this reset count is I think reset is a reserved word in JavaScript. Not like I cannot use it, I can actually use it and I think it will still work, but I really do think it's a reserved word. I don't have time to check it now. Anyway, let's just continue. So I'll come down here and let's add an event listener to the buttons, right? So I'll start from the add. So I'll say add dot, sorry, the button is add event listener, and this event listener we're going to listen for a click, and let's use our arrow function to enter this guy like this. Okay, great. So what we're going to do here is we're going to this count here, we're going to say count, and we're going to look at the .inner HTML. Once again, we are manipulating the DOM and we're going to increase it by 1. So whatever the value of the inner HTML is, we're going to add 1. So that's plus plus. Great. Now basically we're almost done here, because all I just need to do is duplicate this twice, and I'll change this to subtract, and I'll just change this to minus. So whatever the inner HTML is, reduce it by 1. Then the last is going to be reset, and basically for this one I just want to set the count.inner HTML back to 0, irrespective of the number where it is. Great. Now if I go ahead and save this, let's see what happens. I've saved this, and let's test out our application. So I'll do subtract, and you see we have -1, and if you keep doing that, it keeps decreasing. I'll do reset, it takes it back to 0, and I'll do add, and you see it keeps adding 1 to the count number. So we've been able to see how we can implement this counter feature from vanilla JavaScript. Now in the next video, we're going to do this exact same thing with React. All right, thank you so much. I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. Now we're going to implement the exact same app here in React. So what I want us to do is, from this our regular HTML, just copy your markup, right? Because it's going to be actually very similar to what we do in React. So I'll right click and I'll copy the markup, that's the section and everything inside of it. And then I'll just bring up my React app, that's this hooks, what's it called, app we created, where we did the first useState example. And I'll create another component here. I'll just, inside the component folder, I'll click this new file and I'll call this I'll call it counter.js. so that's the new component, and I'll hit enter. Let's do boilerplate RAFCE. Okay, so finally React has come through. So I would hit enter and we'll have our template here. Then I would paste everything. Okay, maybe first off I'll just have a simple hello world. So I think I even have so hello world, I have a shortcut for that, and I will save this file. This will give me the opportunity to go to my app.js, which is, let me close the useState. So my app.js is here, app.js, and then instead of having the useState import here, I would have my the useState components here. I'll have my counter component and I'll auto import it, and then I'll go ahead and save. So what that will do is that, let me go back to the project. So this is a project, so it will reload this project and we just have a hello world, because we are referencing the counter component now, which only has the hello world as a text. Great. So I'll come here, delete this guy and paste in that markup I copied. So let me close this folder here. So for the markup here, we just need to change something. So first off, everything you see here that has this class, we need to change it to class name. Okay, I can actually highlight this by pressing the Alt key on my Windows machine and just highlight it everywhere I find it. But there's a different way you can do this. Let me just show you. So you can press Control in a Windows machine, you can press Control Shift and H. it will open this tab here where you can search and replace. So I'll do class, and then I want to replace all the class with class name like this. Okay. Oh, sorry, I think I pressed escape on this stuff. So anyway, let me just do that again. Let me just do that again. And I don't even know what to do. So Control Shift H again. Okay, great. So class with class name. So I just need to look for the file that has, so this is the counter we are interested in. So you see here it has highlighted everywhere we have class, and it wants to change it to class name. So just go ahead and click on this A to B, sorry, for the counter, and it will change everything that is class to class name. So that's how you do find and replace in Visual Studio Code. Okay, great. Now there are some classes we don't need, right? So you see now the page has changed to something identical to what we have before, but then there are some classes we don't need, like we don't need this subtract, the reset, and even the add class. We don't need all of this stuff, so you can get rid of it to reduce your code. Then we don't need this class of count as well, because it's not adding any style. It was just for referencing the DOM. I think that's about it. So I can go ahead and save, and we have a linear structure here. Great. Now let's continue building our project. So what I'm going to do is I'll first of all import useState from React. So let me come down like this, and I'll say import useState. Oh, it's a snippet I created. So for you, you're going to have to type import useState from React. Great. Now I've imported useState. Now let's create a state. So because you have this ES7 React snippet installed, you can actually just see useState, and then this second option here, just click on it, and it will just import it will just create the boilerplate for writing up a state. So in my case, I'm going to call this state count, okay, because it's going to represent the count. And of course, I'll set the setter function here. I'll make it camel case. So I'll say set count. I'll make this count here capitalized, and I'll set the initial count to 0. Okay, so you remember in the previous project, it was text we use as the data type, but here we're using a number. Okay, so subsequently we're going to see how to use an array, an object, and stuff like that, but here we'll set the initial count to 0. Now let's come down here and let's add an on-click on these buttons. So for the first button, which is subtract, I would add an on-click here. So here I'll say on click, and for the on click, basically I will say handle. So this is subtract, and I'll just copy the whole statement here, and I'll paste them in here and here. So I'll just add the space and paste them in. So but the second one is not going to be subtract, the second one is reset. So I'll say handle reset, then the last one is going to say handle add. So add. Great. And you see they are all camel cased. So let's go up and let's create the function that will handle all of these guys. So I'll come just below my state here, and I'll create an arrow function. This arrow function is going to say handle subtract. Let me hit tab to open this up. And by the way, what I'm doing here is snippets I created myself. Okay, maybe I will leave a video on how to create this kinds of snippet and make your life a little bit easier when you're writing your code. All right, so for the first one, basically what we need to do is we just need to use this setter function here. So I'll say set count like so, and basically I would say the current count plus 1. So here I'll say count plus 1. Okay, then I would need to duplicate this twice to create the other two functions. If I save this, I would have an error because I have not created the handle reset and handle add functionality. So I just have to do everything in one go. So this one is going to say handle reset, and basically we are just going to set count back to 0. Then the last one will say handle add, and this is going to be, oh, the first one subtract needs to be count -1. Sorry about that. So the handle add will then say count +1. Great. Now let me go ahead and save this, and hopefully our application works. So okay, so it has re-rendered, and I'll do subtract first. Ouch, and it doesn't work. So subtract does not work. Handle subtract count -1. Oh, I know why it doesn't work. It doesn't work because we've not actually, the count has actually increased to 1, but because we've not outputted this count here, this state, we've not put it anywhere in our application. So instead of having a 0 here, we'll just have our curly braces like this, and inside of that curly braces we're going to then output our count. So if you save this now, you see here we have -1. So it's actually the function actually worked. So if you keep going, it keep reducing like that. If you click on reset, it takes it back to 0, and if you click on add, it should, you know, add the count. Great. Now we are 8 minutes in already, so I'm going to break this video into 2. I want to show you another concept in the next video, still on the same application. All right, I'll see you there. All right, we've been able to build our counter app in React, and we've seen another example yet of the useState, of how to use the useState hook, right? But what I want to show you is, I want to show you that it's not every time you should actually use the useState hook. There are times when you don't need to use the useState hook. You can just create a regular variable and achieve your goal, right? So as much as possible, the rule is, as when you don't need to use useState, when you can do without using the useState hook, right, use your regular variable. So I'm going to show you an example of that. So basically, this is our counter app. What I want us to achieve is that I want us to add a functionality such that when our count is in the minus, is in the negative, we have our color here as red, the count color as red. So you see, it's, well, this is not red, this is actually orange red, but still, I'm sure you get the point. When it's neutral, it's going to be black, and when it's in the positive, we'll just make it this color primary. Okay, that's basically what I want us to achieve, and we can do that without using states. As you can see, it does work here, right? Great. So let's come to our application, and this is our code here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a simple variable. So I'll just come below my function here, my last handle add function, and I'll create a variable here. That variable, I'll say let, sorry, let me just use small letters. I'll say let color, I'll call it color, and I'll set it to be equal to black 444. That's like a dark color. Oh, it needs to be in a string, sorry. So let me wrap it in a string and everything will be fine. Great. Now this color, basically I want it to change depending on the count, whether it's negative, it's in the positive, or it's 0. Great. So we're going to do that with an if statement. So here I'll say if, and the condition here is going to be if the count is, let's start from if it's greater than or equal to 1. So if it's in the positive, I'll open that and I'll say, look, if the count is in the positive, I want to set the color to be equal to, what did I use there? I think I used blue. So let's say blue, and here we're going to now say else if. So new condition, let me just open it up once and for all. So new condition here, I'll say if the count is in the negative, so if the count is less than 0, so if it's less than 0, then it's minus whatever, then I want this color to be equal to Control V, and I'll just set it to red. Then the last one is going to be else, sorry, let me open that up, and then I'll just set the color to my regular black, so hash 444, right? So this is the logic that will handle the color depending on the different conditions we set here. Let me go ahead and save this so that arranges my code for me. Now, how do we implement this color here? So I'll come here to this my h1 where we have our count, and we're going to use an inline style. Like, you're rarely going to use an inline style when in your big project, but this is one of the smaller projects where using an inline style is not such a bad idea. So here I'll say style like so, and because it's an inline style, it's going to have two curly braces if you remember the previous lecture. And here we're going to set the color to, let me just set the color to maybe red, for example. So red, and this needs to be like this, right? Then I'll go ahead and save, and let's see if that changes here. So you see the color is red, but what we want is we want the color to change based on different conditions of the count. So instead of having this color red here, we're going to just reference our color, this very one here, this variable. So if you're typing a variable, you don't need to wrap it around quotes. So we just need to say color and save, and watch what happens. So because it's in the positive, let's actually reset it back to 0. And as you can see, when it's in 0, the count is black. When it's in the negative, it's red. And when it's in the positive, it's blue, right? So I hope you actually see what we're trying to say here. It's not like I could not create a useState here, create a state here, and using the useState hook and then set the color, and then it becomes very messy. But when you have a situation where you can just use a simple color variable and it will work just perfect and fine, your application will be fine, then make sure you just use it. Okay, that's just the concept I wanted to show to you in this tutorial. All right, I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. Now I actually realized that in our React counter app, I still left this regular HTML page, so I need to change this to maybe React counter app or something. So I'll say React counter app, and my counter has 2 O's. Okay, but that's fine. So what we're going to do now is I want us to learn about useState, but working with arrays. So far we've seen useState with numbers. By numbers I mean having our initial state, which is this guy here, as a number. We've seen useState in using strings. So we had our initial state as a string. That's when we did the whole the previous project before the counter project. Now we're going to see how we can work with arrays in useState. I really don't know why I cannot spell React. All right, so I think that's correct now. So what I want you to do is come to your folder section here and create a new component. I'll call that component useState. I'll just add array to the back there, then I'll say .js. Great. Then I'll quickly convert it into a function using arrayfc shortcut, and yeah, then I will just add maybe some text, say hello world, will be fine. Save that, and then let's go to our app and import it into our app. Oh, okay, I think I made a mistake here. So let me just undo, Ctrl Z, and it should just be hello world here, like that, and save. So inside of app.js, I'll go ahead and import this new component I created. So I'll say useState, and I'll call it array, and then I'll auto import it. So you see here, useState has been imported, useState array. I'll go ahead and save, and that should change everything we have on the page to hello world, which is fine. Now what we are going to do is we're going to create let's come back to our useState and let's close this guy up. So what we are going to do is, first off, let's import useState. So I have a shortcut for that, so I'll just do imu, and that will help me import useState from React. And let's actually create a state. So I'll say useState. Sorry, I have a shortcut, useState And then if you have the snippets, the ES7 React blah 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 snippet extension we installed, you should have this option here, this second option that has this guy. If you click on it, it will just give you your useState boilerplate, so you can go ahead and then create the state. Now in our example here, I'm going to create a state and call that state people. So here I'll just say people, so people, okay, like so. But then I'll make this second one capitalized. Great. Now before I go ahead and continue on the project, there's a file I need, and basically I'll just put that file inside my source folder. It's just a simple array that contains some objects. So let me grab the file. I already have the file, by the way, so I'll just grab it, and it's called peopledata.js. So you see me, I'm grabbing it and I'll just put it inside my source folder. And this is the file here, peopledata.js. It's inside the source folder. So if I click on it, you'll see what we have. So basically here we have an array called people data, and it just contains like objects. So just the ID and the name, that's basically what it contains, and it contains 5 of them. So ID 1 to 5. So now we're going to use this array inside of our project. So I'll just go ahead and close it for now. The name of the array is people data, and I've exported it as a named export. Great. So I'll come here and I'll set my initial value for this my useState to that array. So I'll change first off I need to import the array. So let me quickly import the array. So I'll say import people data from, and where is it located? Well, it's in the source folder, so we have to go one step up away from the components, and then we'll then locate the people data. So you see, it's even suggested to me by Visual Studio Code. Great. So now I'll come here and set this people, the initial value of this people state, I'll set it to my people data. Great. Now if you go ahead and okay, let me just leave that. I wanted to do a console.log of people data, but I'll just of these people here, but I'll just leave that for now. So what I want us to do next is inside of these return statements, let's actually just switch up things a little. So I'll come here, I'll add a section, and that section will have a class of flex center, and I'm also going to give it another class of, it's going to take 100% of the viewport height. So but it's a utility class, so I usually put my 2 dashes in front of them. Then lastly, it's going to have a background, so I'll say dash dash bg hyphen primary. Great. So that's the section that will hold everything. Then I'll have a class of container, and so inside the container, the first thing we want to have is the name of the okay, no, let's just have a title, like a page title here. So I'll just have a h1, and this h1 is just going to say useState, and in array. That's what we want to learn, how to use useState. So useState in array. Great. So let me go ahead and save this and just see what we have on the page. And yeah, so basically this is what we have, and it's fine. I can go a step further to give this h1 a class name of color hyphen light, just to make it white. Then I'll just do a dash there and save. Oh, I think it's color white instead. Let me save that. Yeah, so it's color white, not color light. Great. So now below this h1, I'll add my curly braces, and inside of this curly braces, I'm going to use the map method. So I'll map through these people, and remember that we've set the initial value of this people state to people data, and the people data is what we got from our people-data.js file. Great. So now I'll say people dot map, and then let's do that again, and I'll represent every single item inside of the people array as a single person. So I'll say person, and then let's use our arrow function to access it. Now we need to return something, right? So let's do return, and I'll just open this up. Great. Now in the return statement, basically there's only one thing we can return anyway, it's just the name. So but it has the name and the ID property. So there's a reason why we gave it an ID, because we want to be able to manipulate the array. That's why we gave it an ID. So first off, let me destructure the items inside of the people. Maybe I should actually open it up. So people data. Great. So first off, you see that the people data has two properties, the ID and the name property. I'm going to destructure it. So I'll come here and I'll say const, and I've actually showed you this stuff before. So this is just like repetition. So it has the ID and the name property, which I'm going to set to person. Okay, so this person guy here. So let's close that, and below is where we can now okay, so this should actually be outside the return statement. So let me just take it outside. Yeah, so that's fine. So inside of our return statements, let us just have a single div. So I'll have a div, div. Let me tab that. And this div, I want it to have some classes. So the first thing is, let's have the class name, and let's give it a class of flex between hyphen between, and we'll give it a background color of bg hyphen light, like that. The reason why we're doing flex between is, so this should be flex, flex. The reason why we're giving it the class of flex between is because inside here we're going to have two items and we want them to be spaced apart. So the first one is going to be a simple h3 that will capture the name. So let's add our curly braces, and first off I'll say, okay, there's no need, I'll just leave it like this. And the name of this person, which is this name we destructured here, it needs to have a comma. So the name here, instead of saying person.name, person, person, person.name, right, like we would normally do, we can simply just say name. The reason why we can say name is because we've already destructured it into this person item here. So I'll just say name here, and then beside it I'm going to add an icon. Remember, we have React icons. React icons is actually installed, it comes installed with, as part of the packages of the React starter templates we cloned into this hooks folder. So let me show you. I'll go to my packages. Where is that? Packages. Great. So in packages, and we have React icons here. So we have access to use any React icon we want. So let me close that up and close the packages as well. So great. So the icon I want to use, I actually have the icon. So it's, the name of the icon is by then trash. So it's just a delete icon. So let me just do like that, and I'm going to give the icon some properties. First off, I'll give it a color property, and I'll set that to red. So it's a delete icon, so it can be red anyway. Then I'll give it a size property, which I'm going to set to maybe 22, right? Now if I go ahead and save, I hope I didn't save too early. I think I did save too early. So let me see what they're saying here. By trash, yeah, so by trash has not been, is not recognized because we've not imported it. So I'll come here and I'll import that particular icon. So the name is by trash, and I'll import it from React icons, and / this bi, this first camel case guy here. So / bi, and then I'll save, and I think we should have our page up and running right now. So it's still compiling, and yeah, so you see we have our page up and running. Now the only thing is, I probably need to refresh it so that, yeah, so the only thing is these guys, they're not properly spaced apart, the items here. So where do we have our return statements here? Okay, great. So in this return statement, I'm going to add some margin on the top and bottom. So let me just do my. So you see they are spaced now. Then I would also give it a card class, so -- card, and that will just add some, you know, yeah, so this is a lot better. Great. Now, what do we want to do with this list we've added here? By the way, if you right click and you inspect, you will notice that we're going to have some errors because we've not given this list item a key. So if you go to your console, this is looking all confusing right here. So let me go to console and I need to close it. So you see here, each child in a list should have a unique key. I know you probably already know this because we've talked about it once before. So, but what that means is this first guy here, we also need to give it a key property. So I'll say key, and that key is going to be set to ID. Okay, because the ID is unique. So that will get rid of the error. Great. Now, what do we want to do? We want to be able to manipulate this people data array. And that's basically what we have here. So there are two things I want to be able to do with this array. I want to be able to clear all the array, and I also want to be able to delete the individual items in the array. So let's come down and add, after this div here, let me see, section container. Okay, great. So I think after the div, sorry, just before the div, so this is the div here. Just trying to make sure I'm putting it in the right place. So just before the div, I would add a button. So button, and of course this is going to have a class of dash dash btn, and I also want it to be btn primary. So btn hyphen primary, and then I'll just hit tab like that. Now let me, oh, this is 14 minutes in already. So I'll hit tab here, and here I'll just say clear all, and let me go ahead and save this guy. So this is it right here, clear all, and it doesn't look okay. So I'll make it btn danger, because primary, so you're not going to appreciate the color. So yeah, now what I want is when you click on this button, I want to get rid of all of these people. So we're going to do this inline. We're going to add an inline function here. So I'll say on click, and this is actually going to be straightforward. So what we want to do is we want to set these people to an empty array. So I'll come here and I'll say set people, and I'll set it to an empty array. But if you leave it like this, immediately the page loads, this function is going to fire. So what you need to do is you need to make it like an arrow function. You need to access it with an arrow function. So it's going to be something like this. So set people, so this way it's only going to fire when you click on it. So if I go ahead and save, right, it's still going to be here. And then if I click on clear all, we don't have anything. Of course, if you refresh the page, everything is back, right, because we're not saving this in local storage or any database. Great. Now the next thing I want us to do is I want us to set a function that when you click on this button, it will delete the item, the specific person that was clicked on. So we're going to break this video into two, and we're going to do that in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. Now let's work on another functionality to delete an individual person on this list of persons or people, whatever. So I would come to the button here, this trash icon itself. So this is the trash icon here, by trash, and I'll add an on click here. So this on click this time is going to reference the a function. So I'll call that function remove person, like so, and I'm just going to copy the name here, and then I'll go up and create the function. So I'll come below the state, and let's create an arrow function like this, and the arrow function is going to say remove person. I'll tab it and then I'll open it up. Now basically I want to do this in a step-by-step manner. So the first thing I want to do is I'll create an array that will hold the remaining people after you've removed a particular one. So for example, if I remove this first item here, I'll create an array that will hold these last 4 items. So item 2, 3, 4, and 5. Great. So I'll call that array new people, and basically I'm going to use the map method. So by the way, there's something I missed out here. So when I call the remove person function, I'm going to need to be specific and state which person I want to remove. And the only way you can do that is by referencing the ID. Remember, the IDs of each of the items in our people data array, they are unique. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all of them are unique. So that's how we're going to be able to identify each person here. Great. So but if you are using this parenthesis after this function, what this means is that it's going to fire off immediately the page loads. So you're going to need to access this with an arrow function like we've done in the past. Okay, so this is the only way that it will not fire off when the page loads. Great. So I'll come here and I'm also going to reference the ID here. So I'll give this function and a parameter. So it's going to have an ID parameter. This guy here is known as an argument. Okay, basic JavaScript. So let's continue. So I'm going to map through these people. So I'll say people dot map, and what I need is I want to get the remaining people here, and basically I'm going to do that with the ID. Right, I'll do that with the ID. So I'll say that if all the ID does not match the one that is clicked, take all of the remaining IDs and save them into this new people array. Anyway, let's just do it so that you can see how it's actually done. So I'll say people, sorry, not people.map, people.filter. So I want to use the filter method. Filter, sorry about that. And I'm going to represent each person in that people data array as a single person. Then I would access this with an arrow function. I think at this point maybe I should expand the browser so that I can write everything in a single line. So I would access it with my arrow function, and here I'm just going to say that, look, get me all the person dot ID that does not match, so that is not equal to, I hope you're following. So 1 equals is actually fine, the current ID. Okay, so by this second ID is representing the ID of the item that is clicked, right? This person.id is representing the remaining IDs of the the remaining items that were not clicked. So that's basically what I'm saying here. So what I'll do is I'll come to a new line, and I'll now call the set people function. I'll use the set people state setup function, and then I'll then give it this new people that I just created. So I'll come here and say new people. What will happen here is that it will set the people to this new people array I just created, and this new people array contains the remaining items. So if I click on this first one now, the new people array contains these remaining 4 items below it that does not match this ID that was clicked on, right? So let's go ahead and save this guy and let's try it out. So I'll start by clicking the very first one which I said, and as you can see, it's gone. I'll do this one, and let's come to the bottom and click Grace Easy, and it's gone, and like that and like that. Of course, if you refresh the page, everything comes back. Now let's try to see the clear all button if it still works, and voila, it still works. So I think we're done with this project, and you've been able to see that we can have an array, this people data array, and we can use it in useState and even manipulate it. All right, so there's so much more to learn. In the next one, we're going to talk about how we can use useState with objects. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. So far we've seen how we can use state, the useState hook, that is, and we built a simple project here. Now there's something I want to discuss with you, and let me just demonstrate it first. So if I duplicate this 2 times, what do you think is going to happen? Or let me do it 3 times. So what do you think is going to happen? I'm going to save, and you want to take a guess first? Anyway, let's just see. So I'll click on add. So this is the handle add function. So I'll click on add, and wow, what's happening here? It's still incrementing the count by 1, even though we called this state setup function 3 times. What's going on? So let me try it again, and of course you see it's incrementing the count by 1. Great. Now what happens is that whenever React makes an update, is a state update, right? It looks at the value of that state that is stored in its memory, and then it makes the changes you want it to make. So in this first line, for example, where we say count plus 1, React says, what do we store count as in our memory? So it comes here, and remember we stored our initial state for this count as 0. Okay, so it comes here, it says, okay, count is 0. So here it says, let me add a comment. So it says, okay, so now I'm doing 0 plus 1. Okay, then it comes to the line 14, this next line, and it says, oh, set count plus 1. Then it asks itself the same question, what did I store count as in my memory? That's the previous memory I have of count. And then it looks in the variable here, and it says, oh, okay, I stored count as 0. Then it comes here and repeats exactly the same thing. So it says 0 plus 1. So you see, count will still be 1, both from line 13 and line 14. And even if we make count, even if we call this setup function 100 times and save, right, count will still be incremented by 1. That is because this count here is referenced from this point here, and what do we save it as? 0. So it will always be 0. Great. So let me remove these two and let's continue. So in a situation where we're updating a state multiple times, React is not going to re-render the page. Like if we update this state 20 times, React will not re-render the state 20 times, because that will affect the performance of your React application. So in a situation where we want to update the state multiple times inside a function like this, what we need to do is we need to use what is known as a state updater function. So I'm going to delete everything we have here, and let's see what a state updater function is. It's actually just a different syntax. So we come here, we say count, and we use an arrow function to open it up like this. And then we now do whatever it is we want to do on this count. So here I'll say return count plus 1. So let me open that up. Great. Now if I go ahead and save, so let me save this first and see if this actually works. So I'll reset back to 0 and I'll click on add, and voila, it does work. Now of course you know that in JavaScript ES6 syntax, when we write an arrow function that has only one line of code, then we don't need to do all this return and all of that. We can just put everything inside, we can put everything on a straight line like this. So let me do that. Okay, and even the count here, we don't need to wrap it around parentheses, so we can write it like this. This is the shorthand syntax, and if I save and try this, it will still work. So let me reset, and see, it works. So this is a lot cleaner, and the parentheses is coming here because I have prettier code formatter, so it's just helping me. It's forcing the parentheses, but technically I don't need to have the parentheses there. Anyway, let's continue. So now the way this is actually the updater function. So let me write a comment here and say, oh sorry, 1 2. So I'll say updater function, or you can say state updater function. So let's continue. Now if I duplicate this guy here like this, and I paste it down like this, what do you think is going to happen? So I'll test it out before I now explain. So let me save this, and I'll come here, let me reset back to 0, and I'll click on add. Voila, so it's increasing count by 2. Why is this happening? So let me explain what's happening here. Now because React, when you call a function like this that has several state updates, React is not going to render the page like 2 times. It will queue up all of the updates, and this is known as batching in React. So it will queue up all of the updates, and at the end of the function, it will now apply that update and re-render the page. So what's going on here is that, and oh, by the way, I should actually say this, that this does not have to be the exact name of the variable we are trying to update. Conventionally, like in practice, what we do is that we just use the first letter. So if we have this state here as count, we'll just use C. So I'll just make this C, and this also has to be the same thing, so C. And let me do the same for this one, 1 2, and like that. And then if I save, let me save and try it out, you see that it still works the same. So I'll reset back to 0, and I'll click add, and it's still 2. Okay, great. So that's out of the way. So now what's happening here that we are able to update it to 2? So because we use this state updater function, what React does is that React creates a temporary memory, okay, where it says, okay, what are we trying to do here? So we are updating count to the current value saved in our memory plus 1. What's the current value saved in the memory here? It's 0. So React says, okay, so we are saying 0 plus 1, which is equal to how many? 2. Sorry, it's equal to 1. So React temporarily saves this value in a temporary memory and says that, okay, we've run these updates. It queues this information and holds on to it. Then we come here and run another updater function. Then React says, wait, I've actually saved something before within this function. Not like I'm re-rendering the page. It doesn't re-render the page. It just holds on to this value as the updated value for the count. So when we run the second one here, React now says, I'll take this value, which is 1, as my count, and then what I want to do, I want to add 1 to it. So it says 1 plus 1, and that's equal to 2. So what this function will do at the end of everything, as React is applying the updates this function have, it will increase the count by 2. That's exactly what you're seeing here. So if you keep pressing this 6, 8, 10, 12, and so on and so forth. So that's basically how the state updater function works. Now, it's not very common that you would want to update a state multiple times inside the function. It's not very common, but sometimes you can even see this state updater function used singly, that's only once, and you see it used in other people's code. So I felt it was important that I show you how it works and how the syntax really works. All right, so that's about it for this one. I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. Now in this one we're going to see how we can use objects and work with objects in useState. And so basically I'll create another component. I wanted to say another file, and then I remembered it's a component. So I'll call this useState, and I'll say object.js. Then I'll hit enter. So very quickly, let's run rfce and create an arrow function component like so. And here we're just going to do a regular hello world, and then I'll save this file. Then I'll go to my app.js and reference this file inside of my app.js. So I'll change this to object. Then I'll go ahead and auto import it. Oh, I needed to auto import it. Okay, yeah. So it's here. I auto imported it. I need to save it, and you just see a hello world. Great. So I can come back to my, once there's an error, most times I need to refresh the page for everything to clear out. Anyway, let's continue. So I'll come back to my useState and I'll just switch up everything here. So first off, let's get rid of this guy here, and then I'll just have a fragment because that's what I need for this particular project. Now inside of this fragment, let's just have a h2 that will just say useState. Come on, useState, and I'll say in object like so. Let me save this, and okay, first off I'll give it some class name. This class name is going to center it, so I'll say dash text center, part of my utility class, and I'll just add some margin to it, so my2. So margin on the top and bottom is my, the 2 is for 2 rem. So you see what we have here. Great. Now I'm going to come down here and I'll create a div. That div is going to have a class of card and a modifier class. So let me just do, okay, let me just dot margin on the left and right, so mx, and let me just make it 2 rems. I'll tap that, and that's what we have. Then now inside of this div, basically we're going to have, oh, I think what I should have done is I should have actually created the state first. Somehow anyway, let's go ahead and create the state. So first off, let me import useState. So I'll delete that and I'll say import useState from React. Great. Now I'll come just below the this guy here, this useState object and the arrow function stuff here, and I'll create the useState. So I'll say useState, and then I'm going to call it profile, and then this second one is going to be capitalized. So now I'm going to set this initial value for, or the initial state, to an object. So I'll just open an object here and I'll just come down and then give it some properties. Now, first off, I'll give it a name property and I'll set the name to John Doe. So John space Doe, like so. I'll add a comma and then I'll just duplicate this twice and then change the value. So this guy is going to have a job and it's going to work somewhere. So that's the company. And then the job, this guy is a web developer, so web dev, and is going to work for now with Google. So great. Now inside of this my div with a class name of card, I'm going to add let's see, I'll add an h2 here, and basically this h2 is just going to reference the guy's details. So here, first off, I'll say name and I'll set the name to profile. So this is profile, so I'll say profile dot name, and that's going to be correct. So this should be a dot, sorry. So if I go ahead and save, let's see what happens. So you see here we are able to access the name and we know that this guy's name is John Doe. Great. So I would duplicate this twice, and this time I want this to be h4, not h2. So I want the remaining 2 to be h4, and I'm going to reference this as job. This is going to be company. Then I'll say here profile.job, and this last one will say profile.company. If I go ahead and save this, you see here that we have access to the guy's job and company, which is great. Now, what if we wanted to manipulate this object we have here and change the guy's company? We know the guy is a web dev, we know his name, but what if he goes to work at Microsoft? What are we going to do then? So what I'm going to do is, outside of this div with a class of card that ends here, I'll come down and create another div, and this one I'll just make sure that I center whatever content is inside of it. So I'll say dash center -all, then I will give it some margin on the top and bottom, so dot dash my, which is margin top and bottom, and I'll just do 2 rems. Tap that, and inside I'm going to create a simple button b that will have a class of dash btn, and I'll just make it my regular button primary, so btn -primary. It should actually, well, primary is fine. And then I'll say change company, like so. I'll go ahead and save that, and let's see what we have. So there needs to be a space here, sorry about that. So we're going to have our button here, and of course my center all has just 1 dash, so it's a utility class. All my utility class have 2 dashes. So we have a button here that says change company. So basically what we want to do is, when we click on this button, we want this guy to work at Microsoft instead of Google. Now let's go and write a function that will do that. So in my button here, I'm going to add an onClick. So I'll say onClick, and that is going to point to a function called update company. So I'll say update the company where this guy works. Great. I'll copy that, and I'll just go below my state, and I'll create an arrow function, and that arrow function, we already know what it wants to do. It wants to update the company. So we're going to use this set profile to update the company, right? So I'll say set profile, like so, and we know that this is an object, so what we're interested in is the company. So I'll put my object here like this, and I'll set the company to Microsoft. Great. Now if I save, what do you think is going to happen when I click on this button? Well, let's find out. So ideally it should change the company to Microsoft. So but if I do that, voila, it changes the company to Microsoft, but we don't have access to the other data like the name and the job. Everything disappeared. So how can we solve this problem? Well, remember in our JavaScript refresher we talked about the spread operator. So we're going to use the spread operator to solve this problem. How are we going to do that? So first off, I want to be able to have access to all of the information in the profile state. Then I can then change whatever I want. So to do that, I'm just going to come here and use my 3 dots, dot dot dot, and profile. Then I'll add a comma. Then I'll then say company and set that to Microsoft. Let's go ahead and save that. And I think I may need to refresh the page so that I have all my data back. So I refresh the page and we have everything. So this is Google right here. I'm going to click here and you see only the company changed to Microsoft, and we still have access to the previous information. So if for any reason you have to work with an object directly, and you have to work with it using the useState hook, this is how you can update the object. You first copy all the properties of the object, then you update the particular property you want to update, right? And the truth is, you can actually, instead of putting this in an object, you can actually put each and every individual property in a state. So you can have a name state, a job state, a company state. It depends on what you want. Okay, but if you ever work with an object, remember this is how you update the properties in an object. All right, thank you so much for watching this one. I will see you in the next one, I guess. Yeah. So before I noticed something was wrong here. This class is a utility class, so it has to have 2 dashes. If you save that, it will change the whole. You see some padding here. Great. So some margin. Sorry. So that's just what I noticed. Anyway, I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back, guys. Now, before we actually dive into building projects with useState, I want us to talk a little bit about conditionals. And basically, conditionals is not a concept that is specific to React. It's a basic JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript concept that you probably already know, but we're going to see how we can apply conditionals in React. So when we say conditionals, what do we mean? Basically, we mean that if a condition is true, right, we want something to happen. If that condition is false, then we want something else to happen. That's a concept that every programming language has a way of doing. Now, there are 5 major things we're going to look at. The first 3 are the main components of conditionals that we'll look at in this section. So the first is the if-else statement. You probably are familiar with that in your vanilla JavaScript. The second one is the logical AND operator, and this is the sign, 2 ampersand signs. Then the last is the ternary operator. Now let me quickly state at this point, for those that probably have prior knowledge of React, that this is not the only way we can handle conditionals in React, but these are the 3 most common ones. Possibly or subsequently in the course of this training, we're going to possibly look at other ways we can handle conditionals in React, but these, like I said, are the 3 most common ways. Okay, next we're going to then look at conditionals with props and conditionals with CSS classes. In other words, how to conditionally add CSS class to your components. Okay, so that's the 5 things we're going to look at in this section, and we're going to start with the first one, if-else statements. See you there. All right, now we're going to talk about conditionals with the very first option, which is if-else statement. So what I'm going to do is I would close my useState file, and then I will come to my components folder and open and create a new file. I'll call that file conditionals.js. So it's going to be a component. It needs to have a dot here. I'll hit enter and we have it, conditionals.js. Now let's make it a component very quickly. Okay, so here I'm just going to say, I'll add a h1 that will say welcome guest. Welcome guest. Okay, maybe I should add a comma here. So welcome guest. Great. Now in my app.js, basically what I want to do is I want to render this conditional component. So I'll say conditional and I'll auto import it as well. If I go ahead and save, then this is going to change and we're going to have welcome guest. That's okay. Now let's go back to our conditionals file. I'm going to create a state here, and let me actually just import useState. So I'll say import useState like so, and I'll create a state. So I'll say use state. I'll let React, shortcut, and I'll just do it like this. I'll call this state is logged in, like so. And let me make this second one capitalized, the second I, so that it's camel casing. And initially I'll set the initial value to false, small letter false, like so. Great. Now basically what I want to achieve is I want it such that when we are logged in, I want to have welcome, then maybe like my name. So when I'm logged out or when there's nobody logged in, I want it to be welcome guest. But when I'm logged in, I want it to be welcome Zeno. So when I'm logged in, of course, the login state will be set to true. Great. So how are we going to do that? So we want to look at how we can do that with if else statement. So maybe here I'll just add a comment here and say if else. I think if else is fine. Great. Now I will come here just before my return statement, and I'll create a variable. I'll call that variable message, which is like a welcome message. Now I will then add an if statement. I'll say that if is logged in is equal to true, then I want this message to be, so I'm assuming that I'm logged in, so I want the message to be equal to welcome, and add a comma here, and then I'll say Zeno. Else, so the else can only mean that if is logged in is equal to false. In other words, if the user is not logged in, then I want the message to be welcome guests. Simple enough, right? Now how are we going to implement this what's it called, expression here? How are we going to implement it and have it on the page? Well, basically what I want us to do, first off, I want this h1 to have like a class name. I want it to be centered, so I'll add a class name of dash dash text hyphen center. So that's part of my utility class, and I want it to have some padding around it, so dash dash padding 2. So that's padding 2 rem. If I save that, I hope we don't get an error. Okay, great. So you see it's centered. That's how I really want it. Great. So now what I want to do is I want to get rid of everything here. So I would actually just, maybe I should just comment it out first. Now instead I will display the message. Sorry, before I display the message, I'll wrap it around the h1 tag. So ideally, I think what I should have done first is I should have duplicated this guy like this before commenting out the first one. Great. So I'll get rid of this text in here, welcome guest. I'll just delete it like so, and then inside of here I'll then display the message. So I'll come here and say message like so. Now what do you think is going to happen? Is logged in is actually set to false. So in other words, the user is not logged in. What do you think is going to happen based on this if else statement? I'm going to go ahead and save, and let's see what happens. Great. So you see here we have welcome guests. Now at this point, to keep my working environment clean, I'll just get rid of this first guy I commented out, so we have a clean working space. Now I'll come up here and set is logged in back to true. And what do you think is going to happen? So I'll go ahead and save, and you see here we now have welcome Zeno. So basically that's how you can use if else statements to conditionally render an element or render something in React. Okay, now in the next one we're going to see how we can use the logical AND operator to achieve the same thing. All right, now we're going to see how we can use what's it called, a logical AND operator to achieve the same thing. So what I'll do is I'll create a new file. I'll call it Conditionals2. So let me create that file, Conditionals2.js, and then I'll hit enter. Okay, it's a component really, so I'll just, maybe I can just make things faster by just copying everything in conditionals and just pasting it in, and then I'll just change I'll just change the vital things like these conditionals here. I'll just add 2, so I'll do it in both. Yeah, so that's basically it. Then last but not the least, I'll go to my app.js and make this conditionals 2. Oh, I've not saved this component, so it's not going to be able to read it. So let me save this component, and I'll come here and then I'll say conditionals 2, and React will automatically pick that up, and then I'll import it and then I'll save. So of course, because it's the same thing, we're going to have the same welcome Zeno. Great. So now we're going to switch up everything we have here so that we can use a logical AND operator. So I'll change this to logical and this is what it looks like, operator. So here I'll come here and I'll get rid of everything we have here like so, and of course I'll get rid of my if else statement along with the message variable. So now, how do we use the logical AND operator to conditionally render something on the page, or to conditionally display something on the page? Well, you open your curly braces because you want to add some logic. So what you do here is you say if is logged in is equal to true, then then you display something. And I realize now that deleting everything is going to give me more work. So let me just grab the JSX here. So this is the JSX H1. I'll just copy that and close it back. So great. So I'll come here and then I'll paste that in. So let's look at the statement one more time. I'm saying that if is logged in is true in this case, then what do I want to display? So I want to display what's on the right side here, and of course, because we don't have a message, then I want to display welcome Zeno. Right now, its login is currently set to true, so this is going to work perfectly. Now let's look at the syntax one more time. Anything on the right hand side of this AND operator will display if what we have on the left hand side is equal to true, right? So let me go ahead and save this, and you will notice that nothing changes on the page. We still have welcome Zeno. But if I go ahead and change this initial state to false and save, then we don't actually have anything on the page. Okay, so because this logical AND operator doesn't exactly have a way to display something if this is not true. So but if I wanted to display something on the page, well, what I can do is maybe I can duplicate this logical AND operator, and I'll say that look, if is logged in is not true. So I'll add the not operator here, and then here I'll just change it to welcome guest, and then I'll go ahead and save, and of course you're going to see welcome guest. If I change this back to true, then you're going to see the first one, which is welcome Zeno. Great. Now it may look like, oh, we have too much code on the screen right now. Well, this is just an explanation. Many times when we are building projects, we would most likely not have to do something like this, and we're going to build project and you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. So but this is meant for explanation, so don't even worry too much about the fact that, oh, we're having code repetition and code similarity and stuff like that. All right, so the important thing is get the concept, understand the concept, and let's move on. In the next one, we're going to look at how we can use conditionals with ternary operators. All right, welcome back. Now let's look at the third scenario, and that is conditionals with ternary operators. So let me just add that here, ternary operators. Great. Now okay, this is actually conditionals 2. So let me undo that quickly and save, and then I'll create another file. I'll call that conditionals3.js, and here basically let me, I'll first paste in the ternary operator. I copied that from this guy, and then I'll just copy everything here. I'll close this guy, and then in conditionals 3 I'll just paste in what we have here. Okay, so now let's replace the logical and AND operator with our ternary operator. Great. All right, now of course we need to make some changes. So what I'm going to do is I'll get rid of I'll just get rid of these first two here, because I'll still need the h1 text that we have here, so I don't want to get rid of it. And then I'll change this to conditionals 3, like so. Let me go ahead and save, and then I'll go to my app.js and make this conditionals 3 so that React can help me import it, auto import it, and then I'll save. Great, so now we're in conditionals 3 and let's get to work. So what I'm going to do is we're working with ternary operators, yes. So I'll come down here, let me give some space, and then I'll open my curly braces because we're going to add some logic. Now what I want to do is I want to say that if is logged in is equal to true, then I want to do something. So here, let me just say, let me add a comment here and say do something. Then the else, I'll now say do something else. Now let's see. So there's a way. Okay, let me just put in the right what's it called, content. So if it's logged in is equal to true, then I want to say welcome Zeno. So I'll grab this h1 here, I'll bring it in here, and you know what, I'll just make it its own yeah, it will be a standalone. Then else I'll paste in the h1 again, but I'll change it to welcome guest, like so. Now of course at this point I can go ahead and delete this first guy here, we don't need it anymore. Now let's go ahead and save and see what we have. Great, so it's logged in is currently set to true, hence we have welcome Zeno. Now let's go ahead and set is logged in to false, and let's see if the ternary operator will kick in. I'll come here and change this to false, and then I'll save, and you see we have welcome guest. All right, great. Now there is one more thing we need to do, or we need to learn, and that is how to conditionally add a CSS class to our elements on the page. So that's what we're going to do in the next video. All right, now let's see how we can conditionally add a class to this guy. So what I'm going to do, the first thing I want to do is, first off, this h1 I will change it to h5, or maybe I should actually just calm down and add the class first. So inside of this div, I'll come here and I'll add a class name. You know, in React we use class name. Now ideally you should actually just specify the name of the class. For example, maybe the name of the class is complete, like so, right? But if you want to conditionally add a class, you can also do that with ternary operator. So you get rid of your two quotes and then you insert your curly braces. Now I will say that if I want the class name to be set to something if it's logged in is true, and we're going to use ternary operator to achieve this. So permit me to actually just give a space here so that we can separate our code. So I'll say that if it's logged in is equal to true, ternary operator comes in, then I want to add a class, which I've not decided yet. Else I want to add something else, like a different class. So for the purpose of this particular teaching, I'm going to create a conditionals3.css. So I'll come here, I'll create a new file and I'll call it conditionals3.css because that's the name of the JavaScript file. So I want it to match. And here I'm going to create a class. I'll call that class complete. And basically I just want to set the color to red. So sorry, not complete, I'll say logged in. So I'll say logged in. I don't think that's what I use. It doesn't sound intelligent. Okay, I think I actually used user. So if the person is considered a user, then the person must have some login credentials. Then the other one I used was guests. and then let me open that up. So for the guest, I would actually set the color to red for the guests, so I'll paste that in, and for the user I will set the color to blue just to make it bright and different. Okay, so let's come back to our conditionals3.js, and we need to import that CSS file first before we can use the styles in it. So I'll say import ./conditionals3. okay, so yeah, conditionals3.css. let me close this up so that we have space. Great. Now I'll say that if it's logged in is equal to true, I want the class name to be user, else I want the class name to be guest. And then I'll go ahead and save, and let's see what happens. Nothing happens, and I'm wondering why. Okay, let me refresh it. Conditionals3.js, conditionals3.css. Oh, okay, yeah. So I know why. I almost forgot. I know why this is not working. That's because in our utility classes, we gave this h1 its own color. Okay, that's why this is not working. So let me just take a second here to show you our index CSS. So index CSS, and then I'll search for control find. I'll just say h1. Great. So you see this is h1 to h4, and we give them their own color, so color dark. So that's why this is still dark. So what I'm going to do, remember we have just h1 to h4 here. So I'll close this guy. Let me close this guy as well, and I'll change this to h5. So we don't have any h5 there, so I need to change everything to h5. I'll do the same for this guy. I'll change it to h5. Now the only problem is when you change it to h5 is very small. So if you save this now, you will notice that it becomes very small, but the color has changed to red. Okay, so let me expand it here. I'll do Ctrl plus on Chrome, and you see, because we are not logged in, or because it's logged in is set to false, right, we have this class of guests taking effect on this h5, right? But if we set this is logged into true, let me go ahead and save, then you see now that we now have the color blue. Okay, so that's basically what I just wanted to point out. Now that we are conditionally adding a class to this particular components here, we're conditionally adding a class to the elements inside of these guys here, h5 elements. Great. So but then let's just spice things up a little. Let me just add something to, like a button to, you know, toggle the state. And to actually make this thing easy for us, I can just come down here. So this is a div. So I'll come down here, I'll create another div. So I'll say div, and this div is going to have a class of center-all because I want the button inside it to be centered. But you see now we're having an error because we don't have a single enclosing element, you know, for this return statement. So what I can do is I can just add a React fragment here, and then I'll just use a React fragment to wrap all my elements. And if I go ahead and save, you see now we don't have any of that. So all your React elements inside your components must be wrapped with a single opening and a closing tag. Okay, so inside of this one, let me just create a button. So I'll say button, and of course this button will have a class name of --btn. So first, then --btn hyphen primary, and it will say, now what the button will say, I want it to be dependent on this state, is logged in state. So I'll add my curly braces. I'll say that if it's logged in, then I want this button to say, oh sorry, I want the button to say log out. So if the user is logged in, what do you want the button to say? I want it to say log out. Else I want it to say log in. Great. So let's go ahead and save and see if this actually works. So it says log out, and that is because this user is currently logged in, because we have welcome Zeno, and if you come here you see that the logged in state is set to true. Great. Now let's now add a function such that when you click on this button, it will toggle the is logged in state. In other words, if is logged in is set to true, it will change it to false. If is logged in state is set to false, it will change it to true. That's what toggle actually means. Okay, so inside of my button here, I'll add an onClick. So the onClick basically will just say toggle it will say toggle login. Let me just make sure. Yeah, toggle login. And then I'll just copy this statement here, and below my state, I'll create an arrow function. Now that arrow function will have the same name of toggle login, and basically it will use the setup function, which is set is logged in, and we want it to toggle this state. So what I'm going to do is I'll say set is logged in to not is logged in. So basically it will set this is login state to the opposite of what it currently is. So what that means is that now is logged in is set to true. If you click on this button, this function fires. Because it's set to true, what's the opposite of true? False. If the state is set to false and you click on this button, what's the opposite of false? True. So it's just going to toggle the is logged in state. So let's go ahead and save. Right, so we have our button and we have the welcome Zeno. So let's do logout, and you see we now have welcome guest, and we have the option to log in. So I'll click on login, and you see we have welcome Zeno, and we have the option to log out. So I hope with all of these examples and scenarios, you've been able to actually understand how conditionals work in JavaScript. In the next one, we're going to see how we can use conditionals with props. All right, see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. Now in this last one, we are going to just do a small mini project kind of to solidify our understanding of conditionals. So basically we're going to have a list of tasks, and for the tasks that have been completed, or at least that we want to say have been completed, we're going to have them have this check mark in front of them, and there's just going to be this line through. Okay, so it's assumed that these first two tasks have been completed and the second one, task 2, hasn't. So how are we going to go about building that? So let me actually encourage you to actually settle down and try it out first before you then come back to see how I do mine. Okay, so just you can pause the video and try it out. All right, so I'm going to show you how I'll go about doing this. So first off, let me close my conditionals. I don't need them anymore. And I'm going to create a new file, actually 3 files, components that is. So I'll come here in my components folder, and I'll create the first one. I'll call this one task.js. So task.js, like so. And then I'll create another one. I'll call it task list.js as well. And then I would create a task.css. Okay, great. So now let's go ahead. So we'll start from the task.js, and for the task.js, basically what I'm going to do is I would do a arrow function component, so like this, and I would import my task. So import, then I'll import the tasks CSS. So task.css, great. And let's come and add some markup to this stuff here. So basically we're going to create let's give some flesh to this component. So what we're going to do is I'm going to say, you know what I think I should do first? Let me output this component on the page. So let me just have a h1 here, h1 that will say task. Okay, and then I'll save. Then I'll go to task list. I'll do RAFCE to create a component, and then inside of this task list, I'll then output the task component just like that. And of course, I need to import it, so I'll do Control and space bar to auto import it. And I think I can save this. Then last but not the least, I'll go to my app.js, which is located, where is my app.js? Okay, so here, and then I will then import my task list. So I'll come here and change this to task list, and hopefully I'm able to auto import that as well, and then I'll go ahead and save. So if we come to the original project here, we should have a refresh and we just have task here. Great. So at least we can follow through and see what we are doing on the project. So what I'm going to do is I'll come to task, because that's where everything actually begins. And here I'm going to just come down here and I'll add an if statement. So I'll say if, and oh sorry, that should be parenthesis. So here I'll say if is completed. You know what, before I say if is completed, I would give this task some props. Okay, so I'll just destructure here and I'll give it a name prop and another prop of is completed, like so. Great. So in this one, we're actually looking at how we can use conditionals with props. So here inside of this component here, I'll say if is completed is equal to true, like this. Then I want to return something, so return, and let me just return a simple list li tag. So I'll say li, and of course I need to, because if it's a single tag, I'll just add my semicolon there. So this li is just going to say name, sorry, so name. Oh sorry, if it's completed, then I want to return name and a check mark. So let me give a space here. Now how am I going to write that check mark? This check mark you see here, right? So basically, let me just show you a trick. I just go to Google and search for keyboard shortcut for check mark, and you should get these options here. So what you can do is you can just highlight this first check mark. So let me just highlight this first one, right click and copy it. Okay, so I've copied it. Then come here and just do Ctrl V to paste that in. That's how you get a check mark. Very easy, right? So if it's completed is set to true, then I want it to have a check mark. So the name and the check mark. Then else. So what's the else statement is going to be? So for the else statements, really, I can just do my return. So I don't need to add an else. This return is fine here. So I'll just do a return of the same list item. So let me just grab the list item like this, Ctrl C, and then I'll just replace everything here. So I'll do a return of the same list item but without a check mark. Okay, now go ahead and save that, and let's come to our task list. So for our task list, first off, let's add a what are we going to add here? We'll add a heading. So let me just, so it says list of tasks, so let's add that first. So here I'm just going to give this div a class of, let's do cn class name, and I'll just give it a class of container. Okay, then I'll have a heading, so h2, that will say list of tasks. Then I'll then have my task. So but before we even have this task, because we want to have 3 instances of this task, I'm going to have an unordered list tag, and then it's inside this unordered list tag that will then have our task. Now remember, this task component has 2 props. It has a name prop, which we are going to set to, this is going to be task 1. Then it also has a is complete prop, is completed prop, and we're going to set this is completed prop to, the first one we're going to set to true. Great. So let me close this up for a second. Now I'm going to duplicate this 2 more times, and I'll set this is completed prop to false, second one to false, and the third one is going to be left to true. But of course I'm going to change this to task 2 and task 3. Great. Now let's go ahead and save and see what we have on the page. So we have list of tasks, task 1, task 2, task 3, and you can see task 1 and 2 has the check mark because their is completed prop is set to true. Now of course this is very small, the list item, the text is very small, so basically in my unordered list, I can just add the class name here and say that I want the text to be like a paragraph, so text-p, and I want it to be have a font weight of bold. So font weight, sorry, that's not font weight bold. And then if I save, you see that this guy will become, you know, bolder. Great. So we've been able to use conditionals, and we've been able to use props to, you know, set the conditional. So true, false, true. Great. Now let's go ahead and do one more thing. Let's give this task 1 and task 2, the task 1 and task 3, that's the completed task. Let's set the color to red. So how are we going to do that? So I'm going to come to my tasks like this. Oh, sorry, not task CSS, task yeah, so here. So I'm going to come here, and this, if it's completed, I'll set the, I'll give it a class name of complete. Now of course, if you save this, nothing is going to happen because we've not created that class. So I'll come here and say dot complete, and I'll open that and set the color to red. If you go ahead and save now, you see that this will become red. Great. So there's one more thing we did in the finished project, is we had a line through on this completed elements. So we'll just come back to task, and we'll wrap this list item with a delete element. So here I'll just say del, and I'll tab that. Oh, sorry. And I'll tab that. Great. Then I'll copy the closing tag, I'll cut it, and then just wrap it around this list item. So paste that in there and then save. So let's come back to finish project, and as you can see, we have the line through on top of the completed elements. So basically that's just the simple project I just wanted us to use to, you know, further test our understanding of how conditionals work in JavaScript. So from here on out, we're going to start building some projects using useState and most of all the concepts we've learned so far. Thank you so much for sticking with me. I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. Now, because this is going to be a project-based course, like we're going to build a lot of projects in this course, I want to show you a general project setup that we're going to use. I think I had already said something about it in the one of the earlier videos, but I wanted to lay emphasis on it and actually show you how you can get to set up any projects that you see us build. Okay, so what I have here is a React starter template. It's on my GitHub repository. You're also going to have the link to this template. What I need you to do is, first off, if you want to create a project, like I'm going to use an example for the next project we create, I want to create the project inside of this React beginner to advanced folder. So I'll open that folder up, I'll bring it in here, and then I'll create a folder for the new project I want to create. So I can easily do that by clicking on this folder icon in my Windows machine, and I'm going to call this the name of the next project I want us to build is called user profile. So I'll just say user profile -app. Okay, that's because we've already done something about a profile app before, so I'm changing it to user profile app, and then I would hit enter. Now obviously this is an empty folder I just created. So what I'm going to do is I'll right click on it. Because I have Git installed on my machine, I get this option that says git bash here. So I'll go ahead and open this up, and let's just see what happens here. Okay, great. So permit me to expand to increase the font size of this. So let me expand the tab first, and then I'll increase the font size. Yeah, great. So now if you look very closely, you'll see that here we are in the let me just open this up more so that we can see everything. Yeah, great. So you see here that we're in this last folder here, user profile app. That's where we are. So it means anything I do, we're doing inside this folder we just created, this user profile app. Great. Now, having said that, go ahead and go back to the repository, which by the way, you're going to have the link attached to this video. And then you have different options. So the first option is actually to click on code, and you can just download this as a zip file. If you download it as a zip file, you can simply just rename it and you have access to use it in any project. Great. But what I want to show you is how to actually just clone this to your machine. So this link here, right, I just want you to click on this tab to copy that, and then come here to your terminal, right? You don't have to use Git terminal. You can use your regular Windows terminal. Just make sure you navigate to the last folder or to the empty folder you created for that project. So what I want you to write here is git and clone. So we want to clone that repository, and then I'm just going to paste in the link I just copied. So this link here, and then I'll give a space and type dot and forward slash. What this will do is that it will make sure that this repository, the content of this repository, is downloaded into this folder, this user profile app, which is the empty folder I just created. If you have internet connection, just hit enter, and what will happen is that it will clone the repository inside our empty folder. So let's just give it a few seconds and it'll be done. As you can see, it has finished cloning the repository inside our empty folder. So if you go ahead and open that folder, which was initially empty, and then you open it up, you will discover that we now have all the files and folders inside it. Great. So I'll go ahead and minimize this, and what I'll do from here is I'll just go to code and dot to open this in Visual Studio Code. So I'll hit enter, and this will open up in Visual Studio Code. Let me just bring this down so that when Visual Studio Code opens, I'll use it here. So I will bring, this is the new Visual Studio Code I just opened up right here. And of course, you see here that all our files and folders are here. Now, there's one thing you need to note, and that is the fact that we don't have any node modules in this folder, because it doesn't make any sense to upload node modules to GitHub. So the way you can get node modules, all the node modules we need for this project, is first off, come to terminal and open the new terminal, and then great. So when the terminal opens, all you need to do is do npm and install. So if you hit enter, what will happen is that it will look inside our package.json file, which is this file we have here, and it will install all the dependencies we need for this project to work. So things like React, React DOM, React icons. So I also have React icons here, Node Sass. It will install everything we need based on what is listed here in this package.json file. So I will just close that up, and I'll come here, npm install, and I'll hit enter. And this is actually going to take a while to, download everything we need. So I'm gonna pause the video and I'll just wait for it to finish, and then I'll come back. All right, so our npm install has finished running, and we, as you can see, we now have this node modules folder here. Now what we can do next is we can fire off this application by typing npm start, and if you hit enter, it will take a few minutes, and then it will start running the application in our browser here. And because I have something else running on port 3000, it's asking me if I would like to run it on another port. So I'll just type in Y, which stands for yes, and it should open up the application right now on the browser. All right, so the application is running here in the browser, and you see it's just a simple hello world app. Right, so basically this is what we're going to do every time we want to create an application, and I'm just taking out time to specifically do it again, such that whenever I want to create a project, I expect you to just get the name of the project and replicate the same thing, just with a different name, like in your initial empty folder you create. All right, thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next project. All right, now we're going to build this simple user profile app where we're going to display a group of users. In our case, we have just 5, and we're going to have an option to delete a single user by clicking on this trash can or this trash icon. And so let me just start from the bottom. So if I click on that, you see that's gone, and I'll click on the top to remove Susan B, and that's also gone. Like so, you can delete any user you want. And then because it's not saved to local storage, if I refresh, I would get all of my users back. Now the last functionality is that I can delete all users with a simple click of this button, clear all. So if I do that, all the users would be gone. But of course, if we refresh the page, they come back to the screen. So for you to attempt this project, if you would like to attempt it, just know that you're going to use the useState hook, and you're going to have like a data file, a user data file, where you're going to map through all of the users data, and then from that you can manipulate it using the useState hook. All right, thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next video. All right guys, so now we're going to start building the project. So this is just our bare template. Let's start by creating a folder inside of our components. So I'll just do, and I'll call that folder profile, and then within that folder I'm going to create two files. The first is going to be profile.js, and I'll do profile.scss. so profile.scss, and that's because I have SAS installed on these templates. Okay, right, so now very quickly let's just do a component here. So I'll just write array-fce and just enter that to just create a quick component. Let's add just some text here that will just say profile, like so. And then let's not forget to import our CSS file. So I'll say import // and then I'll just say profile CSS. So profile.scss, sorry. Great. Now I'll go ahead and save this file, and let's reference this file from app.js. So I'll come to app.js, which is here, and I'll just get rid of this h1, and then I'll reference the profile component like so. I'll press Ctrl and Tab to see if I can auto import it, and yes I can, and then I'll go ahead and save. This text here should change to what we have in the profile component, which is profile. Great, so everything is wired up correctly. Now the next thing we need to do before we start writing code is there's a data file that is going to contain all of our profile details. So I already have that file in the original project. I'll just grab that file, and it's profile data.js. So I'll just grab it and I'll place it inside the source folder. So I'll come here, grab it, and then I'll just drop it in source folder. Okay, so it's telling me the file already exists. I'll just say replace anyway. Replace, and yeah. So within the source folder now we have this profile data.js. Now let's open up this profile data.js and see what's there. Basically we just have an array, profile data, that's the name of the array, and we exported it so that we can access it from anywhere. The array has objects, so just the profile details like the ID, the name, the job, and the image. That's all. Great. Now I'll just go ahead and close this because I don't actually need it right now. And let me close my sidebar, but before then I need to open my profile CSS. Where is that? Profile CSS. I'll just open it up and then I'll close the sidebar. Great, so let's start from profile.js. First off, we're going to create the original structure of the profile, and for me to actually do that I need to look at, or I like to look at the project so that it's easy for me to know flow in what I'm doing. So I'll just open the project and let's start. So let's first off delete what we have here, and let's change this to a section. Okay, and we're going to give this a class name of, so the section basically is going to be centered, so everything inside the section is going to be centered. So I'll first off give it a class name of let's just say profile section -section, which I'm likely not going to use, but then let's just have it there in case we need it. Then I'll say flex center, that will center everything. Then I'll give this a height of 100%. And by the way, these are my utility classes that I talked to you about in one of the previous projects, I think the profile app project. So -100 VH, that will make it 100% of the viewport height. And then I'll give it a background, so that's going to be that bg, sorry, that should be -- is a utility class, so bg-primary. Great. Now inside of this guy here, let's create a div with a class of container like so. Great. So now we can then go ahead and now write out the structure. So the first thing we have here is this heading here. So that's going to be a simple H2 that will say user profile app, like so. And this H2 is going to be a white text. So let me just right away give it a class name of text-light. So I have text light and text dark. So text light is going to make that white. Great. Now for this profiles you see here, we're going to have like a container that will hold everything. So I'll come here and I'll create a div with the class of profile, right? That's where I will then define the structure of this profile you see here. Now I will create a single profile. So we're just going to use a single profile to model what we want. So inside of this profile, the profile is going to look like it's going to have this card feature. So I have a CSS class that is just card that will just give it that card kind of look. And then I'm going to do flex between. Okay, let me not get ahead of myself. Let me just add the content first so that you see why we are adding the classes. At least I want you to understand the classes too. So let's add an image. That's the first thing we're going to have here. And for this image, what I'm going to do is I'll just get the profile data and just use one of the images inside of the profile data. So this is it. I'll just use the very first image. So this link here. So let me grab the link. I'll copy that. Let's close this guy up and let's come back here and I'll paste that in here like this. Control V. So we have an actual image. I'll give it a profile image. Great. So we have the image. Next thing we have is the name and the job. So for that, I'm just going to put both of them inside a div. So I'll just give this div a class of description. Not like I actually used it. I don't think I used it. But then for that, I'll give it this name is going to be inside a H4. So it's not too big. And here I'll just add a name. So I'll just add my name. Oh, let me just add John Doe. John Doe. Right. Then it has to have this name. So name and then John Doe. Let me just duplicate this and change it to a paragraph. And then this is going to be job. And then the job is just going to say maybe web developer or something. Web developer. Like so. Great. So they are both grouped inside this div. The last thing we have is this trash icon. Now for the trash icon, in my template I already have React icons installed. It's part of the dependencies I installed for this template because I use React icons a lot. So I'll just come down here and I'll just paste in my React icon. So I have it already. So it's this FA trash, and then I'll just close that up. But I would like to give this icon some properties. So the first thing is, let me just set the size of the icon. So for the size, I'm going to set it to 18. So 1 and 8. And I would like to give it a class name because I want to set a hover property on it. So the class name is going to be icon, I think. Yeah, I think icon is fine. Right. So at this point, I think we are almost done with the markup, but maybe perhaps there's just one more thing we need to do, and that is to add a button below all of this stuff. So this div here, this container div, I think I'm trying to figure out if the button should be inside the container. No, it shouldn't be inside the container. This clear all button. So this is where the div starts here. So I'll just come outside of this div here. Sorry, outside of this last div here. And I'm going to add the what's it called? The button. So I'll say button. So button. And this button is just going to say clear all. I think, yeah, clear all, that's fine. And then this button, let's just give it maybe we should save first and just see what we have so far. So I'll come to the original project and we have an error. Oh, the error is because we've not imported this icon from React icons. So that's what it says there. So whenever you're using React icons, you always have to import it from React icons. So I'll just paste the name of the icon. I'll say import this icon from I'll just say React icons and then forward slash. After this forward slash, we're just going to have the first two letters here. So it's going to be FA. And then you save that and the error should disappear. Okay, it's still compiling. All right, so it has finished compiling, and basically this is what we have, right? Now what we're going to do is we're going to add CSS, like we're going to style it. Let me just say add CSS because we already have some predefined utility classes, but in the next video we're going to style it and make this look nice. All right, I'll see you in the next one. All right, now let's go ahead and style the project. So first off, we want a blue background, so color primary. So I think we have a typographical error here. It should be color primary, and let's go ahead and save that. Okay, great. Now for us to actually make this thing look good, this image is actually too large, so let's add some CSS to shrink it up a little. So we have utility classes, but that does not mean we're not going to write some CSS. It's just that it will reduce how much CSS we have to write. So I'll go to my profile.scss and I'll target the .profile class. Let's open that up, and I'm going to set the mean width. So mean width is going to be set to 350 pixels. So let's just say 35 rem. Then I'll set a border around it. So border is going to be, let's do 1 pixel solid, and I'm going to use a color of white. So hash FFF, not dollar but hash. Okay, then for that's the profile itself, that's the profile card. Then we're going to set a bottom margin. So I'll say margin hyphen bottom, and then I'll just do 1 rem. Then let's do a background color. So background color, we're going to use a variable color, and I'll set, oh come on, I'll set that to dark blue. Right, I know this is not a CSS course, but the CSS we write is not going to be so much. So because we have SAS installed, I can nest the remaining properties for this inside this profile. So the next thing we have is the image. So I'll just say img, right, and open that up. That's nesting for you. So I'll give the image a width of 6 rem, and if I want it to be a circle, then I'll give it a height of 6 rem as well. But this will only make it a square. For you to make it a circle, you have to add a border radius of 50%. So 50%, and then let's save this and see if it takes effect. Yeah, so you see it has made this a circle. Then let's style the icon. So I'll come down here and say .icon, like so. I'll open that up, and for the icon, okay, let me just space this out. So for the icon, I would give it a color of, initially I'll make it white. So let's just do white. Then I'll set the cursor to pointer. So cursor set to pointer. Now when you now hover on the color, I want it to have a color of, when you now hover on the icon, sorry, I want it to have a color of red. So we're going to add a pseudo class, and we need to first add the and to append it to the icon class. So I'll say and then I'll then add my pseudo class. So hover, let's open that up, and I'll just set the color to red. Yeah, so this is all the CSS we're writing for this project. If I save this now, you see we have our icon, it's now white here, and when you hover on it, is red. So that's all the CSS we need. The remaining styling can be done from this document itself. So let's actually do that immediately. So here we have this profile. So where is the profile? This is its profile. It has a class of card. We also want to make it display, sorry, so I'll say flex between, sorry, flex hyphen between, and then I'll save that and watch what happens. It will just give it this flex between property. Then I want to add some padding around it. So if you look at the original project, let me just look at it. So you see there's some padding around it. So I'll just, where am I here? Okay, I'm trying to figure out where I am. Okay, yeah, great. So let me just add padding of 1 rem. So I'll just say dash padding. That will add a padding around it. Then for the text, let's give this text some color. So I'll just I'll say class name. So class name, then I'll say dash dash text light, text hyphen light. And then if you save that, the text becomes white and everything is just nicely, you know, placed here. So last thing we need to do is to style the button. So I'll come down here. Where's the button? This is the button. Let's give it a class name of, okay, I actually have a snippet cn that, you know, will just create a class name for me in React. Okay, that's it. Class name of dash dash btn, and then I want it to be dash dash btn danger hyphen danger. Let me save that, and voila. So that's the button. So we've been able to successfully style the way a single profile would look, right? So now in the next video, we're going to then add logic to the project such that when you click on this button, something happens. When you click on this button, something happens. All right, I'll see you in the next one. All right, guys, now let's add the logic to the project. So first off, we're going to need to import useState from React. So let me just do that quickly. I'll say, sorry, this should be small letter use, then state, right? Then I'm going to create a state. So I think there's a snippet for that in that extension we installed. No, that's not what I need. So let me just say use state. So use state. Okay. So yeah, so that's the snippet. So I'll call this state, I'll call it user profile. So let me just make sure that that's what I actually called it. Yeah, so I'll call it user profile. So let's come here and let's say user, then capital letter profile, right? Then I'll just change the second one here to a capital letter U. Now what is going to be the initial profile? For the initial profile, we're going to need to use this our profile data and set it as the initial profile. How are we going to do that? First off, we need to import the profile data. So I'll say import, which is supposed to be small letter, and don't forget that, sorry, I'm trying to off my cap lock. Okay, now don't forget that when you come to our profile data, this is how we save the profile, then big letter data. So I'll come back here and then I'll say import profile data, and it's going to be inside curly braces. So I'll say profile data, and I want to import it from that file. So first off, we need to come outside of the profiles folder, which is in the components folder. So we need to come outside of the components folder, and then we can then access the profile data that's in the source folder. Okay, now we're then going to set this profile data as the initial state here. So I'll paste that in here. Right, I hope it's clear. So now I can then confidently come inside of this return statement, and let me just give some space down. Okay, so I'll come inside the return statement like this, and I would open my curly braces because I want to add logic inside the return statement. And then I'll say user profile dot map. So let's map through the data, so 2 times, and we're going to represent each item inside this user profile array as a profile. So single profile, and then let's open this up like this. Okay, great. So user profile dot map. I'm wondering if there's a specific reason why I'm having this what's it called, this notification here, but no problem, let's just continue. So user profile dot map, and then we have this. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to return something. So I'll say return, and then I'll just open this parenthesis and open that up. You see the structure of this single profile we created here. I think we've actually done like something we're not supposed to do, so but it's not a big deal. What I'll just do is I'll just cut this guy out, and let's drag this guy up. That user profile needs to be inside of the container. Okay, after this H2, because this is where the user profile starts after the heading. So I'll just come below the heading like this, and then I'll just paste it in. Okay, that's what I missed out. Now this div with a class of profile, let me find where it ends. So let me scroll down. It ends here. I'll give a space there, and then I'll just copy everything. So this is the structure of a single profile. Now some of you may be thinking that, oh, why didn't we put this in another component to make things easier? We're gonna get there. I just want us to do everything here first. In subsequent project, we'll now see how we can break things down into different smaller components. Okay, so one step at a time. So I'm going to cut this here, and then I'll put it inside the return statement. Okay, so I'll paste that in, and if you notice, you see that all those red squiggly lines are gone. Great. So basically we are mapping through the profile, and we are returning this structure of a single profile. Now let's go ahead and slot in the dynamic details that we need. So first off, we need this image. This image is supposed to be dynamic, and in this image section here, the source, which is this guy here, let's delete the image we put there. Oh, I think Control Z. Oh, I deleted the alt distance, so I just want to delete the image itself. And because we want to add something dynamic, I'll come here and add my curly braces, and then I'll just say profile.img. So this single profile here, and this .img is just how we named the image, so img and all the rest of them. Great. But I think we've even gotten ahead of ourselves. One of the first things we need to do is we need to set a key on this first element here. So, or maybe I can just put it at the end here so that it's visible. So I'll say key, and I'll set that key to be equal to profile.id. .id. Okay, I'm sure you remember we have an ID here, so ID name job. So let's just slot in the remaining details. So for the name, we're going to come here and let's delete this guy and say profile.name. So profile.name, and lastly, oh sorry, that needs to be inside the parenthesis, so paste that in. So lastly, we have profile.job. So this guy that is a web developer, let's put our parenthesis and say profile.job. Great. So as far as we're concerned, we're done with the details here. So let me go ahead and save. Hopefully there'll be no issues. I'll save this and let's see what happens. So this should reload, and as you can see, we've mapped through this profile data, and we now have everything displayed here. All right, so now, but let's just make this thing a little bit better. So instead of saying profile.id, repeating ourselves, profile.this, profile.that, we can destructure this profile guy here. The properties of this profile data, we can destructure it. So what we'll do is this return statement, right, where we did this user.map, before we enter this return statement, let's just come down here and let's destructure. So I'll say const, and I'll open my curly braces. We need the properties, these properties, ID, name, job, and image. So here I will say ID, name, so name, then job, I'll add a comma, then I'll say job, and then lastly I'll say img, so that's image, and then I'll set it to be equal to profile and close that up. Now by doing this destructuring assignment here, you don't need to add profile in front of all of these properties, so you can just select everything once and remove the profile in front of it. So I'll just like so and delete. So we just have ID, image, name, and job. If I go ahead and save this, you'll see that everything still works perfectly. Let's refresh the page just to be sure. So everything works great. Now that's not all. So now let's talk about how we can delete each of the profiles here. And because I don't want this video to be too long, I'm going to break it into two. So in the next one, we're going to add the functions that will handle the functionalities of deleting them. See you there. All right, welcome back, guys. Now let's quickly add the functionality to delete a single profile. So we're going to add it on this trash icon. So on the trash icon, I'll add an onClick prop. So onClick, and Basically what I want to do is I want to remove a profile. Okay, but I will need to identify this profile by its ID. So each of the profile, remember, they have their specific ID. If you look at data.js, you see that they have this ID 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So unique ID for everything. So I'll need to pass in that ID as an argument here. So I'll say ID. Now, whenever you are calling a function on this onClick prop, right, whenever you're referencing a function and you open this parenthesis, if you leave it like this, immediately you load the page, this function will fire. So what you need to do is you need to call it like an arrow function. So I'll put two parentheses here, give a space, and then add my arrow. This is the only way you can call these functions. You can create this function such that it only fires when you click on it. Okay, so now I'll go ahead and create this function. So let me just actually copy the first word, and I'll go up here, and just below the profile I'll come down and then create an arrow function. So I'll paste in this guy, and it's going to have this ID parameter here. So ID, then let's open that up here. So there's just something very simple I want to do. Whenever you click on that button, I want to log the ID to the console. So I'll just do console.log and say ID, just to show you that each of the items have unique IDs. So let me inspect this page, and then I'll just click on, I want to go to the first one. I want to start clicking from the first one. So okay, so I'll click this first. Oh, this is not even the first one. Anyway, let's just click this one, and you see here we have an ID of 2. Let's click this one, 3, 4, and the last one 5. And this thing you see here that's wrong with our CSS when the screen is, you know, very small, is can be fixed with, I think, a line here. So oh, I'll need to add a special class. Anyway, I think we can just leave that for now. So I'll just come here, and then I'll come back here. Great. So we've been able to see that we can identify the unique IDs of each of these guys. So let's come down here. I think I don't need it, so I'll just maybe delete it or maybe comment it out. So but now what we need is we need to create a new array. A new variable. Now this variable is not going to be a variable, it's going to be an array. So I'll call that new profile list. And what do I want to be inside this new profile list? When you click on, let's say you click on this last profile, this very last guy, Chioma A, I want to take this 1, 2, 3, 4, the first 4 that you didn't click on, and save them inside this new profile list. Then I'll then display the new profile list. I hope you're following me. So but how am I going to do that? I'm going to filter through the user profile. So I'll say new profile list is equal to profile list, user profile, user, that's this user profile here, this state that we created. So I'll say user profile, okay, dot filter, and let's open that up. I'm going to represent every item inside the profile as profile, and then let's, like so. Now what am I targeting? I'm targeting the profile ID. So here I'll say that, look, I want to get all the profile dot ID that is not equal to the ID that was clicked. That's basically what this means here. So I'm filtering out all the profile that has an ID that was not clicked. So this ID here is referencing this ID that was clicked here. Okay, if you look here in the where we did the onClick, you see here that we passed the ID as an argument, and this ID is coming from the profile that was clicked. So if you come here, this is how you say that, look, you want to filter out all the remaining ID except the one that was clicked. Now that we filtered them out and saved them inside this new guy here, this new profile list, we can then use this set user profile. So I'll then say set user profile, and then I'll then set the user profile to this new guy that we created here, and then I'll just paste that in, Ctrl V, and then let's save that. So now let's go ahead and test this application. So I'll come here, I'll click on the last one, voila, it's gone, and like so, like so, like so. Of course, if you refresh the page, because we're not saving it to local storage or any kind of storage, it will bring back all the profile, but that's fine. Now the last thing we're going to do is we're going to have a function that when you click on this clear all, it will delete all the profile immediately, and we're going to do it in line. So I'll just come down here to where we have this button, so here, and then I'm going to add an on click. So let me just add it after the class name. So on click, and that is going to be set to, so let's use our arrow function like so, and then I'll just call the set user profile setter function like so, and then I'll set it to an empty array. So I did this one inline, whereas I did the other one by creating the function outside. So let's go ahead and save this and let's try it out. So I'll click on this, and as you can see, it deletes all the profile. If you refresh, the profile is back. You can delete each one you want and you can clear everything. So basically that's it for this project. I know it was like a simple project, but we're going to build on the difficulty level as we move on in the course. All right, thank you so much. I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. Now before we proceed in the course, I would like us to talk about the second most commonly used hook, and that is known as the useEffect hook. The official definition of the useEffect hook, and by official definition I mean what you see if you check the React documentation, is that the useEffect hook lets you perform what is known as a side effect in a function component. Now if you just read that, it doesn't really make too much sense, even though in the context of React it does make sense. So I'm going to try to paint like a picture to help you understand where the useEffect hook becomes useful. So there are times when you want to trigger an action when your page loads. For example, if you have an application that makes some kind of HTTP request on initial page load, that's an action you want to trigger when the page loads. Or there may be a time when you want to trigger an action when the page re-renders. So every time your page re-renders, you want to do something. Now the last case scenario is you may want to trigger an action when a state or a prop changes their values. So that's that's an important scenario where the useEffect hook actually comes into play. Now the useEffect hook is what we use to trigger our function, which in quotes is known as a side effect in these cases. Now this may not make a lot of sense just talking about it, so in the next video we are going to see practically what the useEffect is and what it can do. All right, see you in the next one. All right, so what we have here, basically I created a file or a component, useEffect.js, and I'm working inside of my hooks folder. That's the folder we used to learn about useState hook. So basically what we're going to do from here, we're going to learn about the useEffect hook. So first off, let's import useEffect. So you need to actually import it from React, just like you import useState. And here I'm going to say useState first, and then I'll then import useEffect like that. Okay, because most times we use useEffect like in combination with useState. Is the second most commonly used hook in React. Great. But before I actually go ahead and get started with explaining stuff, I'll just create a simple template here. So inside of this h1, or maybe I should create a hook first. So I'll say useState like so, and I'll just create a hook. I'll just call this count. So it's going to be very similar to our count project, and initially I'm going to set it to 0. Okay, so inside here I can then reference the count. So let me delete that, and then I'll just say count. So below this h1, I'll add a button that I would want to have a class of --btn and modifier class of btn primary. Okay, and the button will simply say increment like so. So that should be increment. Great. Now if you save this, what you're going to get is what you see on the screen, but let's center it. So I'll just give this a class name of dash dash center hyphen all, and that will just center everything in the middle. Great. So basically I want this, when you click on this button, I want to increase this count. So inside of the button, I'm going to add an on click, and basically I will say, so use our arrow function to say that we want to set count to be equal to count plus 1. Okay, now I'm actually doing this fast because everything that I'm doing here is what we've done before. Now if you go ahead and click on this, of course you should increase the count, and that's basically what we want. Now let's come down here. How can we create this use effect? How can we start learning about the use effect? So first off, I'm going to copy and paste in a comment here just below here, and I'll just paste that in. So we're going to look at using use effect on these three cases. So first, on every re-render or every render slash re-render. First off, let's look at the syntax for use effect. The first thing you need to know is that use effect needs to be inside the component. So you cannot create use effect outside the component. It's just like use state. You can't bring this state outside the component. It's not going to work. It's going to throw an error. Same thing for use effect. It needs to be inside the component. So if I come down here, let me show you how to create that, to write use effect. So I'll say use effect, and it's kind of similar to the set timeout method in JavaScript. So I'll say, you know what, let me actually write set timeout. So set timeout like so, and you know it takes in a callback function, and then inside of set timeout you can do something like console.log. So let me just add some text here. I'm not actually going to use this stuff. Then it takes a an argument, which is the time you want it to run, or the delay. So if you say set timeout, this is what it looks like. So let me just push this down and write out my use effect so that you see how they are both similar. So I'll say use effect like so, and it's going to take a callback function. So we're going to access that with an arrow function, just like we did for set timeout, like this, right? Now inside this use effect we just created, I'm going to do a simple console.log, and basically I'll just say use effect triggered. Simple. And I'll go ahead and comment out this set timeout. I just used it to explain so that I can see the similarities. I'll go ahead and save this, and let me open my console.log on this page. Now you see here in our console.log we have this use effect triggered. You know what, let me refresh the page one more time. I'll refresh the page, and you can see we have use effect triggered. So basically what this means is that every time the page renders, okay, this is the initial render, when the page loads, use effect is triggered. That's why you see this console.log. Now if I click on this button, what's going to happen? Well, it's going to execute this function set count blah 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 that we wrote here. In other words, it will increase the count by 1. And when the state, the count is a state, when the state changes, what happens? A re-render is triggered. And remember we said that this use effects will run every time there's a re-render. So if I click on this increment button, what do you think is going to happen? Use effect is also going to run again. So I'll do that, and you see here use effect has run again, like that and like so. And if you keep clicking it, use effect will keep running. Great. So that's the first scenario where use effect works. Now let's look at the second scenario on initial render. Now this is not the full structure of use effect. I just started small to explain. So basically use effect also can take in what is known as a dependency array. In set timeout, we're just taking this number, right, just a single number, but here we can actually take in an array, so a group of variables or dependencies basically. But if you want use effects to run only on the initial render, in other words the first time the page is rendered, then you need to just put this square brackets and leave it empty. This way use effects would only run on the first page render. So if I save this right? Let me refresh the page, So assuming this is the first render, and you see here useEffect triggered, which is coming from this console.log here. If I click now, unlike before, we're not having useEffect triggered anymore because of this empty dependency array that we set here. So what this does is that it tells this useEffect hook that look, just run only once on the initial render. Unlike before, where we saw that every time we click here, when this guy was not here, this dependency array was not here, every time you re-render the page, then useEffect runs. Okay, so that's fine. Now there's even one thing I need to point out, right? You can have as many useEffect as you want on the page. So let me duplicate this guy, and let me just give a space here. So I'll duplicate this guy, and in the first one I'll get rid of the dependency array, but I'm going to make the console.log different. So this will be useEffect triggered. How am I going to differentiate this now? useEffect trigger, let me just say every time, and I'll say useEffect triggered once. Okay, so that's the difference between the one that has an empty dependency array. If I go ahead and save this, and let's, okay, so I'll refresh the page so that I can clear the console. And when the page loads initially, you see both console.logs are here. useEffect triggered every time, which is coming from this one without any dependency. useEffect triggered once is coming from the second one. Now let me go ahead and click increment button. What do you think is going to happen? So let's do that. And you see useEffect triggered every time ran, but useEffect triggered once does not run. Why? Because it has this empty dependency array, which means that it can only run on the first initial render or the first page render. If I keep clicking this guy, you see only useEffect triggered every time is running. Great. So now, so that's the second scenario I wanted to point out. Now the third scenario is on when a state or prop changes, right? So what I'm going to do is inside of this second one here, I'm going to add this count as a dependency. This count is a state. So if I come here now and say count, right, I've added this count state here as a dependency inside of this useEffect. What this means is that useEffect will run every time this count changes. Okay, so it's almost like we are using this useEffect here to monitor this state, this count state, and then every time there's a change, we're going to execute what is inside here. That's exactly how it means. So let me just come here and say useEffect. You know what, I'm going to make this a I'm going to add backticks. Oh, sorry about that. I'll add backticks here, and then I'll get rid of the what's it called, quotes. So I'll add backticks here, and then I'll then reference my count. So I'll say hash and put in the syntax here, and then I'll just say count just to log the count, and then I'll save. Great. Now let me refresh the page so that we have a clean console, and then we know what we are doing. So the first one ran, useEffect triggered every time this first one ran. Then you see here useEffect triggered once is coming from this guy. Okay, now if I go ahead and click, you see here that useEffect triggered once. You know what, let me comment out this one altogether so that it doesn't put too much data on our console. I don't want to have to scroll. Great. So useEffect triggered once, and then I'll click, and you see, oh sorry, I would increment, and you see useEffect triggered once, and then you see the count here 1. So basically, when you put in a dependency array here, when you put in a value, either a state or a prop, you're monitoring the state. Every time that state is changed, whatever you have inside here, inside this useEffect guy, is going to run. That's basically what's going on here. And we're going to see examples of that like when we start building more projects. Okay, but I just needed to bring us and explain this stuff to us before we actually go. Now there's one other concept I would like us to see, and that's known as the useEffect cleanup. But of course this video is already long as it is, so I'll do another video and I'll talk about useEffect cleanup. All right, welcome back, guys. So now we want to talk about useEffect cleanup. And from the previous example, right, you see here that basically we're just doing a simple console.log, but this is because it's like the basic lecturing of how useEffect works. When we start building projects, you see us actually, do complex stuff inside of useEffect. Now, things like fetching data, and making some complex updates to our component and stuff like that, we're going to do all of that from within useEffect. Now, there are times when you will need to clear out whatever it is you've executed, whatever functionality or whatever function you've executed inside of useEffect. You will need to clear or kind of undo that function after it has been executed, maybe the first time or that particular time. Let me explain using an example. So what we have here is we have this useEffect cleanup.js file. I created it, and it's a simple file that just has useEffect cleanup inside of it. Great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a small component here, or a small project here. Basically, I would, inside of my h1, I'll just write this screen width like so, and below that, first off, let's just import our useState and useEffect. So I'll just copy this guy because I already have them, and then I'll just paste that in. Great. And I'm going to create a state, so I would say useState, and you notice that the times where we're using useEffect, we're always using useState with it. Yeah, that's because they are the two most common hooks in React, so we tend to use them together most of the time. So what I'm going to do is I'll create a state called width and set width. So width, great. And then I'll set it initially to capture the window width. So I'll say window dot inner width, like so. Okay, so we have access to the window object here. It's still JavaScript. Now I will then output my width. So let's have a h2 here, and then we'll output our width state here. So I'll say width, and then I will go ahead and save. Great. So basically what we'll see on the page is that we'll see the screen width, and then we'll see, let me just add pixels here so that we know that we're referring to the width. So px, great. And of course, remember to center it. I'm just going to add a class name of --center -all. So that's my utility class. Great. So we have the screen width, and this is the width here, which is fine. Now let's actually see how we can use useEffect to do some stunt on this guy. And I'll go ahead and save, add my useEffect. And by the way, if I change the width of this browser, okay, nothing is happening because we've not set up a function that will update this guy as we change the width. So that's what we're about to do with useEffect. So I'll come here, let me delete this and just give some space, and then I'll say useEffect, like so. Come on, I don't know what's going on today. So I'll say useEffect, and I want to use the snippet. Okay, great. So let me just get rid of this and get rid of this. Okay, great. Now inside of useEffect, what do I want to do? Well, I simply want to update this guy here. So I'll add an event listener on the window object. How would I do that? I'll say window dot, and then I'll add event listener. And this is the first time we're adding anything like event listener inside of React. We're going to see other use cases where we can add an event listener. So windows.add event listener, and then I want to listen for the resize. Okay, resize, S-I-Z-E. And when the window resizes, I simply want to call a function. I'll call that function update width. Okay, so what is that function going to do? I can then put that function outside. So I'll create an arrow function here, and basically that arrow function is going to be called the same name, and it's going to update the width. So how is it going to update the width? We're going to use the setter function. So I'll say set width, and then I'll set it to whatever the current window width is. So let's copy that and then paste that in. So basically it will always change the width when this guy moves. Now I'll go ahead and save this, and let's resize the window. So I'll resize, and you see the width has changed to 1007. Let's keep resizing, 1200, and shrink it back 543, 501. So basically, as you keep shrinking and changing the size of the browser, it's going to keep updating, which is actually fine. Like, it's okay. But now let's see something. I'm going to open my console.log. So let's view our console. And okay, so I'll go to, I want to view console, not just the element. So console, and then there's something I want to check for. So what I'm going to do is I'll check for, I'll say get event listeners. Okay, so get event listeners, and then I want to get the event listener that is on the window object. So window, like so. Okay, so I'm getting the event listeners on the window object. You know what I'm going to do? I'll hit enter first, but I'll refresh the page so that we can see something from scratch. So I'll refresh the page and I'll press the upward arrow to run the same command, then I'll hit enter. Now watch what happens. If you look at the resize event, which is what we are listening for here, you'll see that it was only added once. So in other words, this resize event was only added on the windows once. Now watch what happens when we keep resizing the page. So I'll resize just, you know, a couple of times, and I would come here and let's run the get event listeners one more time. I'll hit enter, and you see here that the resize event has been added 35 more times. So this is 36 here. So what that means is that it has been added 35 more times. You know what, let me give you a different view. So let me open this up, and I'll go to elements. So I'll click on elements, and from elements I'll come here and click on event listeners. So it will show me all the events, and I'm looking for the resize event. Right now, if you scroll down, you'll see, look how many times it was added. So that's a lot of activity on this single page. You know what, and if you keep resizing, it keeps, you know, increasing the number of times that event listener was added to the window object. So if you let me come here and show you what I mean. So I'll come here, I would refresh this. I can refresh this guy here. So if I refresh and scroll down to, you see, it's so much, it has increased. Look at that. So now, although we have just a very simple page, it looks like, oh, this is it doesn't have any consequence. But by the time you start having a more complex application, right, this can actually affect performance, you know, because we're having to add, you know, this event listener every time this page is resized. Now it may not be a resize action that you want to add your useEffect on. So, but it may be something else, and you just want to make sure that every time, you know, you can clean up this, you know, function here. So that's where the cleanup function comes in. So now let me show you something. You know, if we even go back to our regular console and we run the get event listeners, the window object, and we hit enter, you see now that the resize event has been added 84 more times. So that's a whole number of times the event listener was added. Great. So now let's see how the cleanup function can solve this problem. So how do we write the cleanup function first off? So I'll come down here and you just write a return statement, and then so return TURN, and then you access it like an arrow function, like so, like this. Okay, now it's inside of this return statement that you now write a function that will kind of, you know, remove any unwanted behavior you don't want in this guy. So basically what I want to do is that I want this return function to let's do it like this. Let's do a console.log first. Okay, so I'll come here, I'll do a console.log, or you know what, let's just go straight to the point. I think it's better. So I'll come here, I'll paste in the same code, but this time I want to remove the event listener. So I'll come here, I'll say remove event listener. Okay, so it will remove the resize event listener, which is on this function, which is running this function we see here. Great. Now let's save that. So I'll do Control Save, and let's come back here. So I'll refresh the page just to make sure that we have the resize event added just once, and then let's go ahead and resize a couple of times. Let's change the size, up a couple of times, and then let's run this function again. So I'll press the upward arrow and hit enter, and you see that it's still at 1. Okay, that is because of this cleanup function. So for every time this event listener is added, this guy comes to the rescue and removes it when it is done doing what it needs to do. So let's go back to our elements and come to event listeners here. So you come here, you see we're in resize. You see that it's just once. It's here. So let's switch it up a couple of times and let's refresh. You see that it's still just once. So basically this thing is saving us on performance. It's saving us on performance, because if you have to add 1000 event listeners on your page and you have several pages, it will definitely affect your performance. Subsequently, in other videos, we're going to see how we can use the useEffect hook and how we can work with the cleanup functions practically. Okay, now let me quickly state that this is actually just meant to explain how the cleanup function works, because for this particular problem, all I just need to do is to say just add an empty dependency array. So if I add a comma here and add my dependency array, what this will do is that it will only add this event listener when the page loads initially. So if I add an empty dependency array, this is only going to run the first time. So it will add the event listener the first time, and we're not going to need this cleanup function. But I just did use this example to explain to you, because it just shows you how the cleanup function works practically. Okay, so thank you so much for watching this one, and in the next one we're going to see other areas. All right, welcome back, guys. Now in this one we're going to start looking at forms and how to work with forms in React. So when it comes to working with forms, typically there are two approaches that can be used. The first is controlled input and the other is uncontrolled input. So basically what a controlled input is just like a simple input field, but we hook that input field to a state within our component. And of course, if that doesn't look like something that makes sense right now, don't worry, we're going to see practical examples in the next video. But basically you should know that in a controlled input, you manipulate the input via the component state. Okay, so you attach it to a component state, and that's how you get to work with the input. However, in an uncontrolled input, that input stores its own value, and we use a hook called ref hook to query that value of the input. And the uncontrolled input is kind of similar to what we do in vanilla JavaScript, that's plain JavaScript. Okay, so in the next one we're going to see practically how these two approaches differ and which one we would want to use in different cases. All right, I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back, guys. So basically what we have here is we just have inside of our hooks React installation. I've created a folder. In my components folder I created a form folder, and within that form folder I created 3 component files. So this first one we're going to be working with is controlled inputs.js. So you can go ahead and create same, right? I would close this up, and you see here that I've referenced the new component I created, controlled inputs, in my app.js, and this is it right here. So it just says controlled inputs. Great. So what I want is, first off, let me just quickly create a form on this page, but of course I still want it to look a little bit nice. So first off, let me give this page a background color of, so that should be BG, and I'll set that to background primary like so, and I'll set the mean height to be 100% of the viewport height. So that's the class I have for that, and it's a utility class. Basically I created those utility classes so that I don't have to write so much CSS. I already know my classes that I want to do whatever it is I want, right? So this H1 now I want it to be white text, so let's give it a class name, of I think text light, so dash dash text hyphen light, and I want it to be centered, so text center, and that's going to center it and make it white. Great. So below this I want to have my form, but I want it to be like, you know, so I want to center it, so I'll create a div with a class of flex center, so flex hyphen center, and inside of this div I will create another one, and this one is just going to have a class of card, so card, so utility class, so dash dash card, and let me give it another one of background, so bg, so dash dash bg hyphen light, like so, and let me just tab it for the meantime. We're still going to come back and add some styles there. Now I can then go ahead and create my form, and of course I'm going to give my form a class of form hyphen control. Okay, so form control, I will not set the action for now, you know, we're gonna, you know, do that maybe in some other projects. So inside this form I want like 2 input fields and a submit button. So how are we going to achieve that? Well, I'm going to put everything inside a div. So first div, and inside this one we're going to have a label, so label, and this is going to be, the first one is going to be name, so I'll just say name, and here we're going to say name and then give a space. Then below that we're going to have an input like so, tab that, it's just going to be a type of text. Let me go ahead and save and see what we have. Okay, so this is what we have. Now of course I want this background, this white background, I want it to be wider than the form itself, so this is the div holding the form, so let me give it a class of so I'll say dash dash, I'll set the width to 500 pixels, so that's going to be width of 500 px, and it's a utility class I created specially for this project. Okay, so it's like this, but let's actually make sure we center it too. So let's do dash dash flex center, and that's going to center the form inside. Okay, great. Now we have the first input, so let's create another input. So I'll just duplicate this one down like this, and I'll change this to job. So this is going to be job, so not John but job, and of course it's also going to say job, and it's also going to be a type of text. Then lastly we're going to have a submit button. Okay, and of course the input is also going to have a name, and the name is going to be similar to what we write in the HTML4. So I'm going to come here and let's just add the name attribute, so name, and that's going to be, so the first one here, okay, something apparently looks wrong with this. Oh, it needs to be an equals, not a colon. Okay, so this needs to be equals like this. Yeah, so the first one, name, is going to be set to name as well. That's this name here. I should have actually just said full name, but anyway, name is fine. Then this one, the name is going to be set to job, so it's matching this HTML4. Great. Now the last thing we need to do is just to add a button, so button, and it's going to have a type, so type is going to be type of button, submit, and let's give it a class name, so class name of dash dash btn, then btn hyphen block, so it's going to make it a full width button. Here I'm just going to say I'm just going to say submit like so, or submit user, okay, because I want to be able to save these guys as users. Great. Now let me go ahead and save and see what we have on the page. Okay, great. So this is what we have on the page, and it's just a simple form that we can, start working with. So in the next one, we're going to now start seeing how we can get the values from this form and manipulate the values on the form. All right, see you there. All right, so we want to see how we can, manipulate and get the values on this form. So you said the first approach is what is known as the controlled input. So with that, in the controlled input, you tie a form input to a state within the component. So here we're going to have to import useState. Okay, so that's the first thing. Then I'm going to create two pieces of state. So the first one is going to be, so let me just do useState first. And the first one I'm going to call name. Let's make this capitalized, and then we're just going to set it initially to an empty string. Then I'll duplicate this and also set this one to job. So I'll create a job state, 1 2 3 4 and job. So let's make this one a small letter, and then it's also going to be an empty string. So the idea is, in a controlled input, is that we want to tie the value of an input to a state, and what that means is that we're going to be able to manipulate that state using the setter function of that input. So first off, what happens when we try to submit a form? So there are two ways we can handle submitting a form. The first is by adding an onSubmit on the form itself. So if I come here and add an onSubmit, sorry, that should be onSubmit, onSubmit. Okay, now here if I add an onSubmit, I'm just going to call, I'm just going to create a function. I'll say handle submit. So I'll call a function here, submit. Okay, I really don't know what's going on here today, but let me just correct that and let's continue. So if I do handle submit here and I come outside but within the component and create an arrow function. So let me create an arrow function, and that arrow function basically will say handle submit. Let me tap that, and basically I will just do an alert so that I don't have to go to my console. So let me just do an alert. So I'll alert something, and here I'll just say submitted. Or maybe I should actually do a console so that I can demonstrate something. So I'll say console.log, and I'll just log something to the console, submitted, like so. If I go ahead and save that and I go ahead and inspect this page, right, basically I'll just type something in the form and I'll type something here and I'll click on submit, and there's something wrong here. We briefly saw something in the console and then it disappeared. And if you know from your vanilla JavaScript, that's because when you submit a form, it automatically reloads the page. So for us to prevent that, what we do in vanilla JavaScript also is applicable here. We add an event object here, and then we come inside here and say events.prevent default. So this will prevent the default behavior of the form, which is reloading the page. So if I go ahead and save and I come here and just add something and add something and then I submit, we get a console.log here that says submitted, which is great. All right, good. So I can get rid of this stuff here. So that's the first way we can handle maybe I should just Control Z to leave it there, but that's the first way we can handle form submission. But also, if you have a button inside the form, you can also put your on click prop in the button. So if I come here and I say on click, right, I can call the handle submit function, handle submit, and let me go ahead and save that. And then I'm going to click on this button. Oh, I need to just get rid of it from the on submit here. So just Control X and then I'll save. And so it's only present in the button. So if I go ahead and click this one more time, you'll see here that we have another console.log here that says submitted. Now, what is the difference between using the button and having an onSubmit on the form itself? The difference is that when you have an onSubmit on the form and you've filled in the values, when you press enter on your keyboard, it's going to try to submit that form. So that's the difference basically. But for this first one here, I'll just use the onSubmit. So let me get rid of the handle on click here, and then I'll just have my on submit here, and then I'll go ahead and save. Okay, great. So we've been able to add an handle submit function from the on submit attribute here. Now let's see how we can now tie this state to the form. So basically I'll come inside the input here, and I'll set a value. So I'll say that the value should be tied to, so I'm going to tie the name prop to this input value here. So here I'll just say name, and I'll do the same for the last one, the next one here, which is the job. So here let's do value, and I'll set that to job. Go ahead and save, and let's try to interact with the form. So I'll refresh the page so that everything clears out, and then I'll select the form and try to type something. Now when you do that, you find out that nothing is displaying on the form. I'm currently trying to type, but it's not showing on the form. That's because ab initio we set the name and job prop to an empty string, and we're not updating it. So how are we going to make sure that when we type something, it displays here inside this form? So I'll come down here, in the first input, I'll come here and I'll add an onChange attribute. So I'll say onChange, like so, and basically I'll do an inline, I'll run an inline function. So arrow function syntax, and then I'll just call the set name setter function. So basically here, calling the set name setter function, I'll then set it to whatever the current value is. So here I'll just type in name. So whatever the current value of the name prop is, it will type here. So let me just save this first one and let's test it out. So I'll click on the first one here, and then I'll just type my name. Oops, so that was a simple mistake I did there. So what we need to do here is to pass in the event object. Okay, I was thinking of something entirely different. So we'll pass in the event object here, and then we'll then reference the event.target.value. Now I'm doing this in line, but I can also afford to do it outside, but just to make the code, not too busy on the outside, I just decided to do it in line here. So if you go ahead and save this now and come inside the input and just type something, so I'll just do Zeno, and you see here that I'm able to see my name there. Great. Now I'll just replicate the same thing for the job field. So where's my job input here, and then I'll just give a space and paste that in and set this to set job. Great. And then I'll go ahead and save. So now we should be able to type and interact with the name and as well as the job. Great. So that's the first way we can interact with the form. But how are we going to actually get these values and do something with these values? So let's say we want to console.log the values. How are we going to do that? So here inside of my function here that handles the submit, basically I'll just come here and do a console.log. Sorry, I've already done a console.log. So instead of doing a console.log of submit, I'll do a console.log of name prop or name state and the job state. Okay, so I'll go ahead and save that. And okay, so maybe I'll just refresh the page so that we have a clean field here. Then I'll type in something. So I'll type in my name, so that's my name, and then I'll just type in my job as a developer, and I'll go ahead and click on submit. So what do you think is going to happen when I click on submit? So I'll do that, and here you see my name and my job is logged into the console. So basically we've been able to get the values from the input field, and we've been able to log them to the console. So we can do anything we want with this input field from here, because we've saved it and it's linked to this state here. That is what, that's the whole concept of having a controlled input. So we create a state inside our component and link the input to that state. Great. So that's good, and we're going to work with forms a lot in this project. Now before we talk about the uncontrolled input. Right now that we've been able to submit the form, if we like, we can clear the fields using this setter function. So I'm doing a console.log here of the name and the job. I can just come down here and say, look, I want to set name, right? I want to set it to an empty string, and I want to do the same for the job. So let me do job, and then I'll save. Okay, so now if I let me refresh the page to clear my console. So if I come here and I'll type in just my name, and I'll say that I'm a developer, and then I'll submit, and you see that the field is cleared. If I do another one and maybe type in my full name this time, and I'll just say coder, okay, that's what comes to my mind now, and I click on submit user, you see here Comparative, and coder, and then the field is also cleared. So basically we've seen how we can, you know, manipulate the forms and even clear the field when we hit the submit button. Now in the next one, we're going to see how we can work with uncontrolled inputs. See you there. All right, welcome back, guys. Now before we actually talk about uncontrolled inputs, right, there is something I would like us to just quickly address, and that will help us to handle like multiple inputs. So before we go into it, let me just open my sidebar, and within this my forms folder, there's another component I created, so that's multiple controlled inputs. So I'll open that up, so we have it, you know, beside this my controlled inputs. Now let me just click on the controlled input, and I'll copy everything inside. I'll copy it, and then I'll just paste it and replace everything here. So Control A, delete, and then paste that in. Now of course, because the title is different, I'll need to change it. So here I'll click here, and then I would also here also, so I'll just add the word multiple in the front of this component. Yeah, and I think that's everything I need to do here. Now last but not the least, I'll come to my app.js, and I will change this component I'm rendering to multiple, oh sorry, this needs to be multiple controlled inputs. Okay, because I played around with the stuff earlier rather. All right, so now from the multiple controlled, oh, there's something wrong here. So it's throwing an error, multiple. Oh, okay, there was a typographical error there. So multiple, sorry about that. Save that, and that should get rid of the error. Oh, there's still an error. It's not defined. Okay, I think I need to import it. So I'll just press Control and space bar to import it, and then I'll import it, and then I'll save. Okay, great. So the error is gone. I'll just refresh the page to just clear out any error in the console. Great. Now let me close the controlled input and just have this guy opened up, and I'll change the title here from controlled inputs to multiple controlled inputs. Now what is the purpose of this lecture? So there can be a time, or there can be a situation where you have more than 2 input. Let's say you have like 10 input fields, right? If you have 10 input fields and you go ahead and create 10 states, like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, it doesn't make any sense. Like, this is just too much. First off, because you're going to trigger so many re-renders, and it can affect the performance of your page. So I want to show you a different way to approach handling forms via controlled input. So when you have like multiple, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another state, and let me see, am I going to use, I'll just create another state here. Let me duplicate this one, and I'll just call that state users, plural, or maybe I'll just call it person. So 1 2 3 and then person, like that. And here I'll just make this first one small letter, so person, set person, and then I will set it to an object. Okay, so that's be an object. Great. Now this object is going to have some initial properties. So instead of having these two states, name and job states, I'll create these two states as properties here. So here I'll say name, and I'll set it to an empty string, and then I'll add a comma, and I'll create job, and I'll also set it to an empty string. Now let me quickly point out a few things here. So one of the things you need to make sure is that these props you're setting here, name prop, and sorry, these properties you're setting here in this initial object, they need to match. Where's the input? So this is my input, this is the first input. They need to match this name. So the value here, this name attribute, they need to match whatever is here. So you see here we have name, and here we have job, which completely matches what we have here, and you're going to see why shortly. So anyway, that's the first step. So now at this point I can go ahead and comment out this code. So we're kind of refactoring, and of course here handle submit, I'll go ahead and I'll delete everything here except my events.prevent default. Now when we were working with individual states, what we did was that in our input field here we had an unchanged attributes here where we did something here. Well, this time we're not going to have to do this. We're just going to create a single function that will handle the change of every input. So here I'll just say handle change. It's a function that we're going to create. So let me correct that. So this is a function that we're going to create. Then also this value here, we don't have this name state anymore. What do we have instead? We have person.name. Okay, so this is the state we have, and then it has this property. So here, instead of just having name, I'll come here and say person.name, and then I'm going to do the same for the two below. So I'll come down here, and the value here is going to be person.job. So we're still tying it to the value. Oh, sorry, I already have job there. And then inside here, we're going to get rid of this inline function, and we're just going to say handle change. Okay, so essentially what I'm saying here is that this handle change function, right, we have here is going to handle the changes in all inputs. So even if you have 20 inputs, this singular function is going to handle that, and you're going to see how we'll do that shortly. So let's go upwards and let's create the handle change function. So I'll just come down here and I'll create an arrow function that I'm going to call handle change. So there needs to be a H here, handle change. Let's tab that and open the function. Now this function is going to have the events parameter here, because we're going to need the events parameter. And basically there's something I want to actually point out so that I can compare what is going on. Anyway, let me just explain. I'm sure you get it. So in this handle change parameter, in this handle change function, we've given it this events parameter. What do we want to do with this events parameter? Well, we're still going to get the events.target.value, but this time we're going to store it in a variable. So I'll come here and say const name, and I'll set it to be equal to events.target.value, and I'll do the same thing, and this time I'll change this second to value. Okay, great. So now what do I now do next? So in this handle change, I will now call the set person, this setter function here, and you see what's going to happen here. So I'll say set person, and what do I want to achieve? What do I want to do here? So first off, it's going to be an object, because initially we set this person state to be an object. So we're going to have an object here as well. But first off, we want to copy the previous data we have on this person object. So here I'll say dot person. So we're using the spread operator there. What this means is that if there was any data that was associated with this person, it will save it somewhere first. Okay, so that's what this means. Then next we'll now add the new what's it called, value that we are entering into the form. But instead of, so ideally what we should do is this name. Now we should say something like name, let's say name will now be set to, oh sorry, this will even be a new object. So new object, and then I'll say name should be set to let's see, events.target.value, like so, and then you go ahead and set maybe something like the job, and set it to event.target.value. But this is going to like be a lot cumbersome. We want to do this dynamically so that we don't have to select it one by one. So what we can do is, you see this name we've created here, it's already set to event.target.value. The value also is already set to events.target.value, and this name will go ahead and match what we have here. So name is equal to name for the first input, and the name here is equal to job for the second input, which automatically matches what we have here in our person object. So I know this may sound confusing, but let's just implement it so that you can actually see it in action. So here, to dynamically get the value for the name and the value prop, what I will do is I would open my square brackets and then I'll say name and set it to the value. Okay, that's how I'm going to do it. Now, how can we now see what we have here? Well, let me just come here and in my handle submit. So I'll say that, look, when I submit this form, what do I want to do? What result do I want to do when I submit the form? Well, first off, I'll create a new variable. I'll say const, and I'll call this variable new user, and I'll set it to be equal to person. So whatever new value we get from this form, right, from this set person function here. So I'll come here, I'll say new user is equal to person. Okay, so I'll save this person in a new user variable. Then now let's come down here and log this new user variable to the console. Let's see what we have. So I'll say log to the console, and then I'll say new user. Great, so I've been able to log it to the console. Now let's go ahead and test it out. So I'll save this, and let's come to our browser here. I'll do Ctrl+Shift+I to inspect, and great, so we have our console open up. Now let's go ahead and test out the first one. So I'll come here, I'll say my name is Zeno. Oh, okay, something is wrong because it's not typing out. So let me take a look at my code just to be sure what's going on. So here we're handling change of the inputs, both inputs, and we set the name to be equal to event.target.value. Oh, sorry, this should be name. Okay, so name here, that's because this name is targeting this guy here, event.target.name, and then the value is targeting the value of the in the input. Okay, so now one last thing before we actually just test out is that when you handle submit, you want to clear the person. So basically we just say set person, and we're going to set the name to an empty string, and then we're going to also do the same for the job. Oh, sorry, it's an object, so it needs to be inside curly braces. So it's an object, and then we're going to set the job to also be an empty string. So empty string, and that's all. So let's go ahead and save, and I'll just like to just refresh the page just to make sure that everything is clear, and then I will test out. So first one, let's do Zeno, and let's just click here developer, and then I'll click on submit, and as you can see we have name Zeno, job developer. Let's try something out. So I'll just do one submit, and you see here, and let's do two submit, and you see here we have console.log 22. Great. Now the idea of using this method is that if you have multiple inputs, right, you can just do it in one click. So this handle change is handling these two inputs, but that's not enough. Let's add another input and see how everything plays out. So I'll come down to my form here, and this is the last input, the second input, the job input. So let's duplicate this guy. So I'll just duplicate this div downwards, and then I'll just change this. So for this one, I'll say company. So 1, 2, and or maybe I'll just say 8. Well, company is fine actually. So 1, 2, and so let's just delete this one first. 1, 2, 3, and say company. Great. And what else do we need to change here? So this should be person.company as well. Company. Great. So we've created a third input field. Of course, the label will also say company. All right, now I'll go up to my person state here, and I'll add the company property. So I'll come here, give a comma here, and say company. Remember, whatever you write here needs to match the name. So let me show you what I mean. This impute name attribute here, it needs to match what you give this property. So I'll say company, which is here, and then I'll set the value to an empty string, just like I did before. Great. Now I don't need to do any, add any other logic to this to make this guy work, because this handle change logic is automatically going to handle any input you add, as long as this has been set, that's the name and the value has been set to event.target.value, and you've done this set person here, and you're automatically targeting the name of each input with the value of what you type. So I'll go ahead and save that, and let's test it out on our form. So let me just refresh the page to clear the console, and you see here we have 3 input fields. So here I'll just go with 1, 1, and 1, and then I'll click on submit, and you can see here we have name, job, and company. So so for the company I need to set it to an empty value as well. So here I'll come here and let me clear the state. So I'll add a comma here and say company, and then I'll just clear the states. I'll save that, and let's refresh and try this again. So I'll clear, and then I'll say 1, 1, and 1, and then I'll submit. I see here we have 1, 1, 1, and let's do 2, 2, 2 this time. So 2, 2, 2, and then I'll submit, and then you see we have 2, 2, 2. All right, so basically that's how you can handle multiple input fields using this this method. Okay, it's still under the controlled input, but it's just a different approach of handling multiple fields, and then you can do whatever you want with the data you get. So currently I'm just saving it inside this array here, this variable here, but ideally I can save it in another state, and then I can map through that state and display the data on the screen, or do something else with the data, which we're going to see in some of the projects we build. All right, so that's it. Thank you so much, and in the next one we're then going to talk about uncontrolled inputs. See you there. All right, welcome back, guys. Now let's talk about working with the uncontrolled inputs. So I within my forms folder, I created another file called uncontrolled inputs.js, another component, and that's what we are going to be working with. So this is it right here. It just says h1 with uncontrolled input. So I'll just reference that file inside of my app.js. So here I'll just say uncontrolled inputs, and I should be able to auto import it. Oh, sorry, I was supposed to just add on in front. Okay, so here should just be on controlled inputs, like so. Yeah, and then I can auto import it. So here, and then I'll save, and this should switch to just, yeah, great. Now of course I would not want to rewrite the markup for the form, so I'll just go to the previous project we worked on, which is the controlled inputs, and I would, I'll just grab everything, Control C to copy, or that's not necessarily a good idea. I'll just copy only the return statements. I'll do every other thing myself. So I'll copy the return statements, and it ends here. I'll copy that, and I'll come to uncontrolled inputs, and then I'll just replace this return statement here. Great. Of course, if you go ahead and save that, you're going to get some errors because we have some things that are not present here. So let's start from the unchange, and these guys here, I'll just delete them, the value and the unchange attributes. I'll delete this one as well, and then of course the unsubmit, I don't have any function here, it's handling the submit. But if I'm going to just quickly come here, I can quickly create an arrow function like this, and I'll just call it handle submit, like so. So there should be B here, and then let's just do a console.log inside of this. So here I'll just add some text and say submitted, and I should save that, and hopefully my error should disappear. yeah, so I have my form, and I'll just refresh the page to get rid of everything. Great. So how does uncontrolled input work? Well, first off, to manipulate the input field inside of your form, we're going to do that using a hook, and the name of that hook is useRef. And so let me just show you how we import that hook. So I'll just come here and say import useRef. So it's like we're referencing an element on the DOM. So let me quickly just say two things about what this useRef can do, right? So let me just paste that in. And so first off, this useRef hook can target DOM nodes or elements. So this input field here is an element on the page. useRef hook can target it, but it's not only used for, targeting input. It can target any element on the page, so label, div, whatever. Okay, we're going to see more about that later on. Then useRef hook can also preserve the values that are associated with an input field during render. Okay, it can preserve it between renders. So that's one of the reasons why we can actually use this useRef hook to get the values from an input field. So how does it work? So you need to come inside the input field here, and I'm going to create a variable. I'll call that variable, so the first one is for the name, right? So I'll call it name input ref, and then I'm just going to set it to use ref, and it needs to have an initial value. In our case, I'm going to set the initial value to null, so null, because there's nothing there. And then I'll just do the same for job input ref. So let's just make this one job, and it's also going to be set to null. So let's go ahead and save this. Now we've created these variables to hold this useRef hook. We now need to link it with the input fields. So I'll come to my input field. So we'll start from the name here, and then I'll say that the ref attribute, I'll set a ref attribute and link it with the name input ref, and then I'll just do the same for the job. So let's come here, set a ref attribute, and then link it with the job input ref. That's all. So by doing this, now we've linked this input to the useRef hook here. Now what do we need to do? So first off, I'm going to do a console.log. So let me just do a console.log, and the console.log is even going to be outside the handle submit. So I'll just do a console.log here, and okay, so what do I want to log to the console? Well, I simply just want to log the name input ref. So let's start with the first one. So I'll just log the name input ref, and then I would save and permit me to refresh this page. Oh, so I don't actually need to refresh the page. On re-render, it picks up this console.log here, and you see here that we have the this object here, and this object just has one thing that we're interested in. It has this current property. So that's how we can access the elements using the current property. Okay, so let's take it a step further, and inside of this handle submit, I'm going to come here, and instead of doing a console.log of submitted, I'll create a variable. So I'll say const. Here I'll say entered name. That's the variable I want to store the value of the name. And oh, by the way, I should also add my events.prevent default so that it doesn't refresh. So let me do that quickly. e.prevent default, like so, and it's not going to refresh the page. Now for this variable, I'll set the entered name. Let me give some space, and I'll set it to be equal to name input ref. Okay, so copy that, and then we're going to access it by getting the this current property here. So name input ref dot current. So by doing this, now we have access to whatever property that is associated with this input field. And one of the property we are particularly interested in now is the value. So .current .value. Okay, now if I come here, and I can even duplicate this guy and change this to enter job. So 1 2 3 4 and enter job, and then I'm also going to just change this to job input ref. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do a console.log of the entered value. So I'll delete that, and here I'll say entered name first. I'll add a comma, and then I'll say entered job. Great. Now I'll save, and let's try and enter something here and see if we can log it to the console. And okay, so this time if you notice the console.log here, you see here that it's telling us that what we have is an input. So you see it's able to pick up the element on the page, right? So it's not just used for just an input. Like I said, it can pick out any element on the DOM. Okay, any DOM element like a div or something, it can also pick it out. Anyway, let's continue. So now I'll add some values here, and let me comment out my console.log of this name input ref and save that again. I'll need to refresh the page to clear my console, and then I'll just add my name here, so Iwomazino, and I'll add my job developer, and then I'll click on submit. Oh, okay, so I think something is wrong. Let me look at it closely. Oh, so there is events.prevent. There's a typographical error here. So prevent default. Yeah, I think that solves that. So let's try again. I'll refresh the page, and I'll come here, and then I'll just say developer, and then I'll hit submit. And as you can see, we have that in the console. So Iwomazino developer. So this is how we can access the value of an input using what is known as the uncontrolled input. Okay, and for that we're going to need the useRef hook, right? So if now that I'm able to get these values, I can do whatever I want with it. I can pass it to another component as a prop. I can, you know, just do something with it, right? And we're going to see projects where we build and use these values. So now one common thing we do with this useRef hook is that we add an autofocus on an element or an input like this. So let me just show you how that works. I'll click on, I'll add my useEffect hook, sorry, and so useEffect. Okay, my typing is really sluggish today because I'm, you know, everywhere is not. Anyway, let's just continue. So useEffect hook has been created here, and then I'm just going to call that hook. So let's just say useEffect effect, and let's open that up with arrow function like that. And basically I'll say that when the page loads, I want to autofocus the name input field. So let me just do it on the first page load. I'll add a comma here and add an empty dependency array. Great. Now how am I going to autofocus this first input field? That's the name field. What I basically need to do is, first off, I need to get this name input ref dot current. Okay, so I'll paste that in here to select that particular name input. Then it's not the value I'm interested in. I want to use the focus method, so I'll say dot focus, and I'll just call it like that. So first off, let me just save, and let's see. Okay, name input ref.current. So I'll refresh the page and let's just see. Okay, so you see I refreshed the page, and you see here that the input is already focused on refresh. So let me do that again, and let's change it to job. So job input ref job, and then let's save and see what happens. So I'll refresh the page, and as you can see, when I refresh the page, the job input is auto-focused. So that's one of the uses of, you know, selecting an element using the input or using the useRef hook. Okay, so in subsequent projects we are going to use both of them actually, so that we can get familiar with how they work. But in the next basically I want you to know that it's good to use the controlled input when maybe, for example, you want to be able to monitor what happens in the form or in that input as the user is typing. So maybe you want to run some kind of form validation with every keystroke. then you need the name input, the controlled input. But if you want the user to finish typing out what they want in the form, and then you only run some kind of validation or whatever you want to do with the form data when they click on submit, then that's a good case scenario for you to use the uncontrolled input with this useRef hook. All right, thank you so much for watching this one. I'll see you in the next one. All right, guys, so to further solidify our understanding of useReducer, we're going to build this simple project. It's a task manager. So let's actually see how it works. So we have this form where we can add a task name and a date. So what I'm going to do is, and of course we also have a task list, and initially you see here that there is no task that has been added yet. So when I try to add a task without entering anything in the input field or in any of the input fields, then I get this alert that says please enter task name and date. However, if I try to enter something and save, then you see that the task is added to the page. Great. Now there are some things we can do to manipulate the task. The first is we can actually edit the task. So if I click on edit, then the task is pushed into the form. That's one. And the button actually changes. It's what it says now is edit task, because it knows that we're trying to edit a task. So if I maybe add 1 2 3 to this name and then I click on edit task, then that task is edited. So you see here we now have the name and 1 2 3, and it has also been changed back to save task. All right, so that's the edit operation. We can also delete a task, but before I delete this task, I'll set the task to completed. By clicking this double check icon, we're going to set this task to completed. So if I do that, you see here that we now have this completed text, and then there's this additional orange red border that signifies that the task has been completed. So if I add another task, however, you will see that that will just have the normal styles for our task, which is the second one we just did. Now we can also delete a task. So I'm going to try to delete the first one. I'll click on the delete icon and we get this what's it called, a confirm box that says delete this task, and if I click on OK, then that task is deleted. Essentially that's the application we're going to build, but also we're going to build it with useState, right? So this application is being built with useState. Now let me quickly show you how we're going to refactor it and build it with useReducer. So I'm going to refresh the application. So the application has been refreshed. As you can see here, we have task manager reducer. That's because we built this with useReducer. So I'm going to go ahead and oh, there's one thing I missed out. So everything is actually saved to local storage, both in the useState example and in the useReducer example. So if I refresh this page, you'll see that it still persists, the tags still persist on the page because it's coming from local storage. All right, so now let's try to see how it works with useReducer. So I'll try to save a task and watch what happens. So you see here I have this custom notification that disappears after X amount of seconds, specifically 3 seconds, but I can also close it if I want to. Now let me go ahead and add a task. I'm going to add a task. So let me just add my name and any date, and then I'll save task, and you see we have another notification, green, task added successfully. Now the first notification, you notice that it's red because it's like an alert kind of thing to let you know that something is wrong. So we are going to be able to customize our alert notifications to suit whatever we want. Then we can also interact with the task. So I'm going to try to edit a task. So if I click on edit, voila, so we have this custom confirm dialog box that we can cancel. So either of the cancel text or this X icon is going to cancel it, or we can choose to edit that task. So if I click on edit, then it pushes the task to the form, and let me just edit the task here and say 456, and if I click on, oh, this should actually be edit task. So in the project is going to be edit task, don't worry. But if I click on save task, then you see here that it now edits that task, and then there's also a notification. Now let's try to delete a task. So I'm going to click on delete. Then you see here that we also have a confirm box that opens up, but the difference is that the message, the title and the message here is actually different, and then even the button says something different. However, it's just a single component we created to handle this function. So this is something you see in applications, real life applications. This functionality, you're going to learn how to build it into your own project. Now if I click on cancel, it's going to cancel, but if I click on delete, then you see it deletes that, and then we get a notification that says task deleted. So that's a summary of the application we're going to build using both useState and useReducer, so that we can compare and have broad understanding of both of them. All right, thank you so much, and let's get into the project. All right, now let's get started building the task manager. So what I have here is I did a fresh React installation and I called it task manager, and I just took the liberty to create a folder inside of my components, and I call that folder task manager, which is what you see here. And then that folder has 3 files. The first one is task.js, which is just an empty file. We just have a component boilerplate, and then we have task manager.js, also an empty file with a boilerplate, and then we have task manager.css. Now because I don't want us to focus too much time on CSS, I already made the CSS available, and it's not even much, it's just a couple lines of code. Okay, so just 36 lines of CSS, right? So I made it available so that we don't have to waste so much time writing. Don't worry, when it's time I would explain what every line does. Okay, all right, so that's what we have just this folder with 3 files. That's where we're going to start. Also, I'm going to make this starter template available to you, so if you look on the right or somewhere, you'll be able to download the starter template. Okay, all right, so now let's get started. I'm going to start from the task manager JS, right? And let me close this up, or let me just open everything. So one, and task manager CSS, and then task.js. Okay, then I'll close this up so that I can get to work. So first off, in my app.js, which is simply saying hello world, I'm going to output my task manager component. So I'll look for the app.js, and then I'll just remove this hello world, and I'll just have my task manager. Let's close that up, and let's see if we can auto import it. And we should be able to auto import it, and for some reason it's not auto importing. So let me come here and make sure that this file is saved, and I'll come back here to my app and try to auto import it. All right, so I'll import it manually. So I'll say import. So this is going to be task manager, and we're importing it from. So first off, we need to go inside our components folder. So ./components, then / then we have a task managers folder. So task manager, then we have the task manager file, task manager. Great. So if we go ahead and save this now, we're going to have just a simple text that says task manager, and it's even very small. Great. So we can close this up for now and get to start working on our task manager JS file. So we're going to work first on the return statement. Before we return anything, I'm going to import my CSS file. So ./task manager CSS. All right. So, all right, great. So now let's start working on the JSX part. That's the first part. So I'll need to look at my already finished project so that it helps me work on it a little bit faster. So first off, this div is going to be like the parent div containing everything. I'll give it a class name, or maybe I should actually hold on with the class name. So I'll just do that in like a later part. So first off, we're going to have a h1, and that h1 will simply say task manager, like so. Then after the h1, we're supposed to have a form, but I want the form to be centered. So I'm going to have like a div that will center it. So here I'm just going to say div, and I think it actually makes sense to add some classes as I work. So let me just add the classes that I need. So this first div, we're going to have a class name of, so let's set the background. So I'll just say --bg background -primary. So that will just give it like a blue background, and I'll set the height to be --. I'll set the mean height mh, or maybe I should just leave the mean height for now. Okay, so I'll come down to this one after the h1, and then I'll give it a class name. So I said I want the form that will live inside of this div to be centered. Okay, so we're going to give it a class name of flex center --flex -center, and we're going to add some padding around it, so dash dash p. Great. Now inside, I'm not just going to add the form directly, because you see here we have this card like effect on this area where the form is. So I'm going to have a div that will just say card. I'll tap that, open that, and it's inside that I'll now have my form. Okay, great. So the form for now is not going to have any action, so let me just get rid of this part, so at least we know what is going to go inside. So form. So but then for this card area, it's not just going to be card, I'm going to make it a light background, so dash dash bg hyphen light. Then I'm going to give it a width of 500 pixels, so width dash 500 pixels. Then lastly, I'm going to add some padding. Okay, then as for the form, let's give the form a class name of the only class name we have, that's form control. So that's going to be, okay, first of all, I'll give it a class of form because I want to add some styles. So form, then dash dash form control. Okay, great. So what do I want to be inside of my form? So basically we want this input and the button. So we're going to wrap this first one inside a div. So let me just put a div here like so, and then we're going to have a label. So label, and tab that label. The first one is going to be name, for name, and here I'm just going to say task name, or task, really it's supposed to be task name anyway. So I'll close that, and then below that I'm going to add the input. So input, and let's tab that, and it's going to be a type of text. We're going to give it a placeholder, and it's going to say task name, task name. Then let's do, is there any other thing we need to do? We're going to give it a name, so name, and the name is going to match what we have here for our HTML4. So we're going to say name. Then I think that's about it for now, because we've not started adding the logic. So now that we have this first part here, what we're going to do is we're just going to duplicate this div like this, and the second one is going to be for the date. So I'm going to change this and this to say date. Then of course the type is going to be date. Okay, then let's see, is there any other thing? I think that's about it for this name and date area. Then what do we need to do again? So below that we need a button. So basically I'll just add my button straight up. So button, and it's going to have a class of dash dash btn, and another class of dash dash, I think btn success, btn hyphen success. That's the green color. Tap that, and the button is going to say save task. Okay, so I think at this point we can just save and see what we have done so far, just to be sure that everything is in line. Okay, great. So you see everything is actually in line, except that this button is small. So let me so aside btn success, I'll make it dash dash btn block. So there's btn block, yeah. So that will just make it a full width button. Yeah, okay, and that's fine. Then for the let's see, for the text here, we're going to make it light or white and centered. So the text h1, we're going to give it a class name of dash dash text. Let's center it first. So dash dash text center. Then we're going to make it white, so dash dash text hyphen light, and save that, and that will just center it and make it white. Okay, so that's fine. But then this button, I don't think this is how it was in the original project. Okay, so the original project is kind of smaller, everything is just shrinked up inside. So let me actually do that right away. So for the, let's see, so we have the form here, and it has a class of form and form control. I think we're going to do it from this form. So I'll quickly go to my CSS file here, and you see here that we have a form, and we said that the form class, all the inputs should have a width of 73%. Okay, so let's see if that is actually taking effect. Okay, so I think there's just one thing we need to do, right? You see this form, it's inside of this div with the class name of card and these other classes. So I'm just going to add one more class, and that's going to be dash dash flex center. So flex hyphen center, and that will just, you know, center everything and make it a little bit smaller. Great. So this is exactly what we want, and our form is ready. So in the next one, we're going to write the markup for a single task. Okay, we're going to draw out how a single task is going to look like. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. All right, welcome back, guys. Now this is what we were able to achieve in the last video. In this one, we are going to add this structure of a single task. Okay, but first off, we need to even add this task list and the underline here from this task manager JS. So I'm just going to come down here. This is the div that holds our form. Okay, so I'm just going to come down below this div, and I'm going to add an article just to make things different. In fact, let me add a comment here and say display task. Then I'm going to add an article here. So how do I do that? I'll come here and then I'll say article. So we're going to use the article tag, and let's tab that. So this article, I'll scroll up just for space. I'll give it a class name of flex center, just like before, flex hyphen center. Then I'll add some margin on the top and bottom, specifically 2 rems. Okay, then now for the article, let's create a div. So what do we even have here? We have this task list. So let's create a div, and I'll give that a class of, I'll make it 500 pixels, just like the form above. So width hyphen 500 px, and tab that, and that will make it 500 pixels. Then of course, let me just add a little bit of padding. So dash dash p, and then let's open that up. So what do we have? We have this like a h2 here. So for this one, I'm just going to add a h2. Was it h2 I used? Yeah, h2 is fine. And let me tab that, and let's just say task list. And I'm going to make it white. So let's give it a class name of dash dash text hyphen light, light, and we're then going to come down below the h2, and we're going to have like a line. So I'm just going to do a horizontal row, and I want the horizontal row to be white. So I'll just add an inline style, and I'm adding an inline style because it's just one style I want to add, right? So I'll add a background, and that background is going to be set to FFF. So that will just make the horizontal line white. So below the horizontal line, I'm then going to add my task, single task. But remember, we have a component, this task.js component. That's what we're going to use. So instead here, I'll just reference my task component like this, and then I'll close it up. Then I'll try and auto import it. And yeah, so I can auto import it like from here. So I'll go ahead and save, and let's see what we've been able to do so far. So yeah, so we have this task list on the line, and then there's a very tiny black text here that says task. So what we need to do now is we need to go to the task.js, and we need to write up the initial structure of our task. Okay, so I'm going to come here, and of course I need to look at what the task looks like. So this is what it looks like. So what I'm going to do is I'll get rid of everything here, and I'm going to have a div. So let's open this up. This div is going to have a class name of, so we're going to give it a class name of task. So that should be task. Now let me quickly point out at this point that this class name of task here, we actually wrote out our styles because I just didn't want to have too many classes. So I just wrote out everything inside this task here. So everything is here. Okay, so I'll come here, and we're just going to have the task, and let's come down here. And what do we have inside the task? We have this text here. So task, and then my name and stuff like that. So first off, I'll just put a span inside this one. So span, I'll tab that, and inside the span, I'm going to put a paragraph. So the first one here is going to be inside a paragraph. So what are we going to do? The first one says task, but it's inside a bold tag, so B, and then I'll say task. Then let's put the colon there, and then I'll just say the name of the task. So let's just say task 1. Okay, then I would duplicate it again, and this time I'm going to say date, like so, and then I'll just say date 1, or maybe I'll just add an actual date. So let's just add an actual date. I'll just copy what we have here like this, and then I'll just paste that in here. Okay, so that's an actual date. All right, now we're going to have another span where we're going to then put these buttons. So I'll come here and then I'll say span. So it needs to be span. I'll tap that, and then we're going to have the buttons. Now if you look very closely, you see here that we have icons inside of these buttons. So these icons are coming from React icons, which we have installed with our React template. So what I'm going to do here is I will just import all of the icons. I already know the icons I need, right? So I'll just copy and paste that import at the top here, come down, and this is the icons. So I want to do it on a new line, sorry. So I'm going to import these 3 icons: edit, trash, and double check. Okay, so now inside this next span, we're going to have a button. So button, and let's tap that. Then inside the button, we're then going to have the icons. Okay, so we're not going to even put any class on the button, so it's just the icons that we're interested in. So the first one is going to be edit, the second one is going to be trash, and the last one is going to be check. So instead of actually doing this 3 times, let me just duplicate it like this, and then I'll just paste in the icons themselves. So I'll grab the first one, I'll copy that, and I'll paste it in. So that's edit. So this is the icon, and I've set the color to green. Then I'll grab the second one and I'll paste that in the second button here. Let's tab it, and I'll paste that in, and I'll set the color to red. And then I'll grab the last one, which is the double check. I'll paste it in the last button, and I'll set it to purple. Okay, so basically I just grabbed these icons and then I pasted them in. So if I save, let's see what we have here. I guess we still need to, okay, so I've saved it, and okay, so it took a while before it's updated, but finally we have it here. So basically we just have the structure of a single task, and from the next video now we can now start adding the logic for our tasks. All right, I'll see you in the next one. All right, so now let's start adding the logic on the project. So I'll come to my task manager JS, and the first thing we want to do is we want to import useState from React. So I can just get rid of this React guy here and just say import useState, like so, and then I'll come down here and let's create our state. So here I'll say useState, and oh sorry, I wanted to do that automatically, so let me use the snippet. So useState, and I'll call the first state name. Okay, there is a specific reason why I'm not calling it task, because if I call it task, like the number of repetition of that word task would be so much. So that's why I just decided to call it name, to keep it simple. So initially it's going to be an empty string like so, and then I'll duplicate this, and then here I'll say date, like so, date, and let's make the first date a small letter, and here we're also going to make it an empty string. Then we're then going to create another one which we're going to call tasks, plural. So I would delete this and say tasks, plural, and then I would also make this small letter. This task, though, the initial state is going to be an empty object. Okay, great. So now let's come down here. The purpose of us creating this name and date variable, all right, or state, is because we want to link it to our inputs. Okay, so how are we going to link this to our inputs? Well, I'm going to come down here, and where is the input first for the task? So this is the one for the tasks, I'm going to come here and then I'm going to set the value. So value, and I'm going to set it to the name variable. Then I'll say on change. We've done this a number of times, so it's something you should be used to by now. So on change, I would use my curly braces, and then inside I'm going to open my parenthesis E here, and then let's use our arrow function to say set name, and then I'll just say event.target.value. So basically by doing this, I've hooked my name variable to this input field. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, let me just grab all of this text. So right from here, I'll grab it, and then I'll just copy it and paste it in the second input, and then I'll change the relevant areas. So instead of name here, we're going to have date. So we're hooking it to the date variable, and here instead of saying set name, we're going to say set date. What did I just do? Set date, like so, and that's it basically. So basically we just hooked up our input field to our state here. So what I can do now is I can just do a console.log of, okay, let me just do a handle submit. So on the form itself, where is my form here, I'm going to have an on submit, and I'm going to link it to a function that I have not created yet, but I'll call that function handle submit, like so. And then let me copy that, and I'll just come down here and create that function. So I'll create an arrow function, and that function will simply have the same name of handle submit. Let me give it an event parameter here. The reason why I'm giving it an event parameter is I don't want it to refresh the page whenever I submit. So here I'll say event.prevent default, and this is just JavaScript, by the way. So now I'll come down here and I'll do a console.log of whatever is in the input. So I'm going to do a console.log of name and another one of date. Let's go ahead and save, just to make sure that we've linked this guy up correctly. So I'll do inspect to see my console first. All right, so I'm in my console, and then I'm going to type something here. I will say my name, Zeno, and then I'll just choose any date. So let's just choose today's date, for instance, and then I'll click on save task. What do we expect to happen when we save task? Well, we want to have this console.log of the name and the date. So I'll save task, and voila. So we have the name, Zeno, and then the dates that we entered. So basically we've been able to wire up our state with our input field. All right, thank you so much for watching this one. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to create a functionality to autofocus this name input when the page loads. Okay, so what I got to do is I'm going to using useRef hook. So I'll come here and I'll import useRef, and then I'm also going to need useEffect. So useEffect, like that. So now let me come to my return statement here, and then I'm going to create my useRef. So initially I'm going to set it to null. You know what, let me just do it the right way. So I'll cut that, I'll create a variable, I'll call that variable name input ref, like so, and I'll set it to useRef, and initially I'm going to set it to null. So what I'm going to do now is I'll link this input ref to my name input. So let me come here, and this is the input field for the name. So I'll just at the top here just add a ref property, and then I'll say ref is equal to name input ref. So now I've linked that ref to this input. Now what do I want to happen? Well, basically what I want to happen is, let me create a useEffect and open that up with my arrow function like this. And basically what I want to happen is that I want the name input to be automatically focused whenever the page loads or whenever something changes, anything necessarily that changes on the page. So I'll come here and I will now set my name input ref like this. So name input ref, and I'll say dot current and then dot focus. Let's add a parenthesis here, and that's it. So if I go ahead and save right now, so watch what happens when the page refreshes or when the page re-renders. Just give it a few seconds, and oh, okay, so I shouldn't have actually, let me just refresh the page. I shouldn't have actually clicked on it, because the moment I clicked on it, okay, great. So you see, I refreshed the page and the cursor is already blinking on the name input ref, so I can just go ahead and start typing. Immediately the page loads. So that's the functionality we can use, we can effect using the useRef hook. Okay, so in the next one we're going to add other functionalities. All right, welcome back, guys. Now let's add the functionality to actually submit this form and display the task here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to my handle submit functionality, and let me just get rid of these two console.log. We don't need them. So I'm going to throw an if statement here. So first off, if somebody tries to submit the form when it's empty, what do I want to do? So I'll come like this. I'll say if the name and the date is empty, right? So what how will I do that? I'll say if not name. In other words, if there's nothing in the name field, then and I'll say not date. Okay, then so if this is and, then it needs to be true. So and, sorry about that. Then I will now say or. So where's my pi? Okay, so this is my pi. I'll now say or if not name or not date. So what this means here, what I've just tried to do here is that I say, look, if both of the fields are empty, then do whatever is in this if statement. If one of the fields, okay, is empty, then still do what is in this statement. That's just basically what I did here. So what I'm going to do is I will just come here and say, I'll throw an alert, and that alert is simply going to say, please enter task name and date. So let me just say please, which should be capital letter, enter task name and date. Okay, so I'll go ahead and save, and let's try it out. So I would click on save task, and then we have that alert. And if I enter something in just one of them and I click on save task, then we still have the alert. So I've covered all the possible scenarios that can happen with leaving an empty field here. Great. But that's not typically what we're interested in. What we're interested in is, look, if there's there's something written there, there's the field has been entered, and you click on save task, what do we want to do? So what I'm going to do is I'll just add an else statement. Okay, that else statement, I'm going to now create a new variable that will catch the values of these guys here. In fact, I'll create an object. So here I'll create an object. I'll call that object new task, and I'll set that object to be equal to, so here we're going to target, we're going to create an ID. Okay, so the ID, I'm just going to use the date.now. So I'll say date.now like that, and that will generate a unique ID every time. I'll add a comma, and then I'll come to the next line, and then I'll say name property, and I'll set it to be the name variable, and then I'll do the date property, and then I'll set it to the date variable, and lastly I'll set the complete, and I'll set that to false. So now you need to understand that this name and date property, they are getting their values from the name and date state we created here, which is tied to this form. So essentially they are getting their values from this form. However, in ES6, when we have the property name and value as the same, we don't need to specify them. So I can just come here and delete this and just say name, and do the same for the date. Okay, all right, so that is out of the way. Now we've been able to get all of these values and put them inside an object. Now what I'd like us to do is let's just confirm that we did the right thing. So I'm going to create a console.log here. So let's do a console.log of the new task we just created. So new task, and then let's try and let's save this and let's try out the form. Oh, sorry, so there's something wrong here. Oh, this should be console.log, not log. So let me correct that. So console.log. So if I save that, that should, be fixed. All right, so I'm going to come here. I'll enter something, just what is there, and then I'll just enter any date, and then I'll save task, and voila. So in our console, you see here that we have an object, and that object basically contains the name and the date, which came from this form. So you see we have Ewomazino as the name, and we have the date, which is what we selected. Then we have this ID. So basically the ID will always be unique because the date is always changing. The date.now, this object here, will always change. Then we set the complete set to false. So essentially we've been able to track everything that happens in this form and insert it into these objects. Great. So let me get rid of the console.log and let's continue. So what do I want to do though? I want to get these values and insert them into this tasks variable or state. So I'll come here and then I'll say set task, and then I'll set task to. So currently we have the task set as an empty array. Okay, that's what we have the task to. So here I'll come here and then I'll open that array and I'll say ... tasks, then I'll add a comma, and then I'll then add the new task. So basically what I just did here is that I say, look, if there are any objects, or if anything exists, if any data exists inside the task, then have that data or keep that data, then add this new task to it. All right, that's basically what I just did here. Now to spice things up, I will then set name. Okay, so set name, and then I'll set it to an empty string, and I'll do the same for the dates. So I'll set the date to an empty string such that this thing will be cleared when you hit the submit button. Great. Now we've been able to update the task from the value we get in this form. Essentially we've added this new task to this task state we created here. How can we, however, go through that task and display it on the form, on the task list? So what I'm going to do is I'll come down here, and in this point where we display this task here, instead of just displaying this single task, I'm going to come here and I'll open my curly braces to have something dynamic. Now I'm going to loop through the task. So I'll say, I'm going to map through the task. So I'll say task.map, or before then I would add a condition. So what condition am I trying to add here? So here I'll say if tasks, so there should be a T here, dot length is equal to 0. In other words, if there is no task, then I want to display some text. So I'm just going to open the curly braces and let me just add my else part. So else, I'm going to display something else. So let's open that up. Oh, sorry. Control Z. It needs to be parentheses as well. Great. So now I'll say if task.length is equal to 0, then I'll just simply display a paragraph. So that paragraph will say no task added, like so. Now what if task.length is not equal to 0? So this else statement is where I will then reference the task. But instead of referencing a single task, what I'll do is I will now open another curly braces, and then I'll then map through the tasks. So I'll say tasks. Okay, so for some reason my T is not pressing. So I'll say tasks.map. Let's open that up, and I'll represent every item inside the tasks array as a single task. Then I'll access this with an arrow function like this. Okay. Now it's inside of this arrow function that I will now return this single task. Control X, and then I'll just paste that in here like so. I hope you see how everything is coming together. Oh, there's something wrong here. Tasks.map. Oh, okay. What I'll need to do is I'll put this inside a div. So permit me to actually create a div, like so. and I'll just wrap this parenthesis inside that div. Okay, so you see that error is gone. Okay, now let's open this up. Now if I go ahead and save, we're still not going to have any change on the page. Oh, okay, so we have something on the page actually, because these tasks will always be empty whenever you refresh the page. The reason being that it's not saved to local storage. So let me actually make this text white. So I'll give it a class name of --text -light, like so, and then I'll save so that you can see the no task added very clearly. Okay, great. So now that we've been able to, set this up correctly, we need to pass whatever it is we get from the task via props to this task component. All right, we need to pass it via props to the task component. Now, if you figure out very well, you see that, let me scroll up. Okay, so it's already 10 minutes, so I got to wrap this up very quickly. So here you see that we have this object new task. We have 4 properties. We have the ID, the name, the date, and the complete state. Okay, so now I'm going to have to pass that 4 properties to this task component. Okay, and remember, they are all coming from the tasks. So basically what I can do is I don't need to say ID is equal to ID, if you know what that means. So I'm passing the property one after the other, and then I'll say name is equal to name, and then I'll go ahead and pass the date and then the complete. I can do that, but I don't need to. So what I can do is I can just pass all the props by destructuring. So I'll just do like this, and then I'll say ... and then task. What this will do is that it will pass all the properties as props to this task. Now I need to actually come, so let me save this first. Now I need to actually come here, and then I need to create those props. So I'll come here and the structure, and then I'll create the ID, the name, the date, and the complete status. Okay, so I should actually just name this completed instead of just saying complete, because it's completed status. But anyway, I think it's fine the way it is. All right, so what are we going to do next? We're going to insert these props inside of the component here. So for example, this task name is where I'll then insert my name. So let's start with that one. Then the date is where we'll then insert our date. Then the complete, okay, so for now we're not going to insert the complete. That's because the complete is only going to factor in when we change the style. So if you set a task to complete, we're just going to change the styles on that particular task. However, the ID needs to be set as well. So you see this first div with the class name of task. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a key. So let's do it here. So I'll set the key, and I'll set it to the ID, which is what we are getting from this prop. Okay, now let's actually do it while we're here, is to set the complete status. So you see this class name of task. What we're going to do, we're going to make it dynamic. I'll come here and get rid of this stuff here, and then I'll open my curly braces. I'll say that if complete, which is this guy here, so let me add my C. I'll say if complete is equal to true, then I want it to have a class name of task and complete. Then I would add the else part. I'll say else I want it to just have a class name of task. All right, so for now let's just go ahead and save this, and then let's try and add the tasks here. So I'll come here and let me just delete this. So I'll say Zeno, and then I'll leave the date, and then I'll click on save task, and voila. So we have Zeno and we have the date, which is what we set here. And as you can see here, everything has cleared out from the form. So the form is empty, which is exactly what we want. Now let's talk a little bit about this complete class. If you go to our task manager.css, you find out that there is this class of complete we created. And basically the important thing here is that we set the border left to orange red. So there's going to be a border if the task is complete. And then we created a pseudo element with this text of completed, and then we just gave it some styling. basically we positioned it under these buttons here. So you know what I'm going to do? I'll create I'll come to my task manager and let's scroll up. I just want to make a single task complete. So I'll scroll up to this point here, this new task object. Instead of setting the complete to false, I'll set it to true. The reason why I'm setting it to true is that I want to demonstrate what the complete status looks like on the task. So I'll save that and let me create another task. So I'll come here, use my name, and then I'll set a date, and then I'll hit save task and watch what happens. So you see this new task that has a state of complete, you see it has this border here, and then there's this text completed that is styled like this under these buttons. That's exactly what this class we created in our CSS file, that's exactly what it's doing. All right, so I just wanted to show you how the two states, whether it's complete or not complete, how it displays and how the styles differ. So subsequently in one of the other videos, I'm going to show you how we can set a task to complete by clicking on this button. Thank you so much for watching this one. I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. Now we are going to look at how we can edit a task, and let me quickly just change this state that I set to complete. Let me set it back to false. So in my handle submit function here, I'm just going to change this complete back to false, because what I want is to be able to do it when we click on this check button. Okay, so I'm going to save that and let's see how we can edit the task. So first off, let's come to our task.js and look for our edit button. So this is our edit button here. Okay, so on this edit button, well, before I come to the edit button, let me create a prop. So I'll create a prop and I'll call that prop edit task, like so. And I'll now come to my edit button. So let me come here and I will add an onClick, and that onClick is going to point to my edit task. But what do I want to do? I want to be able to pass the ID of the particular task I'm clicking on or I'm trying to edit. And of course, we have the ID here via this prop. So what I'm going to do is I would use my arrow function syntax here to point to the edit task prop. Then I will now pass the ID as an argument. Okay, so this is what I got to do. Now I'll save this, and we have to come to our task manager and look for where we called the task component. So this is it right here, where we return the task component, and then I'm going to catch that edit task prop. So I'll say edit task is equal to, and basically what I want is I want to create a function that will edit the tasks. So basically I'll just call it the same name, edit task. Now I have to now create this edit task function in this task manager component. So let me scroll up, and just below this submit handle submit function, I'm going to create another arrow function, okay, which I'm going to call edit task. So everything is complete. Now remember, we are sending the ID as an argument here. So in our edit task, we're going to catch it, we're going to add a parameter of ID here, all right, so that we can be able to reference the ID of the particular task we want to edit. Now let me just do a simple console.log of the ID. So I'll do console.log and I'll log the ID to the console. Okay, because that's the first thing. You need to be able to identify each unique task, and the only thing that is unique about this task, of course most of the content are unique, but the ID will always be unique because the date will always change. So let me go ahead and save this. Okay, and I'm going to open this up, and let me right click and inspect. Okay, so I'll dock this to the right so I can have a lot of space here, and drag this down, and I think I'll just close it and inspect again because I want it to be big. So let me close that and inspect. Okay, so this is fine. Now if I click on let's say this second task here, if I click on this edit button, watch what happens. Voila, so we have this ID that of this particular task that has been logged to the console, and if you look at it, it ends with 95. I'm going to click on the first one, and you see the first one ends with 36. So basically we are able to get the unique ID of the tasks. Now we can do something with it. Okay, so let's close this up and let's minimize this back. Now before we actually continue, there are two pieces of state we need to create. So I'll go up to the top here, and I'm just going to duplicate this state, and let me bring it down. The first state, I'll call it task ID. So task ID like so, and then I'll say set task ID, and then it's just going to be an empty string. Then I'll create another state. I'll call this one is editing. So let's say is editing, and of course I like to make the first one small letter so everything is just nice. And initially I'll set it to false, so boolean. Great. Now these are the two additional pieces of state that we need for all of this to work. All right, so let's scroll down and continue. Now when we want to edit a task, so we're back in the edit task function, and I think I can actually just get rid of this. Now when we want to edit a task, basically we want to be able to find that task, in this task, right, is saved inside this task array. Okay, this task state, which initially is an array. So initially we want to be able to find that task. So how are we going to do that? I'm going to do a const, and I'll just say this task, okay, just to show that I'm getting the particular task that was clicked. Okay, and then I'll set it to be equal to tasks.map, and let's open that up twice. I'll represent the item as a single task, and then I'm going to use my arrow function like this. And what am I looking for? I'm looking for my task ID, or the task ID that matches this ID that was passed as an argument when we clicked on that button. So here I'll say ID. Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. Let's take it again. I said I map through the tasks, so tasks.map, and then I'm representing every item inside my tasks array as a single task. Now what am I interested in? I'm interested in the tasks.id that matches the ID we got when we clicked on the button. That's the ID of the particular task that was clicked. Okay, so this is what I've gotten out and I've stored inside this array of this task. Great. Now let's come down and let's add some other things. So remember, we just created two pieces of state. The first is the task ID state and its editing state. Great. So I'll come here and I'll say that I'll set is editing. So set is editing, I'll set it to true. That's because I want this program to know that, look, I'm not trying to add a new task, I'm trying to edit a task. Okay, you'll see how this comes in handy later. Then I will set the task ID, which is the new piece of state we just created. I'll set it to the ID that comes when we click on this button. So here we're just going to pass the ID here. So those are the two first things we need to do. Now that we've done that, let's go ahead and push the information we're getting from this particular task, like the name and the date. Let's push it inside this form. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to say set name to, so this task, so just copy this guy. So this task dot name, dot name. Then of course I'm going to do set date. So let me duplicate that downwards. So set date to this task dot date. All right, now let's actually go ahead and save this, and then let's click on edit and see if we're able to push the information on a particular task to the form. So I'll come here and then I'll click on edit. Oh, okay, so it triggers a re-render, right? So that's why we're not able to see the information we want. Okay, but just by looking at my code, I think I found some, like, an error here. So instead of saying task.map, that's not actually what we want to do. What we want to do is we want to find. So I want to use the find method. So I'll say task.find because I want to find a particular task. Okay, Now if I go ahead and save this, or you know what, let me just do a console.log. So I'll do a console.log just to be sure everything is working fine. And the first console is going to contain my task name, so let's paste that in, and the second one is going to contain my task date. All right, so I'll comment out these 2 lines like so, and then let's save. So now we've been able to log the information to the console. Now let's add something here, and I'll come here, add a date, and then I'll save task. Okay, now let's inspect. So I'll Ctrl+Shift+I to inspect, and then let's hit this edit button and see if we're able to log the information here to our console. So I'll hit the button, and as you can see, the information here is logged to the console, Ewoma and this particular date. So that's basically what we want to do. We want to be able to find that task, that specific task that was clicked. Let me add another task just to be sure. So I'll do Zeno, and I'll just do any date like so, and I'll save task, and then I'll hit the edit button. And as you can see, we have the information from this particular task, so Zeno and then the date we just chose. Great, so everything is actually working fine. Now what we really want to do is we want to take this information on the task and send it to the form, which is what these 2 lines of code is supposed to do. So the set name, so let me do Ctrl+Z, the set name and the set date functions, that's what they're supposed to do. So I'm going to save that, and let's edit this last one, Zeno. I'll do that, and as you can see, we now have the information, Zeno, and the date is in the form. So I think at this point I can go ahead and delete this console.log. We've seen what we need to see, and this is the edit functionality. But if you think about it very closely, what this functionality does is that it only takes the information from this form and pushes from the task item and pushes it into the form. So ultimately, when we click on this save item, what we want is to be able to update this particular task that we clicked on the edit button, and not to add a new task. So how are we going to do that? That is where our set is edit functionality comes into play here. Remember here we said set is edit functionality to is editing states. We're setting it to true here. So, and we also set the task ID to the ID we received when we clicked on this button. So now I'll come to my handle submit functionality, and I'm actually thinking I should break this video into 2, but since it's just, you know, the concluding part, I think I'll just do it here. So I'll come to my handle submit function here, and instead of having this else statement, I'm just going to give a space. So watch that, I'll give a space, and I'm going to add an else if statement here, so that I can add some parameters, and then the else statement will now be the last thing that happens. Okay, so I'll say else if, and what I'm interested in is if, first off, the name is equal to true. In other words, there's something in the name field. Then I also want something to be in the date field. Okay, but you may think, well, that's also true for this last part of the code where we are doing something, where we are adding the task to the form. So this is where the is editing state actually comes. So I will also now say that and is editing. So if these 3 parameters are true, that's only when whatever it is I write here is going to run: the name, the date, and is editing state. If they are false, then it will move to this part of the code. All right, so now let's go ahead and write what we want to do. So but what exactly do we want to do? Well, we want to update this particular task that was clicked, right? Yeah, that's what we want to do. So first off, let me just do a console.log, or I don't think we actually need a console.log. We know what we are doing at this point. So at this point, I'm going to do set task, okay, because I want to edit this particular task here. So I'll do set task, and now I'm going to map through the task. So let me just bring this down. I'll say tasks.map, okay, and of course I'll represent every individual item as a task here. Then let me open it with an arrow function. Now what I'm interested in is the particular ID, the task ID that was clicked. So I'll add an if statement inside this guy here. So let me do that and open that up. I'll say if the task ID, so task.id, sorry, is equal to, what do I want to equalize it with? Well, this state we created, let me go up and show you. This task ID here that we created, remember in our edit task function, so let's come down. Remember we set the task ID to be this ID. So the ID we're getting from this particular task item we clicked on, we've set it to the task ID, which is our state here. It may sound confusing, but let's just proceed so that you see the results. So I'm going to come up here. I'll say if the task ID, this particular task ID, is equal to the task ID as a state, then we want to now edit. So here we're going to return something. So let me open my curly braces. So first I'll return all the properties. So dot task. Okay, then I will now set the name, so name, and I'll set it to whatever we are getting from this form. All right, I'll add a comma here. I'll set the date to date, which is what we are getting from this date field here. I'll add a comma, and then I'll set the complete to false. So complete, and I'll set it to false. Sorry, this needs to be colon. Now you notice that there's just one thing we are not editing here, and that is the ID, because we want the ID to be same. So we're not editing the ID. So the ID is part of this dot task property that will be saved. Okay, so now, but because we are in ES6, we don't need to say name. We can just close this guy up and just write only name. JavaScript understands that, okay, the property name and value are same. So I'll do the same here. Okay, and I'll just set the complete to false. All right, so that's basically what we want to do. Now I'll come outside of this if statement, and of course the else part will just return task. All right, so now we've been able to do all of this, and let's actually save this and let's test it out and see if it works. Oh, so we're having an error somewhere. Set task line 24. Okay, so I think I made a mistake here. Line 24, this is set tasks plural. Okay, so if I save that, this error should disappear. All right, so let me just refresh the page and add a task. All right, so I'll add this task, set a date, and click on save task. All right, great. Let me add another one. So Zeno, add another date and save task. So I'm going to edit the second one. So I'll click on edit. We have the information here, and here I'll just add 1, 2, 3, and let me click on save task and see if it works. So I'll save task, and as you can see, it has changed to Zeno 1, 2, 3. That's progress. We've been able to actually edit the task. Now the remaining house cleaning that we just need to do is let's empty the forms one. So I'll come here after the set task. I'll just come down here, and then I'll say, look, set name to an empty field. Then I'll do the same for the date. Okay, then I will set the is editing to false. So set is editing, because we are no more editing, we've edited what we want. So set is editing to false. Then lastly, I will set the task ID to null. Okay, so I'll say set task ID, and I'll set it to null. And actually, where we set task ID here, this ID, I'm not going to make it an empty string. I'm just going to make it null initially. So null. Okay, so let's go ahead and save, and let's try to edit a task and see if all this is going to work. So I'll come here, add a task, set a date, and then save task. Now let's try to edit the task. I'll click on edit, and we have the information here, and let's just add 1, 2, 3, and let's click on save. And as you can see, we have Zeno 1, 2, 3. The task form has also been cleared. So I think we've been able to edit our task, and everything is working fine. All right, so in the next one, we're going to see how we can delete a task. See you there. All right, but this is me from the future coming to add a functionality to our project, which somehow skipped my mind. So far we've been able to edit the task, like we edited this task just now. But what I want is, when we try to edit a task, I want to be able to change this text on the button to edit task instead of save task. Okay, so I'm going to do that conditionally. So I'm going to scroll down to where we have our button. So that's here. And instead of just saying save task, I'm going to open a curly braces and say that if is editing is equal to true, then I want to have the text saying edit task. Else, I want to have it say save task. All right. So whenever we're editing and we're going to set its editing to true, then this button will say edit task. So I'm going to go ahead and save this, and let's go ahead and try it out. Yeah, so the page has refreshed or has re-rendered. So I'll try to edit this task. I'll click on edit, and I'll click on edit, and as you can see, the text here has changed to edit task. Of course, if I go ahead and click on edit task one more time, it will still just edit the task, and then it has changed to save task, because after we edit, we set its editing to false. All right, so that's the feature I just wanted to add to the project. You continue in the next video. All right, welcome back, guys. Now let's see how we can delete a task. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to shrink up some part of my code, like this handle submit right now. I'm going to just highlight everything, and to shrink this up, I'm going to press Ctrl Shift and my opening square bracket. Okay, it's the same key with the opening curly braces, so I'll do that and then I'll shrink it up. So you see, it's just this shrinked code up here. Then I'm going to do the same for my edit task. So Ctrl Shift square bracket, and that will shrink that up so that I can see everything that I'm doing. I can pretty much shrink up every part of my code. I can even shrink up this useEffect. Ctrl Shift and square bracket, and that didn't do much, but at least. All right, so now let's see how we can delete a task. So as usual, we want to delete the task by clicking on this delete button here, or this delete icon. So where does the delete icon come from? Well, we have this task.js component, and the first one was our edit, and the next one is our delete icon, which is the trash icon. So first off, let's create a prop where we would now pass the delete task. So I'll come here and I'll create my delete task prop. Okay, I'll copy that, and then I'll come to my button that has the trash icon, and then I'll add an on click here. So it needs to be on click. Oh, sorry, Control Z, on click. And now the same way we did for the edit task, let's use an arrow function to reference the delete task, and we're then going to pass the ID. So when we want to edit a task, you need to get the ID so that you know what exactly you're editing. When you want to delete a task, you need to get the ID as well so that you can delete the exact task that you want. Okay, so that's what is going on here. So I'm passing the ID as an argument. I'll save that, and I'll go to my task manager. Let's come to where we return the task component, which is here. And just as we did for edit task, we're going to do the same for delete task. So let's catch the prop. So here I'll say delete task is equal to, and the function I want to point it to is going to have the same name. So it's going to be delete task function. Now let's come up here and create that function. Just below my edit task, I'm going to come down here and I'll create an arrow function. And come on, help me. Arrow function, I'll call that function delete task, and it's going to have an ID parameter. Okay, now let's first things first, let's make sure that we are wired up correctly. So I'll do a log, a console.log of my ID, just to make sure that okay, I have the right task that I want to work on or that I want to delete. Let's save this and let me inspect this page. So I'll do Ctrl Shift I to inspect, and let's click on this task, the delete icon, and see if we can get it on the console. So I'll do this, and as you can see, we have the ID here. Let me add another task just to make sure that look, we're getting the right ID. So I'll do any date here, and then I'll save that task, and I'll click on the task I just saved, the delete icon, and you can see we have a different ID. Yes, so everything is wired up correctly. Now let's go ahead and minimize the browser. Now we can continue. Now, before I delete a task, however, I want to be able to throw like a confirm box, right? So how am I going to do that? Well, I'll say if, let me open that up. So the confirm object is actually an object, is part of the window object. So what I need to do is I'll say window.confirm, and then I would pass in the message I want. So for example, here I will say delete this task, or just say delete this task. Then I'll say if that is equal to true. So in other words, if the user presses OK, or if the user clicks on OK, then I want to execute whatever is inside this if statement. Now, what do I want to execute? That's what we're going to write now. So here, I'm going to create a new variable. I can call that, I'll call that new tasks. And in this new task, what am I going to do? I'm going to filter through the existing task that we have on this page, for example. So here I'll say tasks.filter, and let's do that, and I'll represent a single item in that as a task. And what am I interested in? Well, I'm interested in the task.id that does not match, so not equal to the particular ID we are getting when we click on this button here, which is this same ID here. So that's what I'm saying. So I'm saying that, look, all the tasks that does not match this ID, put them in a new array and call that array new task. That's what I just said here. Then I'll now come down here and do set tasks, and I'll set it to these new tasks that we just created. So new tasks, like so. And this actually does the trick. So let's go ahead and save. And yeah, so it has refreshed, and let's try it out. So I'm going to click on delete for this last one, and I get this confirm dialog box that says delete this task. If I click on cancel, nothing actually happens. However, if I click on OK, then we now expect that these lines of code, these 2 lines of code inside will run. So I'll click on OK, and as you can see, that task was deleted. So I'll delete the last one and click on OK, and as you can see here, it says no task added. So that's how we can add the delete functionality to our task manager. See you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. Now we've made a lot of progress in our task manager. So I'm going to shrink up this part of the code, the delete task. So that's Control Shift and square brackets, opening square brackets, and that shrinks that up. Now what we want to do is we want to set a task to complete. So if I add a task here, I should have probably added a task before the video. Anyway, if I add a task here and you click on this check mark, this double check icon, we want to set that task to complete. Okay, so how are we going to do that? So we'll come to the task.js where we have the icon, and on this button, so first off, let's add a prop that will say, where is it, delete task. So this prop will say complete task, like so. Great. So I'll come down to the icon itself. So the button here, I would add an on click on that button, and let's use our arrow function. So we're going to say complete task, and we need to know which exact task we are completing. So that we can do by passing in the ID as an argument, like we've done for the other functionalities actually. So I'll go ahead and save. And if I come here to task manager, I'm going to come below this guy. Oh, sorry, before I come below this guy, let me catch the prop. So I'll come down to where we return our tasks, and I'm going to catch the complete task prop. I'll set that to be equal to a function that I will create here, and I'm going to call it the same name. So I'll call it complete task. All right, now I'll go up here, and just below my delete task function, I'll create an arrow function here to help me with Visual Studio Code. All right, and I'll call that arrow function complete task. Remember, it's going to have an ID parameter because that's how we're going to identify the particular task we want to complete. Now at this point, I don't think there's any need of doing a console.log of the ID. We've already seen that twice, how to pass an ID from a task and catch it in the function here. So what we want to do is we want to locate that particular task and set the complete property to true. And we need to do that because initially when you save a task, the complete state is set to false. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to do set tasks. So that's the setter function. Let's open that up, and basically I want to map through the tasks first. So I'll say tasks.map. Okay, let's open that up. Sorry, open that up, and individual item is going to be represented as a task, and then I'm just going to open that up as well. Great. Now I will now say if, so let's add an if statement to locate the particular task based on the ID. So I'll say that if the task.id is equal to the ID we got by when we clicked on the button, right, of that particular task, what do we want to do? Well, I want to return something, and let's destructure. So first off, let's get all the properties that exist inside that tag. So it will be dot 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 task. I'll add a comma. Then what? Oh, sorry, it needs to be 3 dots. Okay, I'll add a comma. Then what do I want to change? I want to change the complete property, and I'll set that to true. Okay, so this is how you can edit a task, but of course you're not going to stop here. So I'll come to the under the if statement, and I'll just return task. Okay, so that is if, oh, there needs to be a T here. Thank God I saw it. It would have been an error, a typographical error. So basically, if this is not true, then I'll just return task, all the task as it is. Great. Now we can go ahead and save this. And I'm thinking this looks very simple, like it looks too simple to be true, but let's try it out. So I would like to click on this guy now and see, and voila, so it's set to complete, and the styles for the complete task takes effect. Remember that when we created our task.js, let me scroll up, in the div that contains everything, we said that it should have a class name of task and complete if this complete is true. And of course this complete is what we set to true with this functionality. So we are saying that, look, if the complete is set to true, then give it a class name of task and another class name of complete. If this complete is set to false, then just give it a class name of task. Okay, so this complete class here is what is actually adding this, design or this styling to the page. And where is this complete class located? This is actually just repetition because I've said it before, but then is located in the task manager.css. So aside that, we have the task, and then we have this complete where we set a border, and it's orange red 5 pixels, which is what is here, and we set a pseudo element with the text of completed and then the styles, which is what is here. So basically that's how you can set a task to completed. All right, so in the next one we're going to see how we can take this and save it to local storage, because at this point if you refresh the page, then all the task disappears because it's just in the browser. It's not saved in local storage or anywhere. So we're going to see how we can save it in local storage. I'll see you in the next one. All right, in this one we're going to see how we can save our task in local storage. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to install a package called use local storage, and we've actually seen this in one of the previous lectures. So I'll do that in a new workspace here. So in a new terminal, so I'll just click on this plus icon to create a new terminal, because this other terminal is watching for changes on my project. So how do you install it? So it's just npm and install. So I'll just say I, and the name of the package is use-local-storage. Okay, I hope I spelled that correctly. Use local storage. Yeah, I think that's it. Then hit enter. Now it's only take like a few minutes, or maybe like a minute or so. It will install this use local storage package. So let's just wait for it. All right, so our use local storage package has finished installing. To confirm that you actually have it, you can just come to your folder and go to your package.json. If you go there, you'll see that you have in your dependencies, so these are dependencies, we now have this use local storage, which is fine. All right, so I'll just go ahead and close that, and let's come to our task manager.js. So essentially all of our tasks are saved in this state, tasks. That's where we save our task, right? What we just need to do is we need to first off import use local storage. Okay, so I'll come here and then I'll say import. So import use local storage from local storage, like so. So I wonder what's making this to. Okay, great. So the error is gone. Right, so you import use local storage from local storage, then it actually works very similar to useEffect, and we've seen this before. So what I'm going to do is this place where we created this task state, I'm just going to come down here and I will duplicate it. Okay, I'll duplicate it and I'll comment out the first task, right? So with use local storage, I still want to create this task variable, and here I'm going to change this use state to use local storage. So use local storage like so, and basically this is going to take two arguments. So the first is going to be what you want to save in the local storage. That's the title of this data you want to save in the local storage. I want to call it tasks. Then the initial state. The initial state, I'm going to set it as an empty array, which is exactly what comes here. All right, so use local storage, what you want to save, the name you want to save it as, and this needs to be a string. So I'll put it in a string, right? And then everything is actually the same, so you're not changing anything here. So by this single line of code here, we've done everything we need to do to save this information in the local storage, right? It's really crazy, man. No need to do your stringify, your parse, and all of those things you do if you want to work with local storage manually. So I'll just go ahead and save, and I'll show you something. So I'll save it, and let me come and inspect to show you what's in the local storage. So I'll inspect this. All right, so my Chrome is kind of slow today. I don't know. Maybe I have so much, tabs. All right, so inspect this and come to applications. So I'll go to applications, and then I would, okay, yeah, so I'm in applications currently, and this is local storage, and this is localhost 3000, which I'm currently working on. So I'll click on localhost 3000, and I have some things already stored in the local storage. But as you can see, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to delete everything here. But anyway, as you can see, we have these tasks. Okay, and this task is coming from this browser here. Now what we can do is we can come here and let's add another task. So I'm just going to add Zeno, and I'll do this and maybe add a date, and then I'll save. And if you notice very well, so let me click on this task. If you notice very well, you see here that we now have this new entry, Zeno, and the date also is saved here. Exactly what we entered here. So basically we are saving all our tasks to local storage, and because it's saved to local storage, if you refresh the page, everything still persists on the page. It's getting the data from the user's browser's local storage. Now let's try our functionality to see if everything works. So I'll click on complete task and it works. I'll edit the second task, and let me add something here. So 1 2 3 4 5, and I'll click on save task, and you see here it has changed here to 0 1 2 3 4 5. And lastly, let's try to delete a task, and I'll click on delete, and if I click on OK, you see that that task is gone on the page, and it's also deleted in the local storage. And let me even try and delete this last task, so you see everything goes. So you see in the local storage we just have an empty array, okay, which is the initial state we set for that use local storage variable. All right, so basically that's how easy it is for us to persist data to the local storage using our use local storage package. All right, so this is the end of the project, the task manager project, using the useState method. All right, so in the next one we're going to approach this project using useReducer, and we're going to add a custom alert and a custom confirm box. All right, see you in the next one then. All right, my friends, welcome to the end of our crash course. I know it was a little bit longer than the regular crash courses you find on YouTube, but I wanted to cover the basics before we get into building projects. Now, let me just say one more time, if you're not subscribed to the channel, please make sure to subscribe and leave a comment on this video. It helps the Google YouTube algorithm. Then also, if you like to get the full package, the full course, I would encourage you to check out the link in the description, right? So we have quite a number of sections, including a full stack e-commerce application that we build in the course, in the full course. Now, I'm going to be leaving the full course for a discount of $10 for the first few days following launch. So if you want to take advantage of that, make sure you do it immediately, after which the price will be, raised to the regular price. Thank you so much for watching this video. I will see you in the next one.